Pragya, good to go. Let's start.
Well, a very, very good morning. It's actually good afternoon to everybody who's watching. I think a lot of people have joined already. Some are on their, I think on the way. They're just getting started. So we would like to welcome all of you to Dell Technologies Reddington Presents SME Channels Partner Summit and Awards 2021. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in the last almost a year and a half, or maybe a little more than that, we have experienced a lot of life-changing moments in our industry, in our careers, and in our workspace. We have changed for betterment, we have changed for good, but all the good changes have also brought with them a lot of important security issues and other issues that we really need to cater towards to be in the perfect race of this workspace that we are all dealing with. And we have some really important people who are quite knowledgeable on the same in that context, who will be sharing their knowledges with us today, which will obviously help us to grow our businesses better and to make our workspace a little more safer place to work around. Also, we will be acknowledging a lot of efforts of a lot of people. So this is going to be quite an insightful day and an informative day. Let's begin the proceedings with Ganesh Vandana, since this is already quite an auspicious occasion for us. We would like to start the event with Ganesh Vandana. I would like to request everyone, all the panelists, everyone who's part of the team, to please switch on their screens and videos so that we can be a part of it.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय कोटिसूर्यसमः
Well, thank you so much. That was, I think, a good beginning. As I was talking about, I think most of you have already seen the agenda on our website. I would still like to quickly take you through about all that we are going to be, talking about today. So we will have the introduction, obviously, first of all, by Sanjay Mohapatra sir, which will be followed by two very important keynote addresses on cybersecurity, which is the biggest deterrent to the growth, and 10 commandments of channel growth. The speakers will be introduced at the time of the keynote, and we have some really important, eminent personalities who have joined us today as speakers. I think it will be a really good idea to keep yourself glued to your screens and watch and listen to their important notes, because this is going to really give us a lot of insight and helpful information. After the keynote addresses, we will have a discussion on security, the nerve system of business continuity, and this will be presented by another very important speaker that we have today. I will be introducing the speakers at the time of their turn. That will be followed by a good, quick entertainment, short and a crisp break. We'll have a flute play session as well, which will be followed by two important presentations on ICT, B2B channel business amplification, and reimagining secure digital transformation. Again, the speakers will be introduced at the time. We will then have a chat with the editor, post which we will have a presentation on hybrid work and partner opportunities. This will be followed by a very important page on compelling reasons of IT Association for the business growth. We have some really eminent speakers for this session as well. Then we will have two panel discussions. First one will be on the topic of shifting gear to business growth and alignment with industry trend. And then we will have another panel discussion on the topic of cybersecurity, the next big thing for the partners. This will be followed by yet another quick, short, and a crisp musical break. And then we will have the OEM Channel Champion OEM Awards, which I think is also a big highlight for today's event. Everyone is looking forward to it. Then we will have the Superhero Partners Award, and then closing remarks. So, whole and soul, this is the agenda for today. All the speakers, I think, are here, and if they're not, they will probably be joining in at their, before their turn arrives. And I'm sure that we have all the audience ready to witness something exciting on this platform today. Let's get started. In the very beginning, I would like to request Mr. Sanjay Mohapatra, editor, SME Channels, to please come forward for the introduction and the welcome address. Good afternoon, sir. I hope you're doing good.
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm actually doing good. And thank you very much, Pragya, for giving such a quick and fiery introduction of the entire event. It looks to be very, very interesting, of course, a lengthy one, but absolutely befitting looking at this situation. Thank you, Pragya, once again. All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and warm welcome to all of you to the SME Channel Summit and Awards 2021. First of all, thank you very much for joining in so early. Today, of course, is Friday. This is not the weekend, but taking time out from your busy schedule is very difficult, but still then you did it. And thank you for that. My special thanks goes to Professor Tribeni Singh, IPS, of UP Police, who is an absolutely busy person. Completely, his calendar is chock-a-block completely. But still then he managed some time for us, and he will apprise us some of his activities that he has been doing for last couple of years. I think for last, ever since the COVID started, he has done a great job. It has been appreciated. He has received many accolades on different platforms for busting some of the hacking and cyber security related activities by different groups. So he is our esteemed speaker and chief guest of this afternoon. Sir, thank you very much for coming in, joining here. Already you have logged in. I can see you here. Thank you very much for that. Plus, I also welcome all the esteemed speakers, those who have sparing their time, coming in, giving their wisdom, sharing their wisdom with us, among the channel partners with us as well. I trust everyone is safe and doing good. I'll say this is probably the last virtual event for us for this year, though we are executing one of the very large events, which is known as CIO 1000 in December, early December this year for Asia region. That will be in true sense, the last virtual event. Logic is very simple that if you have waited for uh, I'll say 6 quarters, why not wait for another 2 quarters and see the nature of this pandemic, where it is going. So from 2022, I promise that month of March onwards, you'll see us engaging you, welcoming you, having our dinner or lunch together on physical events. So having said that, I need to bring some important points. Pandemic has definitely happened. It is gone from the surface of India also, if not completely gone. We are, a little bit deprived of the situation, but looking at the IT industry, it has grown manifold. Probably I'll say one of the best years for IT industry, this 2021. Rather, the industry has gained its momentum from the previous year. It has been reported many places. To give you some example, NASCOM is saying, our media partners are also saying, even Gartner is saying, Indian domestic IT market is growing by 7 to 8% this year, and which is not bad. Looking at the situation, and if you look at, if you think of 2022 going forward, some of the media people or analysts are saying that this is going to be a bumper year for Indian IT industry, the best year for IT industry. The lost glory or the way the business used to happen back in 90s may happen also this time in 2020 onwards. There have been massive, reason being, there has been massive adoption of digitization, cloud adoption. There has been a massive adoption of automation, cybersecurity. In fact, cybersecurity is now gained a biggest investment, mindset of the CFOs and CIOs. Whoever I'm speaking to in the customer organizations, they are saying that everywhere cybersecurity is first. Then they think of bringing in other things, other architecture. So net will say good business in 2022 too. So that's what about the industry. Coming to this year's awards, this year, I'll say this is also a very big year for us in the sense, SME channels as a company, as a media company, and organizing this event. I'll just take you through some data points. We had sent across our nominations or requests to more than 2,000 value partners, 2,000 plus value partners. In return, we had received 515 exactly, to be very precise, nominations, and we screened and we are giving out awards to 100, a little more than 100. And this year, the award is a little bit different based on the nomination, based on the specialization. We are giving awards to all the channel friends, partners today. The other thing that we will be doing this year, which is different than the earlier years, is that we had asked you for a survey in terms of who do you think is the most charismatic leader as far as channel is concerned. Who do you think the most channel friendly business leader? And you have supported me wholeheartedly by opting for the right person, despite having the option that you can choose. You also choose of your choice, but we came out with a certain answer that who is the right person for which category as far as channel survey awards is concerned. So we'll also, this is new for us, we are giving out that award today also. Plus we have engaged, or we are bringing in ISB community. I'm seeing that ISB community is gaining momentum, creating IP, ISB in the sense they might be SaaS providers also out of India, from India, to India, from India to global world. They are supplying, they are servicing the customers. So this time also we'll see a good number of ISPs participating in different technologies space. Beside that, we have got a couple of more awards. We are not giving out awards. We are not recognizing awards for their role. But trust me, this time I see a lot of awards. We are giving out awards to awards, and a lot of awards have nominated themselves because their role in this value world is becoming very, very important in the sense that they are the people who are adding a lot of handholding to the channel partners, so also the customers. So in between the distributor and the channel partners, value-added distributors, the role is becoming very critical for the sense that they have got other amenities with them, and the privileges with them, which they can extend to the channel partners. So these are the two additions that we have done. And this time also we have taken another platform which is called Vortex. I have already shared with you. Most of the people have joined from Vortex. There is an option of going to booths, see other our sponsors, their websites. If it is available, you can go through them also. So there are other interesting things like photo booths. You can click your photo and you can publicize in a LinkedIn or social post. Or we'll also, once you click, we will also share those photos. Plus other things you can see, for example, the agenda you can see there. You can see the speakers, everything on Vortex platform, which doesn't happen on the collaboration Zoom platform that we are doing. Of course, the speakers are connected through Zoom, but the audience, entire audience is there on the Vortex. So I think net, we are going to see this very interesting event. I would request everyone to please stay positive, stay safe, and enjoy this event till the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Hopefully by the end of the day, we will all be, agreeing to all that we have discussed right in the beginning. With that, just recently, sir mentioned about our chief guest for today, who I think is a very, very important person when it comes to the addresses that we are going to be, witnessing and hearing today. Once again, we'd like to thank you, sir, for giving us your valuable time and taking time out to talk to us about this issue. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have the keynote on cybersecurity, the biggest deterrent to growth. And this will be presented by Professor Triveni Singh, IPS, SP, Cybercrime, Uttar Pradesh Police. A very, very good afternoon to you, sir. And thank you once again for joining us today.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good. Thank you, Sanjay ji. And thank you, SMA channel, that they have given me this opportunity to be on this platform and to interact with you people. So definitely, I would love to. To start with, I would like to tell about what is the quantum magnitude of the cybercrime that is happening. So if I'm talking about the Uttar Pradesh alone, I am talking about only Uttar Pradesh, not about entire India. So I have got more than 70,000 cases related with cybercrime. 70,000 cases related with cybercrime we have received in last 2 years. So now you can imagine the quantum of cybercrime happening in cyberspace. And the cybercrime earlier, it used to be very simple in nature. Somebody used to compromise your mail ID. They used to create some social media accounts, and they used to compromise your OTP and all that. Now the cybercrime is gradually getting more and more sophisticated. Technical expertise, the cyber criminals are, they are developing in themselves, and they are using those tools and technology to commit the crime. So we are getting now cases related with ransom. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
So now we have received cases related with ransomware attack, ransomware attack, cryptocurrency fraud, fake crypto mining, this kind of your biometric cloning, डेबिट कार्ड क्लोन, चेक बुक क्लोनिंग, आपके चेक क्लोन कर लिए जा रहे हैं. They are creating a fake, virtual payment address. They are sending you QR code, fake QR code. So now they are using spoofing technology and all that. They are spoofing your number, your mail ID. They are spoofing your identity, entire identity. They are spoofing. So virtually, you think that this is Mr. Triveni Singh, may not be Triveni Singh, because in the background some robot may be in the name of Triveni Singh. So this is such a age. I personally cannot trust in screen. I don't. And in your parlance, we talk about the zero security, zero trust security. So I would like to tell you all that this is the age where now your mind must be in that mode, zero trust. Don't trust anyone. Either profile, if somebody is coming from his mobile number, or somebody is communicating with mail ID, or even social media accounts, don't trust anyone, So don't trust your application, don't trust your browser, don't trust your operating system, don't trust anything unless and until you verify it. So I always say that cybercrime industry is growing fast. It's the most happening sector, and with highest ROI, return on investments. So what kind of infrastructure do you need in cyberspace to commit a crime? Simply you have to purchase a domain, then you create a website, then you talk to some payment gateway operator. They are going to integrate payment gateway system in your website, and simply you have to use the Google ad and highlight your fake business, and the money pouring starts. It will take hardly 2 hours, 3 hours. The moment you think that you have to be a cyber criminal, after 2 hours, your account will start, filling with money, because website, domain registration, then website creation, then payment gateway integration, then the some bogus account, or account associated with some rickshaw puller, someone who doesn't understand, what in fact this account is. You have taken their accounts, you have taken their checkbook, taken their debit card, everything you have taken, and you are paying him 500 or 1,000 rupees per month or 2,000 rupees per month, just in name of that government is giving you for Jan Dhan Yojana. So you take this money. So that, he doesn't understand what is happening in my accounts. So, and similarly, there are so many illegal marketplace. You can purchase lots of bank accounts, lots of fake SIM. Even, you have got the option that you can dictate what kind of SIM you want. If you want the SIM enabled with Google Pay or enabled with Paytm, then you can get it, of course, with certain premium. Now you start befooling the public, taking money in those accounts. When the police investigate, then the police find that the SIM has been taken from this retailer, and the name is from someone who is from West Bengal. But the fact is that perpetrator, the criminal, is sitting somewhere in Delhi region. If you are investigating the bank account, then you find that KYC is of different one. The money is being withdrawn from somewhere else. So this kind of thing is happening nowadays. The problem, the main problem is before the law enforcement agency is that of KYC. KYC, because KYC may be fake, but it's being impersonated. It's maybe genuine one, but it's being impersonated. Someone else is using your KYC, your bank account KYC, your payment bank account KYC, your wallet KYC, your mail ID, everything. I mean, it's the age of identity theft, Identity theft, somebody is stealing your credentials and then creating lots of accounts everywhere. So I have received several cases in which the people have come, sir, I hadn't taken any credit card, and now huge bill has come to my house. So related with credit card, means somebody stole your identity and then he got the SIM card, credit card issued in your name. So, lots of cases related with this kind of crime we are happening. Just now, 10 minutes earlier, I got a few people came to me and they say that they were basically from leather export industry, Carport Export Promotion Council. So there was election for Export Promotion Council, and the election was being conducted by NSDL, and they say that the election was compromised. So now, instead of getting elected, it was compromised, and the result were declared in Excel sheet. They said, even the exporters, they came to me, they say that it was compromised, and that's why they declared the result in Excel sheet. So now we are going to investigate this kind of cases, because definitely there might have been some hacking attempts. They may have compromised credentials of someone. So otherwise, prima facie, it seems to be a very, it's a simple crime, somebody is compromised. But for a police officer, it's very technical in nature. Now I need to take logs from NSDL, then I will have to map all those voters along with their KYC with the data which I will receive from the NSDL. Then I will look into the log, then the timing, and it's very complicated investigation. So I will have to look into even IP addresses, even the MAC addresses, even the device ID. So lots of backend exercise code into cracking any case. So majorly, if you talk about what kind of crime we are getting, if you talk about, not from your industry point of view, but from your personal point of view, I would like to highlight one crime that today we are going to get more than 10 cases, 15 cases per day. A gang is operating from Mathura and Mewat area. What they do, they make friendship with you on social media, and then they make a video call in the night. And the moment you receive the video call, immediately a naked girl appears on the other end, and then through a screen capturing tool, they capture your video with that naked girl. And then, because first they become your friends on social media, your Facebook, or they're following you on Twitter and LinkedIn. So first they win your trust, and then all of a sudden a girl appears and you are compromised, and then they give a threat. So earlier they used to take money into their payment bank account or wallet. Now they have started demanding money in Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is the latest de facto currency operating in this kind of virtual criminals world. They are demanding their money, be it the ransomware case, be it any kind of compromise, they are demanding money in Bitcoin, because they know that for law enforcement agency, it's very difficult to track the Bitcoin transactions. It's very difficult almost. Some of the cryptocurrency exchanges, they maintain KYC. Most of cryptocurrency exchange, they are operating in gray area. They don't maintain any KYC. They don't maintain any log from which the transaction happened. No IP, nothing, no device ID. So they know, the criminals know that this is the technical challenge before the police. And again, apart from the technical challenge, we face a lot of administrative and legal issues, because this kind of crime is happening in India. The money is going somewhere outside India. The server somewhere located in other country. So getting all these logs, investigating, then getting cooperation, international cooperation. Now it's almost impossible to track these criminals, and that's why they have resorted to asking ransomware, जो फिरौती है वो बिटकॉइन और क्रिप्टो करेंसी में मांग रहे हैं. तो मैं एक चीज जरूर सबको बताऊं, and they identify high profile individuals from Facebook, high profile. because once I'm going through your Facebook profile, I can easily know what kind of personality you have, what kind of persona you are. You are a wealthy, a rich one, or a poor one. So they target the highly educated and those who are HNI in their eyes, high net worth individuals. So all of a sudden in the night you get a video call and now everything is finished. Your reputation damage. You are, and a vicious cycle of giving money starts. So few came to my office. They said, we are going to commit suicide, sir. I have paid so much money. Still, they have got my video and they are threatening to upload it on YouTube and all that. So this kind of, now हमको तो ये लगता है कि बिफोर डिजिटल दुनिया जो हमारी फिजिकल दुनिया होती है, इट वाज मोर इजियर, वहाँ ज्यादा सुकून था. अब नाउ क्रिमिनल पहले डरते थे कि आपके घर में जाएंगे, डकैती करेंगे, दे विल हैव टू फिजिकली मूव टू द बैंक टू रॉब. So there was risk that some get mine or some people may surround them and but now if you want to rob a bank, you can rob the bank from sitting inside your room. And exactly this happened in the Cosmos Bank of Pune, or the Bangladesh bank story. Somebody compromised the SWIFT, somebody compromised. They created the parallel ATM switch, what happened in the Cosmos Bank? They created parallel ATM switch, and by giving some malware commands, they were demanding, they were withdrawing money from ATM machine of 28 countries. How sophisticated, how organized these attacks was on Cosmos Bank. 94 crore rupees siphoned away. And the most surprising part is that 28 countries, so many ATM machine involved. So now the PI Raspberry, they have got some PI Raspberry devices. Recently, just 2-3 months back, we got the case related with Kolkata. It happened somewhere in Orissa also. It's happening all around on ATM. So what they are doing, by using this particular PI Raspberry device, they get control of the ATM machine and then give the command, and the ATM machine start vending out the money. So this kind of sophisticated malware attack on ATM switch, on your banking switch, somebody is compromising your SWIFT, so everything is hackable. I think everything is hackable, because if you look at who is, if you look at the, just 1 year history of the cyber attack, then you find that everything is compromised. Even the companies which are into providing cyber security, they get themselves compromised. They are under cyber attack. So, for example, what happened? What happened in Colonial Pipeline, USA Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack? It's very popular. It was a ransomware attack. They crippled your gas supply chain. Now, no gas could be supplied to aviation or corporate sector or hospital or even to run your critical infra. And they were demanding $4.5 million. Even the Colonial Pipeline owner executive, they had to pay the money. But by intervention of FBI, they somehow got the private keys of the criminals. So the money could be recovered. But again, JBS, the meat processing industry, which the largest meat processing industry, it was affected by a similar kind of ransomware attack. And they demanded $11 million money. They had to pay. They had to, and the money was not recovered, It is still under investigation. You can at least identify where from the attack was launched, maybe Russia, maybe China, maybe anywhere. But the actual relief is when you get the money, you get your money back. So what happened in case of Bangladesh when SWIFT was compromised? $90 million was siphoned from the Bangladesh Central Bank. It went to the Federal Bank USA, and from there to Philippines and Singapore, and hardly $20 million. Despite collaboration of all international police, they could recover only $20 million. So now if this kind of attack is हमको ये बताइए कि हमको कितना मिनट बोलना है संजय जी? हाउ मच टाइम आई हैव?
Your time is another 10 minutes. You can speak. So,
Only 10 minutes I can
time.
speak.
Yeah,
Hello.
you started
Actually-
at 20, so you can. Your time is 30 minutes. You can. There are some questions also for you.
Yeah, so you can ask me. You can ask me, but let me give you from legal perspective. Technology, you know. Let me talk about some legal issues. 2-3 minutes, and then I will entertain question. Yeah, why corporate sector need to be serious about this kind of cyber attack and this kind of crime? Because there is a provision in IT Information Technology Act 85 that says that executive will be responsible if because if they have not taken proper due care, then they will have to be responsible, and it's a criminal case. Similarly, even if we're going for the Company Act, even the Company Act says that if somebody is happening against some cybercrime is happening against a company, then the in charge person and definitely that is the management who are looking after the security or fraud risk management part of the company, they will be responsible. So definitely some question will be asked from the law enforcement agency. What kind of due diligence have you taken, due care? What kind of minimum reasonable security practices, for example, ISO 27001 or PCI DSS in case of payment? So definitely the auditing will be done, some tough question will be asked. That's why I say that top executive, they cannot delegate, they cannot transfer this accountability to the junior officers. Now the question will be asked to them if some manipulation is there, if some lapse or dereliction in duty of the executive are there, they will be accountable. Accountability cannot be outsourced. Now I can invite question, because it was some legal, because corporate industry do not understand legality of the issues, because most of the people here are from the IT background, not from the compliance side, not from the legal side, and that's why I wanted to clear it. This is the legal position. So you cannot ask any question. Hello. Hello.
All right, sir. So there is a question which has been mentioned in the chat box. Would you like me to read it for you?
Okay.
So this
the government and corporate sector are facing a barrage of cyber threats. There are many new solutions provided in this space of mitigating. What is special regulation of criteria?
No, let me tell you, there is no criteria regarding your balance sheet, your turnover. If you are giving a good option and you are giving a POC that your solution is really effective, then there is no bar, I think. Because the question is related with a company which are giving technical solution against this cyber attack. Is there any bar related with turnover? No. If your solution is really effective, good, then is no bar as such.
All right. If is there somebody else who would like to put up a question here? So I think this was the only question that we had in the chat box. All right. So in case if nobody has any other questions, would you like to close with something, sir?
Yeah, definitely. Let me request something from the corporate sector, because they are from the IT, you know. There are n number of attacks are coming from outside. I mean, every minute your server is being attacked. So I would request all of you, if there is any data breach case, kindly investigate in detail what was the source of infection, how the data was compromised. Kindly investigate. Better you come to the police, because most of the corporate sector, they do not come to the police because they think that my reputation will be damaged. And you know, but if with this mindset, we are into the corporate sector. The time is not far away. Then every corporate entity will be paying lots of ransomware. So you just come forward, report your data breach or this kind of attack cases with CERT, Computer Emergency Response Team. If you are into the critical infra management, then you can contact NCIPC, National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection System. It's again a body in MHA. So you can contact NCIPC or CERT in case of adverse cyber incidents. You need to come forward, and it's a joint, it will be a joint fight of corporate sector, of government, of law enforcement agency against the cyber criminals. Like you see recently, even the American government, they have collaborated, they have asked corporate sector to come on single platform, and they have got international association with 22 countries. They have formed a group and to fight against this ransomware perpetrators, criminals. So we need to do it here in India also. Thank you.
We truly understand that. We have one more question from Mr. Manoj Bisht. What does the law says if someone forged my KYC and did fraud? How much am I responsible for this?
You are not responsible because somebody compromised your credential, created fake KYC, got something issued in that name. You are not responsible. And there is legal provision in Indian Penal Code 420, 467, 468, 471. It's Indian Penal Code. And if we're talking about the information technology, that is 66C. Somebody impersonated, identity theft, CD 66. So these are there are enough provision in Indian legal system to punish them. You are not accountable.
All right, then. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for all the valuable information that you have shared. And वैसे भी हम जानते हैं कि जब भी कुछ चीजें बदलाव लाती हैं तो उसके साथ अच्छा और बुरा दोनों तरीके का पहलू होता है। अब ये जो डिजिटल वर्ल्ड आया है और जो पिछले 1.5-2 सालों में ये कुछ ज्यादा ही हाईलाइट हुआ है, इससे बहुत सारी चीजें इजी हुई हैं, अच्छे भी हुए हैं, बट एट द सेम टाइम जैसा कि आपने कहा कि जो फिजिकल वर्ल्ड था वो ज्यादा बेटर था, सिक्योर था, और अब सिक्योरिटीज का इशू रेज हो रहा है। सो जो अच्छी चीजें हैं उनसे हमें फायदा हो रहा है, जो बुरी है उससे नुकसान हो रहा है, बट व्हाट वी हैव टू डू इज वी हैव टू फाइट टुगेदर और हमें सही कदम उठाने ताकि हमें
एक चीज और मैं बोलना चाहूंगा, कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर को पहले सिक्योरिटी बाद में बिजनेस सोचना पड़ेगा। अभी क्या है, सिक्योरिटी इज द लास्ट पॉइंट इन योर बोर्ड एजेंडा, नाउ यू विल हैव टू पुट 1, 2, 3 security, then you talk about the business. That is my mantra. Okay?
Definitely, sir. In fact, last 3 meetings we have been discussing about security only, and I think we all truly understand how important it is to now put security at the foremost importance of of an issue in the company, and we'll definitely be looking forward to it. Hopefully things will be better in the coming space. Thank you so much for all the valuable information and time. We really had a great session with you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So that was Professor Triveni Singh, IPS, SP Cybercrime, Uttar Pradesh Police. और बहुत ही उम्दा तरीके से उन्होंने बहुत सारे इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट्स को यहाँ पर हमें समझा दिया है और हमें आगाह भी किया है और हमें बहुत ही अच्छी और सही सलाह भी दी है। हम ऑलरेडी इस बारे में डिस्कस कर रहे हैं। वी हैव बीन टॉकिंग अबाउट द सिक्योरिटी इश्यूज एंड वी हैव बीन मेकिंग श्योर दैट वी पुट इन अ लॉट मोर एफर्ट टू टू सिक्योर आवर बिजनेसेस एंड आवर डेटा एंड मेक श्योर दैट नो ब्रीच हैपेंस, रैंसम तक नौबत ना ही आए तो अच्छा है। बट फिर भी जितना हम अपनी तरफ से मिलकर के आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, सिक्योरिटी एडवांस कर रहे हैं, उतना ही जो ब्रीचर्स हैं, जो थीव्स हैं, जो अटैकर्स हैं, वो भी अपनी टेक्नोलॉजी को ही यूज करके अपने आप को एडवांस करते जा रहे हैं। सो वील हैव टू कीप फाइटिंग टुगेदर एंड होपफुली देयर विल बी in future there will be a better space where we'll have more secured workspace to work around. Moving on, yet another very important keynote और security की बात कर रहे हैं. So let's talk about we'll talk about security, but now we have a keynote on 10 commandments of channel growth by Mr. Anil Sethi, Vice President and General Manager, Channels India, Dell Technologies. Anil sir, I would request you to please take over the screen and start with your address.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. And really, it's my privilege and honor to be here today with you and being a part of SME Channels Summit and Awards, which Sanjay has hosted. Sanjay, thank you for giving for this opportunity. Look forward to having some chat with you offline later. But yeah, I think it would have been great that had we have been have if we could have all these physical events. But it's been long since we've been on a virtual platform, and this is second year in a row. Uh, Look, I think we all know that we've been going through as a country, as a world, the whole globally, we've been going through the tough time, and last year and a half has been pretty challenging for everyone, and there has been tough times, and there are times when there are current times when we are recovering, and I'm really glad to see that the recovery is phenomenal over there. But let me just quickly touch on one, two things that I kind of picked up during this session in pandemic, and what are learnings I think which left us, because there is a lot that was to be learned during this time, and now that we are completely out of this, and we still, the only thing is the acuteness is not to that level. Things which I think over a period of time, when we've been talking internally, externally to the customers and partners and to you people, there are few things which we kind of picked up and learned is that, one thing is clear, that old ways of things does not exist anymore, and neither they do work. So there is a completely new shift, new paradigm, and how we work and how we kind of interact with each other. The whole communication platform is completely changed. It also taught us that we got to grow faster than some of the generations in past, right? Because what we went through, I think many of us who have been alive here today haven't gone and seen through. It's first for everyone, and this pandemic has really shaken up, I would say, the status quo, and laid bare some of the deep-seated problems, and that's what we started to uncover it. Also, we kind of learned over here and during this time that it does not matter how much money you kind of make if everyone around you is hungry and sick. And society and democracy only works when we think for not only about ourselves but for each other, and that was a very, very clear evidence, and was a clear example during this time that everybody has to be well for me to be well. So that was for me it was a huge learning. I mean, it's not just about yourself, it's about each other. And that was, I think, the greatest learning we had, and it also kind of left with us that we need to ground ourselves with the values that will last, and because that's what we need to teach our generations and our children and our people, because this was a time when those things had more importance than anything else, because what values we each one of us carry. And lastly, I think build the community, and it says that no one does it alone, and we all need to do it together. I think this was the one time which came that everybody was trying to come together and extend help wherever they could, whichever way they can. And it has really changed, in my opinion, the mindset of all of us, and I'm sure it's going to help each one of us. So these are some of my initial thoughts, and I am sure you have your own experiences, because not that it's been an easy thing for most of us over there, and everybody has this new piece of learning. When we get to meet each other physically sometime, I'm sure it's going to be a great sharing of experiences, and what kind of we as human beings are more relevant for. rather than, just for the business. So I really look forward to some time in future that, how soon we can all be together in some event and get to face. At Dell, we've been trying to set up our annual conference, but yeah, we haven't been able to do that because of pandemic. Hope things get better, and we are up for the next year. We are very hopeful when we are opening up our offices and we get to meet each other. So with that coming on, how the recovery has been, I think that was the most unexpected recovery that we have seen it in the last 3 quarters. What a phenomenal comeback Indian economy had. It is just booming. I think I don't know about you, but I never expected it to be so fast. Comeback would be there. We look at the stock markets; they're booming. Look at the look at the kind of IPOs which are coming up of these are new unicorns which have got created. Amazing it is. New investments are coming up. Our real estate is coming back, which was the most sluggish one, by the way. And the government has really been helpful in bringing the interest rates down, not only for the home loans and other thing, and even for the businesses. So there is all over. If I see around, there is most of the verticals I see are either coming back or have come back more stronger than before. Look at pre-COVID levels of fuel consumption has been achieved. There is, in recent festival time, I heard that there was a great buying and consumerism was on the top. I was reading somewhere, it said that consumer loans were the highest ever. The credit card spends were the highest. So that's really, really great to see what does resilience people have. Indian economy has, and Indian society has, and the way they've come back. So I think all in all, it's a great thing for all of us for business perspective and for us also. It helps when the economy booms and countries doing well, you anyway going to get a benefit of that. So I think we are on that, and it's time to ride the tide, and that's where that's very important and good to see. Hope to see that this kind of continues. In IT, it has been phenomenal quarter, last 3 quarters. First 2 quarters where we had announced this result, I think they were the best ever results we had it, and they were record quarters for us in India, and where we had a double-digit growth in every single business. Market shares boomed, and there was a great business which we saw across LOBs. Each and every LOB grew, and channel business had a high double-digit growth. And was the most heartening was that it was across the a partner community. We had 3,000 plus partners, and the way we had about 1,200 to 1,300 partners, which was super effective over there. And the way we had the feedbacks from some of them, which was very positive. It was very heartening to know that everybody was profitable, and they were really doing. They said, this is the time when they're enjoying the business the most, and at the most unexpected time. So all in all, I think the excellent time and great thing for our business, and I'm sure the industry itself also did very well. I think all across there was a great amount of growth, so which is great for all our partners and people who have been in this business. I think we are lucky to be in this business at this time when digital transformation is at its peak. Every single business is transforming, and IT is no more an enabler. It's a business itself in many of the new unicorns and many of the new companies. So all in all, great signs and very positive outlook and forecast for the future coming quarters also. I hope we all continue to see this momentum going on. While that is on, and while that is all, and this is what you people are also experiencing, let me share some of the thoughts. I mean, I've been told to say, given the topic, to talk about 10 commandments, and I'm not an expert, but these are some of the thoughts that I have it from our side, and my team feels it. And I think these are some of being in the channel business for about more than 3 decades. I think that, these are some of the things which hold more relevance in today's time. And not that it has not been important before, because some are definitely the ground rules in the business. So I think in the current scenario, what we see is adopt and adapt. So I think this is something extremely important. I mean, we really need to adopt the being in this business, adopt new technologies, and there are different customer demands now, and we see security, which is becoming one of the most important thing over there. There are new business models, which are new consumption models, which are there. There is a hybrid cloud, which is in thing, and the customers are really deciding how the workloads needs to be distributed. So there are different conversations. So the conversation with the customer is completely changing, and it is shifting from speed and feeds to experience and outcomes. So I think that's something very, very key, and which is important to take a note of it, that this will remain one of the very important things to see, that how fast we adapt to this changing requirement, changing demand of the customer, and what OEMs and markets are there to offer. We are seeing, like I mentioned, about different consumption, flexible consumption models. I'm sure some of you would have heard about Epic services. So this is everything as service. So that's going to be the new Dell offering soon. And in India, it's already been launched worldwide, in Americas, and in some countries in APJ, like ANZ, and Australia, and China, and Japan. Soon it would be in India, and that's where this is going to be a completely new way of working. So everything at Dell everything would be at service. Everything would be sold as service. So there is a great partner play going to be there. There is, but definitely that would require you and your teams to understand the new way of selling, and how the new consumption models are, how you kind of go and understand the customer requirement, and how you kind of propose it. Because these things come in the wake of, because we feel, because as we read, and I'm sure you're reading the same data as I am, and it says that 75% of the data by 2025 would be either sitting into cloud or data centers. So it's all going to be a real-time story. I mean, and the consumption is going to be important. Hey, look, we haven't been able to solve it today, even with a cloud coming in, and say that there is still a lot of like we used to had on premise, a lot of servers and capacities lying vacant. The same thing with cloud. So and at cloud also, a lot of customers I speak to, and there are capacities which are lying unutilized, and they don't have no idea about that, and they continue to pay. So is that really solved the problem, or are we in that journey? I mean, definitely cloud is not a destination. So that's very, very clear. And that's where comes in an Epic services. And that's where you will hear from us very soon in detail, and how this will bridge that part, and will help customer to optimize their investments, and whatever they invested into in deploying IT. So that's going to bring in a lot of simplicity, agility, and customer will have more control. So I think those are some changing models, and I think that's where my point comes is, adopt and adapt. So it's very, very important to see how you and your teams adapt. Moving on, I think second point over there, I feel is that human capital. Now, this is one of the most important things, and talent remains holy grail of technology transformations. I mean, that has been before also, and is today also, and it's more relevant today. This is without a great talent and without that skills in an organization, it's very difficult for any business organization to succeed or do well. So important to see that how do we retain talent, how do we motivate them, and how to see that we hear them and see that they see a growth along with you. This can only happen definitely when you link up with the first point, where we are adapting, we are adopting new technologies faster, and that's where our manpower and our talent is going to play an important role, and they will see a growth because our business will grow. If a business grows, everybody grows. So I think that's another important thing. And as we move it into in this digital economy, we definitely require new capabilities and new skills, and those are going to be extremely critical in this digital economy and to sustain yourself. And it may not look in today, but definitely when it's not very far. And when I say it's not very far, I'm just not talking of more than 24 months. 2 years later, if we have not reskilled the manpower, and because their shelf life will completely go off. So it's a new term there. I mean, skills have a shelf life. So we all need to reskill, and it's not just frontliners or anybody. I think it's for everyone. So very, very critical to see that we kind of continue to invest into the in this area, and be extremely careful to see that they are motivated people with us. Important another topic is on solution offering portfolio. So what does that mean, by the way? I think we have many times spoken about profitability. Channel profitability is one of the important hot topics whenever we are doing any of our conferences or our partner meetings there. So there is one important thing, one thing which which I always say is that portfolio of profitability. The portfolio of profitability, you cannot see a transactional level profitability. So everybody got to see a portfolio of a profitability. Now, portfolio of a profitability only comes with the kind of all different products that we sell, that you sell, or anybody sells it. So different LOBs are there. So we have mostly seen that, it is a 70-30 rule which applies. So what does that mean is, you are basically getting 70% of your revenue is and the profitability or largely the revenue is coming from one product only, and the balance is the 30%. So there is not a clear focus on all the LOBs, because the one single LOB can only sell and give you X amount of a profit. Whereas when you have to sell some high profitable products, and they could be niche, they could be a different one. And that's where if I bring it to you on this chart over here, what does it show is that a product which is in your portfolio, if it has a great market share and a low growth, low market growth, so that's your cash cow. That's what you got to be continuously on with. Now, this could be anything in your portfolio, depends, right? I mean, it could be if you are onto the clients and in the workspace products, so that could be your cash cow. But today, and that's that in last 3 quarters, I think that's been one of the most profitable one, by the way. So product that has a high market share, low growth, that's your real cash cow. And look at the star products. So you will have some of the products that are star, I mean, which have a high market growth and a high market share. So they would going to give you a great profit over there. Then there could be some products in your this thing which would be not, which would not have a great market share either, not a growth. So those are question mark. So, we really need to see that, they need to be relaunched or they need to be replanned.
All right, seems like there is an interruption.
Pragya, because Anil's presentation is not visible, nobody was able to mark it.
All
We
right.
will have his thing after Rajiv's presentation. Please go ahead with Rajiv.
All right, then. So we will wait for things to get sorted,
Hello?
and then maybe we will have it later.
Hello?
On that note, while this was going on pretty
बस
well,
भाई बढ़िया, मैं आपको कॉल करूं, मैं थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम में फंसा हूं,
we
थोड़ा कॉल
need
करता
to
हूं.
shift now. So kindly mute your Sanjay sir, if you can mute your PC. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we will get back to this presentation. Whatever is pending and needs to be discussed, we will discuss it maybe in the later part of the agenda today. For now, let's get back to the next segment, which is, I think, the most important concern as we talk now, right now, given the current situation, the scenario in our industry. So we will have the next topic is about security, the nerve system of business continuity. And this will be presented by Mr. Rajiv Gupta, Director, Channels and Alliances, India and SAARC SOFOS. Sir, are you here? We'd request you to please take over the screen.
Yes, thank you, Pragya, and hope my presentation is visible.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
And
audio is clear.
Audible, and I'm audible too, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so thank you very much, and good afternoon to all my partners out here. And I would like to thank Sanjay and the entire team of SME channels to giving me this platform to interact partners all across India. So for the last 2 years consecutive, this is the second in row that we are not meeting in person. But I always wish to meet in person to you, to all my partners, sharing the knowledge, sharing the, cracking jokes, sharing the experience and having a glass of wine together. But Sanjay has promised in his opening speech that next event is going to be a physical event. So coming to my topic, that the business continuity. In some 3 years back, if organizations always think of business continuity, they always think of having disaster recovery or a data recovery or maybe the backup solution, but barring some large enterprises. But in the last 2 to 3 years, what we have seen, it's a paradigm shift. It's a paradigm shift in the approach and the thinking of the business leaders and the CIOs. Now they are thinking that yes, security is a vital and it's play a very, very important role in the business continuity. I have personally have conversation with some 2 or 3 big customer in the last 3 quarters. They hit it badly from ransomware. Those are where the big companies like 5,000 user or 10,000 user company, and for the 10-15 days they have gone for a pain, okay, but when they are hit by a ransomware attack. So all their data got encrypted, and their businesses, most of the business operations were down for the 8 to 9 days, and it's going to be a huge business loss. You can see the impact of the business. You can imagine the business loss which they have gone through in the last 8 to 10 years in this current circumstances. So now this is the if I talk about the current state of cybersecurity today, as you see during this pandemic, this is the global data, that 300% increment in the cyber crimes. It is the global. If I talk about India, on the ransomware, there was a data for India that 68% of organizations were attacked by ransomware in the last 1 year. So it's a huge, and there is a data from Certain also for the 2020 that 26,000 websites were hacked. So cyber crimes, there is a growth, exponential growth in the cyber crime in the last 1 year, 1.5 years. And if I talk, since we have moved out of corporate perimeter, and now remote working has become a new norm. So we will see this, attack, this cyber criminal is going to be continued in the coming years as well. So public cloud, there is an adoption of public cloud. We all know that that applications, that infrastructure is all shifting on the cloud. It's been there for the last 3 years or 3 to 4 years, but the adoption, the acceleration we have seen in the last 1 year or so. So it's going to be continue, and the cloud breaches will increase in the coming years, since all the data, all the application is now sitting on the clouds. There is a cyber security skill gap is still there and will remain there for that, because the skill set is still in the organizations. There is a lack of a skill set, to handling those kind of attacks, or maybe have a in-house cyber security skills. So there's $1 million question in front of us, that are tools alone enough to protect your customers against the most sophisticated and advanced threats, which in the opening speech, Professor Triveni Singh has already mentioned that what kind of attacks are going on, sophisticated attacks. So are the only tools are able to handle those kind of attacks? So this is a question in front of us. So landscape is shifting. If you see, the organizations are looking for ways to improve productivity, scalability, and efficiency. Hence, they have created very interconnected supply chain. They are migrating their data to the cloud, and in parallel, if you see during the COVID, this situation, pandemic situation, remote working environment has become a new norm. So people are working from the remote, accessing work from home, accessing their corporate network, their applications on the cloud. So every remote worker is a branch office. Today, if I am sitting here at my home, if I'm accessing my network, if I'm accessing my application, so it's kind of branch office. So the attack surface is increasing day by day. And so the attack has also shifted. The attack has become more advanced as the attackers have bigger surface, now larger surface to explode. So attack have become more sophisticated in nature, coordinated in nature. They are using automation in their attacks to cause maximum damage and demand maximum returns. So these kind of attacks we have seen in the past, and we are seeing on daily basis that how the attacks are happening. Ransomware attacks, whether it's a crypto mining, which Professor Triveni Singh has mentioned in his opening speech. So this kind of attacks, sophisticated and automated attacks, are happening today. There is a security shift. IT security shift is also required, to counter, to neutralize those kind of threats. So now we have to think, we have to forget, the set it and forget it kind of policy. It's going to be now a SOC, SOC operations, security operations center kind of approach is required, rather than going for a simple management. You're managing your tools. It's going to be a 24/7 monitoring system is required to counter those kind of attacks. And the technology and IT security and have to have an adaptive security system that automatically prevent as much as possible and constantly learn and improve to this evolution. So what exactly the customers are looking from the cybersecurity partners, the partners like you who are sitting, you are proposing the solution to your customers. So what exactly the customer is looking? So today, if they are looking for a easy to deploy tool, the tools which they can deploy easily, and management, centralized management, they are looking, they are not, want to have a different console for the different tools. They are looking for an easy centralized management system. Integration and automation, since the attacks have become integrated and automated, so integration and automation of the tools is very much required, and is to counter those kind of cyber threats. Services are on pre-sale services, like the before selling the services, POCs and extra they are looking for. Implementation and support, the good implementation, because security, for the security solution, implementation is play a very important role. We have seen many, I have had conversation with many customers and partner in the past. Wherever the breach happened, 90% in the cases, the implementation was not taken care properly. So implementation and after sales support going to be play a very, very key role in the security solution, offering a security solution. Threat hunting and neutralization, as I say that now the approach should be a SOC approach. So there is a requirement of monitoring 24/7 of the events which are happening. The tools will generate alerts, but there have to be someone to monitor constantly what is happening and how before breach happens, we have to neutralize those breaches. So for that, 24/7 threat hunting and neutralization service is required. That's the organizations looking for from their partners. So hence, it becomes equally important for organization to secure everything, securing users, securing networks, securing clouds, as the users are now home users or the remote user, then networks, perimeter is still exist, and many applications are moving to on the cloud. So securing all these three infrastructure is very, very key for any organization today. Well, good news that in Sophos we have the solution for this, for all for the users, for the network, and for the cloud. We have end-to-end stack security stack to counter those kind of situations, right from the endpoint security, that is XDR. Then we have a firewall managed for the cloud optics, for the cloud security, encryption, email security. We have entire stack end-to-end solution from Sophos, which can counter and you can suggest to your customer. Okay, so there is a new. I think in the opening remark, Professor Triveni Singh has said that don't trust anyone. So zero trust is very, very important for today's scenario, as most of the remote workers are there, the distributed network. So ZTNA is going to play a very key role in the coming years for any organization. So first, to verify the user, validate the device, whether it's coming from the right device, is having all the compliance and everything checked before entering into the network, and the access privilege is required as per the profile of the user. So it is, you have to control the access of the user as per his profile. So that is very, very important. Is going to be today and the next coming years. So talking about that incident management response, that is a very, very important point today, because as I mentioned earlier, it's going to be a now SOC approach. So there should be constant monitoring of the systems of your events which are generated from your tools, security tools is required, and action is very important. It's not only detection and hunting. Taking action is very, very important. So from the Sophos, we are offering a service called MTR, that is Managed Threat Response, which is a human-led 24/7 human-led threat hunting service. Not only we are detecting and hunting the threats, we are also taking action on behalf of you. So it's from the Sophos lab, directly from the Sophos lab through our partners. So all the business which we are doing, all the services and the product we are doing, we are selling through our partners only. So this service is also directly coming from the Sophos, but through partners. It's a 24/7 SOC service, SOC kind of service from the Sophos lab, where it's the human-led threat hunting. So we have a well holistic approach for the cyber security. So whatever industry you are, regardless of size, holistic cybersecurity must be considered a top priority and an integral part of the digital transformation journey today. Let me remind you that no industry is immune to cyber threat and attacks. A solid cybersecurity posture can be achieved through a combination of zero trust, next generation tools, which I have already talked about in my previous slide, and automated security system, that we have a central console and all the products are talking to each other, with that we call that synchronized security, and all the tools are working like a system, as a cyber security system. So this is the approach is required to counter today's sophisticated threats, and on top of it, there is a 24/7 hunting and detection services. So partnering with Sophos. So Sophos, we always say that, that sells cybersecurity with confidence. So what does this mean? Sophos always believe in, training and enablement of the partners. So in this session also, I'm sure there are partners which are veteran in selling cybersecurity solutions. And there are some partners who are just emerging. They were, previously selling, hardwares or infrastructure kind of solutions, but now they are entering into security and they are doing good in the last 2 to 3 years. And there are the set of partners. The set of partners is they are just sitting on the edge. Okay, they have just started, selling cybersecurity solutions. So Sophos always believe in training and enablement of our partners so that they can sell and propose the appropriate solution to their customers with the confidence. So we always believe to train and enable partner reps and develop them as an cybersecurity advisor for their set of customers. So we have a lot of trainings which are going on, which keep on doing, whether it's sessions, Friday sessions, or technical trainings, sales training. So it's all available from us on regular basis. So Sophos partner program, it is the last 5 years we are running a robust partner program across India and SAARC and across globe as well. So this is a robust, and we keep on improving it on regular basis. So it based on the 3 pillars: that trusted partnership and profitability and products. So these are some fundamental pillars of our partner program. And it's being a Sophos partner, you have to have access of marketing tools and resources which are there. We will help you out in in the marketing stuff, in the training and enablement. And there are a lot of many opportunities. Together we can grow and cross sell business, because Sophos, if you see, we have thousands of customers, and the product line, if you see, from the endpoint to the cloud to the firewalls, network. So we can have together we can have cross sell and upsell on those set of customers. We can milk your account by maximizing, selling more and more Sophos solution. You can maximize your revenue. So it's all a next gen portfolio. It's a growing company. We have if I talk about the growth, we have as compared to the last year, we have grown by 44%, thanks to the this situation where cybersecurity has now become a priority for any organization, for all business leaders, CISOs, CIOs. They are now taking cybersecurity as a priority. So this is actually continue to grow, and we are going to have more and more profit and maximize our revenue. So this is the unique program which we have started some time back. Like from the last 2 years, we are running the MSP Flex program. This is a consumption-based model, and as the situation and the current situation, we have seen most of the organizations, they are moving from capex to the monthly subscriptions, OPEX model. So MSP is a program for partners. And this is without any cost. You can become an MSP partner and you can sell the entire stack of solution on the monthly basis. All the licenses except the firewall hardware, all the licenses or the subscription of the firewall can be sell on the monthly basis. You can offer monthly subscription to your customers. So it has that there is no need of purchase order, because we will provide you a dashboard from where you can commissioning of the licenses you can do directly online, and a lot of cross sell you can do, because for the endpoint customer you can sell for email security or firewall subscription. And customer retention is also good, as compared to the capex, because monthly you're billing to the customers. And usage of license is on the consumption basis, pure consumption basis. Once you stop the license, once the customer stop the consumption, our billing will stop. It's a unique model which we have proposed, which we have launched in India some 2 years back. So this is for on MSP, and more details if you want, we can talk offline anytime. So nutshell, what we are talking about, what does it just mean to you as a partner, that the cybersecurity need of customer today, next generation firewall. If I talk about tools, It contains of next generation firewall, endpoint, EDR, XDR kind of solution, email security, cloud and mobile, and services. It's managed threat response, rapid response. Rapid response is a service which is incident management and incident response. So it's a if any incident happen, any of your customer, so our rapid response team will take care of it. So it's a services directly coming from the Sophos through our partners for the customer who have the attack has happened or they have compromised, their data breach has happened. So we are there as a rapid response service along with our partners. So integration and automation is required. I'm sorry. So integration and automation as we have a Sophos Central, which is a central platform to manage all our products, whether it's a XDR or network. So you can manage the entire stack, security stack from Sophos from a single pane of glass, that is we call as Sophos Central. XDR and then all the products talks to each other with the technology we use as synchronized security. So this is one cybersecurity vendor, that is Sophos, and you can have one cybersecurity partners to your set of customers. So we help organization in their business continuity plan. So thank you very much. Thank you for today, and over to Pragya.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. That was another insightful session we had. And for all those people who are, looking forward to complete the previous presentation that was interrupted for XYZ reasons, let's get back to that one. We were discussing on the 10 commandments of channel growth. This was being presented a little while ago by Mr. Anil Sethi, Vice President and General Manager, Channels India, Dell Technologies. The presentation was interrupted, and we would like to continue and complete the same before moving ahead for the next entertainment break. The audio is missing here, I guess. Okay, everyone is on mute, fine, right now.
Look forward to having some chat with you offline later. But yeah, I think it would have been great that if we could have all these physical events. But it's been long since we've been on a virtual platform, and this is second year in a row. Look, I think we all know that we've been going through, as a country, as a world, the whole globally, we've been going through the tough time. And last year and a half has been pretty challenging for everyone. And there has been tough times, and there are times when there are current times when we are recovering. And I'm really glad to see that the recovery is phenomenal over there. But let me just quickly touch on 1-2 things that I kind of picked up during this session in pandemic, and what are learnings I think which left us, because there is a lot that was to be learned during this time, and now that we are completely out of this, and we still, the only thing is the acuteness is not to that level. Things which I think over a period of time, when we've been talking internally, externally to the customers and partners and to you people, there are few things which we kind of picked up and learned is that, one thing is clear, that old ways of things does not exist anymore, and neither they do work. So there is a completely new shift, new paradigm, and how we work and how we kind of interact with each other. The whole communication platform is completely changed. It also taught us that we got to grow faster than some of the generations in past, right? Because what we went through, I think many of us who have been alive here today haven't gone and seen to its first for everyone. And this pandemic has really shaken up, I would say, the status quo and laid bare some of the deep-seated problems. And that's what we started to uncover it. Also, we kind of learned over here and during this time that it does not matter how much money you kind of make if everyone around you is hungry and sick. And society and democracy only works when we think for not only about ourselves but for each other. And that was a very, very clear evidence, and was a clear example during this time that everybody has to be well for me to be well. So that was for me it was a huge learning. I mean, it's not just about yourself; it's about each other. And that was, I think, the greatest learning we had, and it also kind of left with us that we need to ground ourselves with the values that will last, and because that's what we need to teach our generations and our children and our people, because this was a time when those things had more importance than anything else, because what values we each one of us carry. And lastly, I think build the community, and it says that no one does it alone, and we all need to do it together. I think this was the one time which came that everybody was trying to come together and extend help wherever they could, whichever way they can. And it has really changed, in my opinion, the mindset of all of us. And I'm sure it's going to help each one of us. So these are some of my initial thoughts, and I'm sure you have your own experiences, because not that it's been an easy thing for most of us over there. And everybody has this new piece of learning. When we get to meet each other physically sometime, I'm sure it's going to be a great sharing of experiences and what kind of we as human beings are more relevant for, rather than just for the business. So I really look forward to some time in future that how soon we can all be together in some event and get to face. At Dell, we've been trying to set up our annual conference, but we haven't been able to do that because of pandemic. Hope things get better, and we are up for the next year. We are very hopeful when we are opening up our offices and we get to meet each other. So with that coming on, how the recovery has been, I think that's where that was the most unexpected recovery that we have seen it in the last 3 quarters. What a phenomenal comeback Indian economy had. It is just booming. I think I don't know about you, but I never expected it to be so fast. Comeback would be there. We look at the stock markets; they're booming. Look at the kind of IPOs which are coming up of these new unicorns which have got created. Amazing it is. New investments are coming up. Real estate is coming back, which was the most sluggish one, by the way. And the government has really been helpful in bringing the interest rates down, not only for the home loans and other thing, and even for the businesses. So there is all over. If I see around, there is most of the verticals I see are either coming back or have come back more stronger than before. Look at pre-COVID levels of fuel consumption has been achieved. There is, in recent festival time, I heard that there was a great buying and consumerism was on the top. I was reading somewhere, it said that consumer loans were the highest ever. The credit card spends were the highest. So that's really, really great to see what does resilience people have. Indian economy has, and Indian society has, and the way they've come back. So I think all in all, it's a great thing for all of us for business perspective, and for us also. It helps when the economy booms and country is doing well. You anyway going to get a benefit of that. So I think we are on that, and it's time to ride the tide, and that's where That's very important, and good to see. Hope to see that this kind of continues in IT. It has been phenomenal quarter, last 3 quarters. First 2 quarters where we had announced this result, I think they were the best ever results we had it, and they were record quarters for us in India, and where we had a double-digit growth in every single business. Market shares boomed, and there was a great business which we saw across LOBs. Each and every LOB grew, and channel business had a high double-digit growth. And was the most heartening was that it was across the a partner community. We had 3,000 plus partners, and the way we had about 1,200 to 1,300 partners, which was super effective over there. And the way we had the feedbacks from some of them, which was very positive. It was very heartening to know that everybody was profitable, and they were really doing. They said, this is the time when they're enjoying the business the most, and at the most unexpected time. So all in all, I think the excellent time and great thing for our business, and I'm sure the industry itself also did very well. I think all across there was a great amount of growth, so which is great for all our partners and people who have been in this business. I think we are lucky to be in this business at this time when digital transformation is at its peak. Every single business is transforming, and IT is no more an enabler. It's a business itself in many of the new unicorns and many of the new companies. So all in all, great signs and very positive outlook and forecast for the future coming quarters also. I hope we all continue to see this momentum going on. While that is on, and this is what you people are also experiencing, let me share some of the thoughts. I mean, I've been told to say, given the topic, to talk about 10 commandments, and I'm not an expert, but these are some of the thoughts that I have it from our side, and my team feels it. And I think these are some of being in the channel business for about more than 3 decades. I think that these are some of the things which hold more relevance in today's time, and not that it has not been important before, because some are definitely the ground rules in the business. So I think in the current scenario, what we see is adopt and adapt. So I think this is something extremely important. I mean, we really need to adopt being in this business, adopt new technologies, and there are different customer demands now, and we see security, which is becoming one of the most important thing over there. There are new business models, which are new consumption models, which are there. There is a hybrid cloud, which is in thing, and the customers are really deciding how the workloads needs to be distributed. So there are different conversations. So the conversation with the customer is completely changing, and it is shifting from speed and feeds to experience and outcomes. So I think that's something very, very key, and which is important to take a note of it, that this will remain one of the very important things to see, that how fast we adapt to this changing requirement, changing demand of the customer, and what OEMs and markets are there to offer. We are seeing, like I mentioned, about different flexible consumption models. I'm sure some of you would have heard about Epic services. So this is everything as service. So that's going to be the new Dell offering soon. And in India, it's already been launched worldwide, in Americas, and in some countries in APJ, like ANZ, and Australia, and China, and Japan. Soon it would be in India, and that's where this is going to be a completely new way of working. So everything at Dell would be, everything would be at service. Everything would be sold as service. So there is a great partner play going to be there. There is, but definitely that would require you and your teams to understand the new way of selling and how the new consumption models are, how you kind of go and understand the customer requirement and how you kind of propose it. Because these things come in the wake of, because we feel, because as we read, and I'm sure you're reading the same data as I am, and it says that 75% of the data by 2025 would be either sitting into cloud or data centers. So it's all going to be a real-time story. I mean, and the consumption is going to be important. Hey, look, we haven't been able to solve it today, even with a cloud coming in and say that, there is still a lot of like we used to had on premise, a lot of servers and the capacities lying vacant. The same thing with cloud. So and at cloud also, a lot of customers I speak to, and there are capacities which are lying unutilized, and they don't have no idea about that, and they continue to pay. So is that really solved the problem? Or we are in that journey? I mean, definitely cloud is not a destination. So that's very, very clear. And that's where comes in an Epic services. And that's where you will hear from us very soon in detail, and how this will bridge that part and will help customer to optimize their investments and whatever they invested into the in deploying IT. So that's going to bring in a lot of simplicity, agility, and customer will have more control. So I think those are some changing models, and I think that's where my point comes is adopt and adapt. So it's very, very important to see how you and your teams adapt. Moving on, I think second point over there, I feel, is that human capital. Now, this is one of the most important things, and talent remains holy grail of technology transformations. I mean, that has been before also, and is today also, and it's more relevant today. This is without a great talent and without that skills in an organization, it's very difficult for any business organization to succeed or do well. So important to see that how do we retain talent, how do we motivate them, and how to see that we hear them and see that they see growth along with you. This can only happen definitely when you link up with the first point, where we are adapting, we are adopting new technologies faster, and that's where our manpower and our talent is going to play an important role, and they will see a growth because our business will grow. If a business grows, everybody grows. So I think that's another important thing. And as we move it into in this digital economy, we definitely require new capabilities and new skills, and those are going to be extremely critical in this digital economy and to sustain yourself. And it may not look in today, but definitely when it's not very far. And when I say it's not very far, I'm just not talking of more than 24 months. 2 years later, if we have not reskilled the manpower, and because their shelf life will completely go off. So it's a new term there. I mean, skills have a shelf life. So we all need to reskill, and it's not just the frontliners or anybody. I think it's for everyone. So very, very critical to see that we kind of continue to invest into the in this area, and be extremely careful to see that they are motivated people with us. Important another topic is on solution offering portfolio. So what does that mean, by the way? I think we have many times spoken about profitability. Channel profitability is one of the important hot topics whenever we are doing any of our conferences or our partner meetings there. So there is one important thing, one thing which which I always say is that portfolio of profitability. The portfolio of profitability, you cannot see a transactional level profitability. So everybody got to see a portfolio of a profitability. Now, portfolio of a profitability only comes with the kind of all different products that we sell, that you sell, or anybody sells it. So different LOBs are there. So we have mostly seen that, it is a 70-30 rule which applies. Now, what does that mean is, you are basically getting 70% of your revenue is and the profitability or largely the revenue is coming from one product only, and the balance is the 30%. So there is not a clear focus on all the LOBs, because the one single LOB can only sell and give you X amount of a profit. Whereas when you have to sell some high profitable products, and they could be niche, they could be a different one. And that's where if I bring it to you on this chart over here, what does it show is that, a product which is in your portfolio, if it has a great market share and a low growth, low market growth, so that's your cash cow. That's what you got to be continuously on with. Now, this could be anything in your portfolio, depends, right? I mean, it could be if you are onto the clients and in a workspace products, so that could be your cash cow. But today, and that's that in last 3 quarters, I think that's been one of the most profitable one, by the way. So product that has a high market share, low growth, that's your real cash cow. And look at the star product. So you will have some of the products that are star, I mean, which have a high market growth and a high market share. So they would going to give you a great profit over there. Then there could be some products in your listing which would be which would not have a great market share either, not a growth. So those are question mark. So we really need to see that they need to be relaunched, or they need to be replanned, and how you need to see that. And there could be products which are completely dead and they do not do much, neither the market share, not anything. So that's where you kind of, it's like you need to disinvest in them. So it's important to see in the portfolio that you run it in an organization. Today, I see many of the organizations have multiple things being sold. Are you really able to give that amount of a focus as a founder or as a chairman of the company? Because there could be infrastructure products, and under infrastructure, there could be multiple starts, could be workspace, storage, server, and then you can move on to other products like security is there, virtualization is there, then networking could be another one which is there. There are multiple things, and then there's some component level selling happening, services is going on. So while we have everything over there, people will have, but they may not focus, and they may not see that which product can get more profit and can sell more. So that's very important to see. Now it's not that no one knows about it. Everybody knows about it, but it's been seen that most of the time these things are sold when the customer is demanded. It's not pushed that way to the customer, or it's not, the conversation is not around that. So I think it's important, and it's not that you may not understand. It's more important, all those things I'm saying is that, is this being understood? You may understand, but is this being executed at the ground level at your staff which is there, or your team which is there? Do they understand that? Do you review that? And it's a constant review. It's not that once it has been said it will happen. No, people do not change so fast. It takes a lot of time for down below people to change, because your priorities could be different, and they could look at the whole same thing in a very, very different way. So I think it's extremely critical that we build strengths on that portfolio and have a right portfolio, engage with that all that right OEMs and products, and see that can help you with the portfolio of profitability, and that's where the that's where it can really be a game changer for everyone. Going on, compliance is something which is super critical becoming as we move on. Not that many organizations have changed, and I think in last couple of years it has been a big there has been a big change in this part. But is this really adopted by everybody? Now this is also comes in an adoption area. So it's very important to see that across the your companies, people understand that because it's super critical today to see when you dress up your P&L, you need to be compliant with our tax laws, with our every single financial institution laws that they have it. Are we doing that? Are we maintaining that financial discipline? This will further help to see that how you can optimize the capital, because capital costing is very high in India. Now, when the capital is an expensive one, and so how do you really need to see that is that after having the entire organization which is compliant and is as per all statutory requirements, are we able to get a capital at a better premium, at a better rate of interest? Answer is yes. So that's what is the biggest thing. When I talk to many of the banks and other financial institutions, and within our system, our financial leaders over there, one of the thing in India is that and we are how safe is your money, and that comes down to the point: are the organizations compliant completely to the statutory requirements? And that's where once we are compliant and once we are good on our P&L with all these aspects, people are ready to offer a better rate of interest, and that's where the capital costing comes down, and that's where the hence will be your profit, which will increase. So most of the times, forget some of the people, large companies who would have a fund flow from international funds would flow in. But if you take a cost of an India money, it's very important that each organization in India to see that how they can bring down the cost on the capital. Because I have gone through some of the P&Ls and I see that in the P&L the interest paid itself on the capital is quite high, and that eats up into the margin. Now, margin is an X amount of a thing that you can make up in the market, right? I mean, because you work in we all work in the competitive environment, right? So if my costing is not good, then the other guy, nobody's going to give me more margin unless or until I have something else within my company, and I can sell that. And that I'll come to that point in a second from now, and that would bring me to the point of how would be the branding important. So I'll talk about that. But so here is another point, which is this will be the point which gets interconnected to say that when your bankers and your people have your trust, they know that what organizations are, you will start seeing this cost coming down. But apart from that, what's important is on this point is, I think this is trust is a fundamental in any business. It is you to have trust in us, and we to have trust in you, and your customers to have trust in you, and you to have their trust in customers. So it's kind of one thing which is so important and works both ways. And if this is there, doing business becomes easy, much easier. It has been seen. There is a study on this, and by the way, this is being talked more these days than before. That if you have a trust and the loyalty factors are there, your business outcomes are much more better. It is much more easier to do, and because this just changes the whole way the two people are working. and two people are two organizations are interacting. When I say two organizations, means customer and you. So, and with OEMs and you as well. That's where the loyalty comes very important. I think we just have we've been into the we came into the market where we could do, and we could be a multi-product seller, and the loyalty was not something which was the only important thing, I would say. It would be opportunity-based loyalty. So, but I think as we have moved on, and we experienced that phase also, but as we have moved on and seen that, I think this is one of the most strongest thing that, and one of the most important thing that is there and that underlies, and it is most of the time unsaid, but it's more experienced. It is felt more, right? So this is this feeling the other guy needs to have, and we have to ensure that we have left him with that feeling of trust and loyalty from our side. And it has to be demonstrated in our actions and in the situations when we are, because that's the time this gets stronger. And standing by each other during those tough moments, and helping each other during those tough moments, very important. And pandemic was one such time. And I think so, and I would like to mention here, not shy away from telling this, I think we as an organization stood by each and every distributor of ours, or partners of ours. We did multiple things in supporting the business, that because it was a different requirement with the different people. It wasn't this one single thing. I remember in last year in Q2, when we were there, when the pandemic had just struck, and I think the entire market payments went haywire, and things were pretty tough. And we had a lot of discussion with our partners and distributors. So we did a lot of exceptions that time, and we ensured we helped them with the extended capital and credits, and to see that, how we can do. There were a lot of other things done, and that's not a time I can go into detail, but I think that was the time to demonstrate. And I think likewise, our partners really stood by us, and had you people not been there, I do not think that we would have had such a phenomenal success in the past 2 quarters, which we had it. And this has been this is a salute to you all, and thank you very much for believing in us. On coming on to the 6th point, I think invest in customer relationships. There's nothing new. I think everybody knows about that, and not that you don't understand this. But what's new thing in this is probably, let me just take a second only to explain, to put my point across over there. I think everybody focuses on, all what we strategize, every single thing that we do it, even customer is in the center of our thinking, and is the same with you also. But I think in the changing time, there's one important thing being seen is, there are many options coming up with the customer, and there are many new models coming up. So it's not a simple capex buying anymore only. So while it is, but it's not just that. So the question comes is that with that customer, how much share do you have? So I think that's one which is very important, of the products that you sell. So this is one thing which each one of you, if somebody would be doing very well about it, but it's a point which you should take you to the to the whiteboard and go through it and see, is it true? Is it right? That do we have a dominant share, or do we have a right share? At least you should have a right share in that, because customer, one is demand. The relationships keep changing. People keep changing. They're bringing their own relationships. Now this, I know it's not easy. There's no simple answer to that. But that's the area which you need to force yourself to think that, what kind of stickiness you can bring in. It is, it may not, whatever you are, what the reason he's buying today to you And why do you think that he may not be able to shift that easily to the person or a competition? If that answer you can give it, and that answer can be discussed in your meeting rooms, even if you don't have a right one, but if you do this discussion, you will land up into some 60, 70, 80% of it, and there would be 30, 40% of implementation of that thought. So you'll see a change in that. I think that's very critical, because there is a customers more and more coming and saying, hey, look, look at it. I mean, it's across in the world that where a lot of startups and people are coming. It's coming from people are having, most of the business models that are emerging is direct to the customer. So in that atmosphere which is coming up, so it's super important that a value needs to get defined and relationships need to be super strong over there to see that customer doesn't change his buying pattern, right? So that's something extremely critical, and and that's what we need to see, that how and you continue to stay relevant in that game. So which would be very important. And I'm not going to be preaching here, and you all are super experienced people who run great organizations, and I have learned a lot of things from you. Many of you are my friends, and you have been a great teachers to me, and I have learned that, and you do people very well, but it's just a point I want to leave it with you, because it's a changing scenario. It has changed before, but it's this time changing faster. So important to see that you have your focus on this brand identity. I think this is something extremely critical, and that's what I was talking in my earlier discussion over there, that it's important to see that the organization is known by it. That's where you are. Even if you see the customer investment, we are talking about relationship. I mean, somebody needs to say, hey, if I was to do a data migration, for an example, the best company, this is the best. I mean, if they have this XYZ solution, I mean, I'm going to go with Mr. A partner. And these companies do this thing phenomenally well. I'm going to go to this Mr. B partner because they have this capability. They are experts into the security side, and we're going to have the implementation. We're definitely going to have a chat with them. So we really need to kind of bring in something that is not easy for another organization to accomplish in the shorter time. So that skill, that capability is very important, and that helps you build a brand. That helps build you, helps you position the company in a different way with the customers, in his mind, in the customer's mind. So I think these are some very important things, and which we may be doing it, and you may be doing it, but are you doing it consciously is more important. If it is not being done consciously, then I don't think it's done. So it's not a part of your strategy. So being part of it has to be part of the strategy. It has to be in your action to say that, we're going to focus on this thing. We're going to help build this thing. So super important is this, that, you and your teams are working. So your teams are also thinking the same way that you are. At least they know, we got to build a brand of a company in these two areas, maybe, and we need to be known into these two areas. I mean, not that mean that the rest of the business you need to stop, but that's important that people identify you with something. Moving on, I think this is our pandemic teaching healthy mind and is a healthy business. So I think one of the couple of things learned. I mean, this everybody has it in their own mind and own way of looking at it. And I have some of you have really taught me during this time in our conversation how to remain and how to find inner balance. So I think I learned this. Not that I just kind of have been able to implement about 20-25%, but maintain internal inner balance is super important. I mean, that's, I think, the key to this, to see with the with what are our external actions going to be and what are our inner thoughts are there. I think these two things help us maintain that balance. So it's important to see how we strike it right, and we strike this balance in our day-to-day working, and definitely it helps a lot. There is never been a time when I think you all will agree with me, where we have never given so much of importance to the health. And there has been great learning to see that, this is very, very important. Every single part of the body got tested in this time. So I think we have a learning here with us, all of us. I think it's all about implementation, so which I'm sure we all are doing. Evolve and improvise. I think this is something which everyone knows it and is doing it in some way, but is not doing enough. So if I think they are evolving is happening by the force and the fear pushed by the market and the external environment, but improvise is something which gets stuck over there. It's not, it does happen with somebody, and some companies do it really well, and some companies leave it to time to take it, take it on time to happen. But I think this is important, because as the external conditions are changing, and the way, like I mentioned about the way the consumption models, the way buying patterns are changing, the way that IT would be consumed is changing, the way new offerings are there, suddenly different things are becoming more important. Like we spoke about security, and we spoke about how is the how hybrid cloud is coming up, workloads shifting, different DRs getting created. So the way, so all this thing has changed. Earlier it used to be a very different way that customer would consume IT. And I think so it's important that organizations continuously improvise it and see that they evolve with the time, because it is let me put it another way. So it's a time when we are not supposed to be known as a general physician. We got to specialize in something, and we got to see that we have evolved in this. So general physicians are important, but specialization will take the company to the next level. I think that's where it is. So, but towards the end, as it brings it to me to summary, I think we spoke about every single thing over there, how important has been business, and what are different ways to do it. But there is definitely, when you come to an end, and you got to be taking risk, and got to be a bit maverick. Take a calculated risk, but risk has to be taken. And I can just tell you one thing: you can count on us at Dell Technologies. And when you want to make a jump, you can have a leap of faith on us. We'll be standing behind you, and I'm sure you'll do same with us, and ensure that there is no businesses have grown without taking this, and you already have done. I mean, you've been there, so itself has been this journey. Most of your companies are 15-20 years old. It's not been easy. There are multiple up and downs have been seen, but yeah, I think we come to another phase of the company's career and company's growth. I think it would be important that each one of should be taking right and calculated risk to see that the companies can grow faster and can have more and bring more value to the customers. So I think this is what I kind of wanted to speak about, and these are few of my thoughts. Like I said in beginning, it's not that no preachy thing here. I mean, you all understand this more well, but these are some of the things which I have been I think are very critical and important. I have shared with some of you many earlier also, and they continue to be. And I think when we are looking at, many of you look at to see that our company's valuations increase, and we are able to we are able to sell some equity, or we are able to bring in some more capital. All these things can happen with a great P&L and with some great customer base, and with some good skill set, which is human capital, which we have. So this will definitely help increasing your valuations. So I think the great picture, as I started with saying, Indian economy is, but it also says by 2025, every single sector we see a big digital opportunity. Whether you see financial services, job and skills, agriculture, health, education, logistics, retail, I think everything is going to grow because, like I said, that in many of the places, it is now become IT it's not just an enabler, it's a business itself, because without it, it's difficult to do business. And so I think that's a great state to be in, and a great time to be in the industry, and booming India market. So I see all the luck to you. I wish you all the luck, and I see bright future for all of us. So see you in the field, and I'm sure we will be more closely working with you in this year, in last quarter of this year and the coming time. We at Dell, I can commit on behalf of my team, we stand committed with you at every step of the journey. This is a picture of some of the senior team members. So we were there. I think this was in our last conference, but I one more time want to thank each one of you for your phenomenal contribution to our business, and you standing by us and helping us support with the customers and making our customers happy every single day. Thank you very much. You guys have a lovely day ahead and a great session in this today's SME channels and awards, and wish you all the luck and see you soon. Bye and thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for all that you have spoken about. I think this was one powerful session that we have had. We missed on to very important points earlier, which I think is now covered. So I hope that this session brings more light on the issues. And of course, we have, as you spoke about, strengthening the relationship between all of us who are working together in industry like a family means a lot. Thank you so much for all the time. And with that, it's time now for a quick entertainment break. And we have a flute playing session by Jitendra Google, Director Channels India SAG from Fortinet. Let's enjoy some melodious flute, and then we'll continue with the next presentation. The audio is missing. Yeah. Enjoy, everyone. Thank you. I hope this break entertained you, and I must congratulate Jitendra sir for such a beautiful flute presentation he just did. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we move on to the next presentation, which is on the topic ICT B2B channel business amplification. And this will be presented by Mr. Avinash Vadva, co-founder and CEO, ICT Circle. Good afternoon, sir. Hope you're doing well.
I'm doing really great. Thank you so much for introducing. And I'm happy that you guys are still arranging everything under the pandemic for last 1.5, 2 years. Though it is my first presentation, I would say, about my company in India, as well as with any company with whom I'm coming here. So I found a friend in Sanjay who thought that this will be a good opportunity to come and speak about our business. We have a very unique business. Maybe I'll show more, and then probably it will be more easy for everybody to understand and decipher the rationale behind it. So once again, thank you, everyone. Thank you for being present today. And I would just need a small attention of next 10-15 minutes from everybody, from all the members. And I'm sure there will be a nice takeaway, which everybody will take from this presentation. And it is very, very, very relevant to the channel which we are working on. All of us are a part of a channel. And let me start with a brief background, like what exactly I'm going to talk about. So as we all know that the business trickles down to the end user by using the channel, which we all are a part of. And vendors, OEMs, they kind of sit on the top of the ladder. They produce various technologies, they bring various products, but to reach to the end user, they need a complete supply chain model. So like any business, they have to look at the territories which are relevant to them. They look at the flow, that how it will flow from distributors to the system integrators and the resellers, and then kind of creating awareness among the end users. So all these activities happen parallelly. And we all also know that no single vendor can do all these things on their own. So they have to depend on a channel to penetrate in any geography. All this while for last maybe 20, 30 years or 2-3 decades, as we can think of, the things are more or less being done in a traditional way, where a vendor reaches out to distributors, distributors reach out to system integrators and resellers, and they all talk to each other, educate them, train them, bring them into their partner circle, and then, make them ready for the end user to be serviced. This process was going on good till many years, and before the advent of a lot of SaaS things which came into picture, like especially for the software industry. And yes, on the consumer side, companies like Amazons or Flipkarts or Alibabas and everybody started connecting various business or individuals to buy and sell things to each other. Majorly, it was one way. It was mostly buying. Consumers were buying things from various platforms. Selling was also happening on other platforms like OLX and all, and eBay and all has been happening for many years. But again, it was for one odd product, two odd products and all. So B2B business was not still that much mature. I looked upon this few years ago, but probably that time the market was not set, and maybe the adaptability and the adoptability, as Mr. Sethi of Dell was talking about, people were a little reluctant, okay, because probably there was a security reason, probably transactional models were not that defined, probably bandwidth issues and many other resistances which we create sometime on our own. Maybe we feel that we are happy and complacent with the model which is going on. So I think pandemic kind of changed the thoughts of everybody. Connectivities became more seamless. People started trusting each other. A lot of trusting models came into picture. A lot of technologies came into picture to identify the right kind of partners with whom we are doing business. And so kind of adaptability, which has been, very massively taking shape in this era for at least 1.5 years. But in our case, we started working on this close to 2 years, and we thought, let us try to take a risk and, create something. Good luck to us that we found, in the tough times, we were able to find that our platform is the right match. And probably that's a good time to launch it. So I'll share with you my screen where, I'll walk you through a few of the things so that, you're aware exactly what we are talking about here. Just give me a moment. And I would be happy if any of you guys want to, ask any questions. It will be my honor to answer that. So 1 second. Is my screen visible to all?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Perfect. So my company name is ICT Circle, and it is, as I said, revolves around the partner channel. So we have created a kind of circle of partners where we have given a slogan like you all have to connect and grow together. So it's a very community kind of a platform where all the stakeholders of the ICT channel can be a part of it. And Sanjay suggested me this heading, I would say. He said ICT B2B channel business amplification would be the right title for this particular event. So I adopted that and I'm happy about it. So I have given some of my details below. Maybe, if you have seen that, I'll move to the next screen. So if you look at this first screen, so I'll take some time on this screen and give you a bit of an idea what exactly is happening. So we can see the right-hand side animation, which is talking about the key stakeholders, vendors, sellers, distributors, SIs. They all work on day-to-day basis with each other, and they face certain challenges. Some of them I have highlighted here, like they want to see the secure transactions happening. They are looking for business fundings. And again, I'll refer to Mr. Sethi's point that, compliance is very important. So is the balance sheets, and so is the cash flow. And so is the cost of funding, which can always be brought down. And other factors like people want to know what is happening in the businesses on day-to-day basis. So where do they get this analytics? Yes, big companies can always have multiple sources. They can deploy large agencies to work for them and get them analytics, and they can have large team in their offices to work on them. But what about the mid-tier and lower tier of the channel? I mean, when I'm talking on mid-tier or lower tier, it's not only for SIs and resellers. Even there are small vendors. There are small distributors. They're maybe distributing 2 products or 5 products or 20 products. So these are the challenges which are normally faced by all the personalities, all the personas, and definitely the transaction insurances, because we sometimes see that transaction happens, but the payment gets stuck, or something goes wrong, the company gets dud, or they file bankruptcy or go Chapter 11. So various things are happening on day-to-day basis in that area also. And we have kind of addressed majorly most of the channel issues which are normally seen in the market on day-to-day basis. So I'll, as you can see, that ICT Circle was founded vision of bringing all the stakeholders, that is vendors, distis, resellers, and all, to connect, engage, and transact securely. So it's not just about buying, selling. It's about transaction is not always of money. Transaction can be of thoughts. Transaction can be of sharing the knowledge, learning, certifications, training. So many things are possible. So all those comes into transactions. So we have got some unique features which we have thoughtfully integrated as per our knowledge, and we are always improving on them based on our market research, feedback, and as per our partner community have onboarded, and they keep on suggesting us. So if you look at the challenges which are faced normally by the ICT IT channel, picking up vendors for a moment, say they have to find the right channel. So how do they do it? Today they go maybe to the, I mean, don't take it on a very individual basis, but today they go in on very individual level, talk to some friends working in certain distis or certain SIs or certain resellers, that they're all good, but sometimes they're not appropriate for that product, but they end up signing up with them. So how do we do that? How do we make it better? They have to do product launches. They have to do partner trainings. So if you look at these days, most of these things have moved on to cloud because of the physical events not happening in. But even if in the near future, the physical events, if they start happening in, still they might have to have a very hybrid model, because they have to look at the cost optimization. Say they want to launch a product in 5 countries, or maybe 5 states, or maybe 250 partners living in different regions. So how do they do that? They have to first identify the partners and then maybe stage some road shows or events, or maybe they can work on them maybe on individual basis and take to them on webinars and Zooms. But we have provided one particular platform here where they can pick and choose various partners in different regions based on their requirements, and we can help them arrange those trainings. They can design their go-to-market strategies. Also, they can alter their channel partner programs as per the requirement. One thing fits at one place doesn't mean it will fit in the other place. Of course, branding and marketing as per the respective regions can also be altered, modified, and customized. I will not go into each and every problem, but I'm just highlighting there are many, many more challenges and problems which they face. I've just picked a few points. So please bear with me. And if you have any particular question, or if you feel any particular point comes to your mind, do share with me. Same, now you go to the case of distributors. They always have a challenge of onboarding the right partners. Here, the channel was the problem for the vendor. For the distributor, the problem is of a right channel partner. They always get stuck with sometimes inventory which is getting not sold in time, or they have bought it wrongly, or they couldn't probably forecast it properly. So when they know the right channel, when they know the right market requirements, they can optimize their inventories, and they can save a lot of cost on that, because inventory is not just a cost on buying the goods and stuff. They have to store them. They have to see whether they don't become end of life. They have to sell them in time. I mean, general rule of thumb is like 90 days or 180 days. If a particular inventory is not selling, definitely it's going to lose its price or lose its demand, and they have to shell out, or maybe they have to write it off in some cases. Also, then it brings to the cash flow challenges, because if you are stuck with the credits in the market, inventory in the warehouses, probably your balance sheet will not look that good. Your banks will not give you enough money. You will have to collect or engage a lot of people to bring that money back to the business. So those issues are day-to-day problems. And most important is partner credibility checks. The partners with whom a distributor is doing business, whether how credible they are. And maybe because credibility changes with the last moment. Like today, at this moment, I'm credible. Maybe after 1 hour, I go dud. They cannot check it on very regular basis. So they might do an exercise, a monthly one or 3 monthly one, or it depends on which tools they use. Now, if you look at system integrators and resellers, they are at the bottom tier of the total channel, and they have a big issue because they don't have enough budgets for marketing. They don't have enough budgets or a manpower to reach out to the clients which they want to reach. Hence, they always face that they are having less business on hand, and they just start living with it. They sometimes have issues of finding a right product for a right project. If you look at a project, sometimes they go and pick up the things which are relevant to what they can supply to that project, and they leave a lot of other things which are there in the project on the table because they don't know how do we supply them. So if they know that there is some platform where I can find those products, they will not leave any opportunity. They will bring up those things, and probably they will start finding the right suppliers for them. And hence they can, increase the value with the same client. So, and then they can find new businesses also with those clients, and they will be able to serve because they now know the sources. They have a challenge of training and certification. Sometimes a particular training is happening in a particular city or at a particular time. So their resources, they get engaged. So they sometimes skip off those trainings. Now, if a particular vendor or a distributor is arranging some training on a new product or an existing product with new features, or maybe a general training about, improving their knowledge, now they can attend online, all those things. I mean, EdTech is not a new thing, but yes, we have embedded that also in our platform. Resellers on the other side, as we know, they are having a very limited area. Because if you look at the whole scenario, vendors work sometimes globally or continentally, distributors work very nationally or regionally, system integrators are working very provincially, unless they have number of branches in the same country or different countries. And resellers are always left a very small territory because they have their kind of restrictions or budget issues or constraints, and they cannot trust people, and they cannot open showrooms everywhere or offices everywhere. So each of them has their own territory or a play field where they operate. Am I going right in a speed, or do I need to slow down, or if any comments? Hello?
Yeah, all good. You can go as you are going.
All right, perfect. So if there is any question or anything, do let me know. Awesome. So I go to the So I go to the basic, layout of our dashboard. So when somebody signs up, say, especially resellers and system integrators, they are welcomed on this dashboard, and this dashboard gives them a lot of things to work upon after they sign up. And they sign in into the platform, they can see their salutation, and then various other features put into various left hand side menus and the top end quick launchers, where they can see how many quotations they have received. If they've got any broadcasts somebody has sent, they can check on them. They can search the products from the search bar given based on the part numbers or brands, or maybe a distributors or a category, or maybe some other reseller. So the whole idea is when they search the things, they will get into the page. This page is scrollable. I've just taken the first shot, and they can see what all other things are going on in the platform. So things include the market research, the market intelligence, how the things are being searched by different people, searched by brand, searched by price, the product, the categories. So they can do a lot of surfing on this platform once they enter, and they can look at the products which they want to buy. Also, they can create their own broadcast which they want to sell or offer. They can upload their inventories, and they can also create their close partner circles. So I'm sure everybody is now familiar with WhatsApp. It's nothing new. For the last 10 years, people are using. So in WhatsApp, we create our groups, and same is in Telegram. And also this is as easy as that. People can create their own partner circles. That can be a circle based on their products or based on the choice of people with whom they want to talk about. They can also broadcast very selectively a certain group to whom they have formed the circle. They can get various trainings which are announced by the various other the vendors and distributors. So the top row, if you see, it shows you quotes and quotations, broadcasts, events, product launches, announcements, trainings. So these are the various icons which relate to the various services offered by various vendors and distributors. And if they're relevant to this particular subscriber, they will get the notification of that. So here, the beautiful part is they can select which notification they want. It's not that they're getting bombarded with a lot of launches and a lot of emails and a lot of quotes and a lot of requirements. They have a very selective approach which they can do it on their own. They can create a profile of their team members on their company page. And that profile can also mention about which person is dealing in which product. Say a particular person is dealing in servers. Now, today, if we call some company and if we don't know the person who is dealing in that servers, or maybe firewalls, or maybe switches, we have to go round robin, and we have to just look at things here and there and ask various people till we reach the right guy. But if the information is populated on this platform, one doesn't need to do all these things. Can just get into the search, find out the person who is dealing in that product, and we can straight away reach to them. So this particular platform helps everybody in a different ways, and it can be very handy on day-to-day basis. When I move on to the next dashboard, which we have specially created for disties and vendors, because these are the different requirements for different people. Disties and vendors are normally selling the product further to the channel to reach it to certain places. So I've deliberately taken the Dell products today because since it was a Dell kind of presentation as a premium sponsors. So I thought, okay, maybe I can take a reference that if, say, Dell wants to launch a particular product, say if they have taken a product and they want to create some announcements, if they want to go for certain training on a certain product. So they can display those things over here, and they can pick and choose which all kind of, actions they want to do, whether any events are coming up for a certain product launch, or whether they want to do any partner meet, any trainings, any announcements. Announcements can be as simple as change of executive movements. This GM has moved from this place to that place, or this kind of a thing has been announced by Dell in some other region, which is probably listed or published in various other mediums, but it can also be put on this particular platform so that people who are here can also look at those kind of announcements. So for vendors and disties, we have created various tools here: channel communications, channel growth, marketing and advertising, lead generation programs, and they can do all these activities. And further down under these, you will find some menus which can be used for partner trainings and partner enablement. So this is a very good tool for that segment as well. Plus, they can see what channel is doing. So they have a complete knowledge here that in the channel, what is happening, they can create their own circles with certain distributors and certain partners. They get the overall intelligence of the market by knowing which company or which person is searching for their products or a similar products of theirs. So they can have a lot of value from this platform. I'm sharing some key features. There are many, as I said. So, on platform message center service, one can start, if somebody has found some product, they can immediately start a session. They can start chatting with each other about the product. They can learn, they can negotiate, and they can, close the transaction over there. Then we have got a broadcasting service, which can be a passive service. So you select a product, select the audience, put your requirement, whether you want to buy it or you want to sell it, or you want to impart some learning on it. So you can broadcast it to your set of members, or you can broadcast it to your all if your product is, accepted by all the people. Say something like a very broad-based product like Microsoft, for example, they want to do some broadcast, they can do it here. But some other products, they say, no, I'm only interested in displays, and I'm only interested in maybe printers. So they can receive these messages sent by those vendors who are dealing in those products. Subscribers, all the subscribers can upload their inventory and showcase to the partner community, because it will help the search build better logic, because they will be looking at products from various people. And as I said, once the product is searched, the person who is interested in that product can create a session and maybe send a request, and they can create their own room and chat. And that comes to my second, other point, which is formation of close partner circles among selected group. So you can create partners by people, by company, by products. So various kind of groups, partner circles can be created, various groups. Doing the launches, I shared with you earlier in the previous slide of vendors and distributors, events, product launches and announcements, as well as product trainings. And I move to the next one. Besides the thing, what happens in the business on day-to-day basis? We have all done everything. We have searched the products. We have found what we want. We have met the person whom we want to do business. We are now ready to get into the market, but we have a fear. That is a trust factor. Can I deal with them? Will the product will be good? Will I get my payment on time? How, even if I get the product, will that be the genuine or new, or the way I purchased it, or it will be different product? So we provide certain services, which we call as business essential services, to support the transactions. So one can be, 100% assured about that those services can bring them the right product. The buyer will be satisfied that, yes, I am happy what I wanted, I got it. And the seller will be happy that, yes, I received my payment as agreed. So looking at that point in today's world, I think that although we are all connected, but trust deficit has become a kind of a zero trust, environment. So these things become very handy for people to conduct their business. Also, once they have got into this kind of a transaction, they look for logistics, they look for insurances. So we have arranged logistics and insurance APIs and platforms, which can give them a choice that, okay, I want to use a particular logistics company and let me send them my requirements. Or they can go for a bidding also, that I have this much of stock or load and I want to ship it from point A to point B, quote me the best rates possible. And they can get those things from our logistics partners. Coming to the trade funding part, which is a very essential part. Sometimes some orders which we want to execute, we are short with certain funds. We are not having maybe 100% payment ready. Maybe we're short by 10, 20% or 30%. So we can fill that gap by collaborating on those areas on individual basis after checking the credibilities and complete background check, so that those funds can be given as a short-term loans for 60 days, 90 days, 1 to 3 days. And also we can help in invoice discountings if they're working with the organizations where the credibility is huge and we have checked the complete transaction. We can help the suppliers by invoice discounting or maybe PO discounting also in some cases if this is really legit. We do provide inspection and verification services for companies, because it depends like whether they want, they trust the company from whom the products are coming, or everything. But if they, in case they feel that no, I'm want to be doubly sure and I want that some random checking should be done so that it gets verified, we provide those services also to our clients. So the platform is overall a very huge kind of a business business essential kind of a thing. It's not just this business essentials, it is much beyond that. Plus, we provide on-platform marketing opportunities to subscribers. Like there are certain ad spaces which has been allocated for everyone. I mean, it's no that only X personality can use or Y, but yes, it is open. Somebody wants to make use of the marketing engine. We do give a very regional location-based marketing, so that if somebody wants to do only in one city, we can give one city, tariffs. If somebody says, no, I want all over the world or all over India or wherever, whichever countries we are present in, then they want to be in those countries and they want to advertise in different geos, we can help them with those ad spaces. And there are a number of options on the platform. There are right on the landing page also, there are, after login videos also, and such many other kind of purple, we call them purple slots basically, or purple tiles, which we have allocated for various locations very strategically. So like, I'll give you a small example. Say if I'm going to show 20 categories on the front page, each category will have certain marketing slots, and those marketing slot can be mapped with a particular territory, a particular tile, a category tile. So a category is say laptops. So now if it's showing 5 laptops, and those 5 laptops, maybe 1 or 2 tiles are dedicated to sponsors. So as a search, those products which are searched by the customers will pop up, but at the same time, there will be some sponsored tiled area demarcated for the sponsors and the advertisers. We do content marketing business completely. If somebody wants us to do certain content for them, maybe a video graphics or a written content or different kind of content, maybe blogs or anything, we can help them in that as well. And SEO strategy and support we give on those kind of marketing activities. Lead generation is a big thing for both vendors and distributors, and we do lead generation on demand basis. We have different kind of tariffs on that, and we can talk if somebody is interested on that. Event planning and management, we will definitely be going for, as I said, you can do product launches, you can do trainings, you can do certifications. So various things can be done on virtual as well as on ground basis. As the market opens up, the physical meetings again start. So we are going to have those kind of trainings also as a piece of our offerings. And process is very simple. Now, how do somebody onboards? Right? So we have a subscription program, which is basically 4 types of subscriptions we offer. That is a startup, and then executive plan, premium plan, as well as ultimate plan. So each plan has different offerings, different features, and different kind of sets meant for, some are meant for, if I say ultimate, which is the highest one, is more meant for vendors and distributors, because there are certain tools which we have put in there are more relevant to them. But other 3 plans can be taken by anyone. They can understand it, they can see which features work for them, and they can sign up for those plans. Luckily, currently, since it's our launch in India, so I would say, as I started with, this is our first ever webinar, and this is a kind of a launch, also kind of a soft launch for our company in India. So we are offering a kind of a 90 days trial also. So we can offer people to join us and see for themselves what exactly is happening here. And the onboarding process is very simple. We definitely do the background check so that right partners with relevant and active business and accounts are our members, and not the ones who are going to create any nuisance. So we do go through the complete KYB, KYC process. We follow all the compliances, which are very, it's a demand of the day. So various agencies, whatever guidelines they have laid, so we go through that. AML, GRC, GDPR, based on different countries. So we look at those things as well. Also, we have a kind of now, the question comes like, if somebody is verified and all, and if somebody is a very legit a subscriber, how it will be displayed to the other person. So we certify and verify those partners with the recognition. So we got some badges program which gets enlisted with their company name, that this particular partner is verified and certified by ICT Circle as well as a third-party external agency, so that the trust gets built among the partner community that this, yes, they are going to do business with some company which has been fully trusted upon. And also we provide a very secure payment gateway for all transactions to process through blockchain technology. Now, this is, I know this looks like a buzzword these days, but yes, that makes sense because we need to have a legit single transaction code for everything. So we have to mention it. But yes, all these transactions nowadays are being used using blockchain technologies. So it's not something different we are doing, but yes, we are doing something practiced and accepted very well. I think with this, I close my presentation, and we have got a global headquarters in Dubai. And in Dubai, we have been working on our platform for almost 1 year. We have few hundred subscribers already on our platform. As for my last recall, it's now some 500 plus. And in India, we have recently taken an office in Pune, and we have satellite offices in shared offices spaces in Mumbai, in Delhi, in Bangalore, in Hyderabad, and we're expanding in different cities. So we have a very aggressive plan to cover India in the next 1 year. And I hope if you find some value out of this, do reach out to us. We would be delighted to serve you. I stop here. I welcome if there are any questions so that I can answer them.
So I'll quickly check if there are any questions for this segment. Okay, not yet. If somebody wants to ask something, please feel free so that we can answer them and then later on close this session. Seems
Awesome.
like.
Awesome. That's great. And nice for giving me attention for my last 15-20 minutes presentation. I really am thankful to Sanjay once again and SME Channels, and looking forward to doing business with you guys.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for all your time. I hope this association goes a long way. We have been actually becoming quite friendly with this platform from the last almost now year and a half. We have been meeting quite frequently and have been discussing issues and things. And hopefully it has been proving quite beneficial for a lot of us. We believe the same will go with this as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Good to have you here. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we had no questions as of now. That's why we are moving ahead, and we have another presentation coming your way. Well, this one is on reimagining secure digital amplification, which will be presented by, Mr. Rajiv K. Abhichandani, Senior Manager, SMB Channel Sales, India and SARC Fortinet. So so we'll start with this one. So we see your screen here, audio. Can you check the audio?
Yeah. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Okay, hello and good afternoon, everyone. Usually I speak after Jitu, Jitendra Google, and I hope all of you like the flute session by him. And I'll tell you a secret here. He keeps telling me, Rajiv, I will ensure that the partners and the audience are glued onto the screen. They don't leave their seats, and then you do the talking. So thank you, SME Channels. Thank you, Sanjay, for having me here. It's a great opportunity to connect with the industry colleagues today and hear them talk about how the economy is recovering, the businesses getting back on track, and most importantly, the exciting times that lies ahead of us. I'm going to talk about not just the digital transformation, but the secure digital transformation in my session today. Security in this changed IT world has become so important since we have all been living on the edge. I'm today connected from my home edge, accessing this event today securely, secured by Fortinet, and also using a mobile edge parallelly. So this is what has happened in real, right? We have seen explosion of the cloud edge, the home edge, the OT edge, the campus edge, and many more that have evolved since the pandemic strike. Cybersecurity has accelerated like never before because these new edges bring in new challenges like expanded attack surface, and they must be protected by all means. Today, we'll look into some of those key challenges of exploding new edges and how Fortinet platform approach is driving positive outcomes with its customers today. My name is Rajiv Abhichandani, and I'm responsible for the SMB channel sales for India and SAARC. And I'm based out of Mumbai. Really hope all of you are keeping safe, keeping healthy. Well, I'm sure you all know about Fortinet. We are number one cybersecurity in the world. But don't just take our words for it. These figures that you see on the screen quantify the statement. In India, we are gaining significant market share, winning deals in security-driven networking space, and helping customers achieve their secure digital transformation journey. If you look at the market cap size, and if you look at some of the very recent developments, it will be fair to say that we are the number one cybersecurity company in this space. We are listed in NASDAQ, financially a very strong and healthy company, a debt-free company. Every third firewall UTM appliance shipped worldwide is Fortinet. And if you have been following Wall Street, if you've been looking at our shares, of late, it has a story to tell in itself. And Fortinet continues to work on its mission to secure people, devices, and data everywhere. Well, coming to the digital transformation, what's digital transformation and what's driving it? We all know about it. It's the distributed application, the remote workforce, the waning parameter. And 78% of the organizations are currently using cloud in some form or other. 51% of organizations use multiple public clouds, and 70% of the workforce will work remotely at least 5 days a month by 2025. All these figures are fine, but tell me, is it all of these factors that contributed to the digital transformation, or was it COVID-19? I think everybody knows the answer. We all know that the digital transformation journey that started a few years back have a different dimension, have a different connotation today post-pandemic. And let's look at some of those business goals, that are driving the secure digital transformation today. The user experience and the hybrid workspace is driving network transformation. The business agility, the productivity, more and more applications migrating onto the cloud is driving application modernization. And anything that gets hooked onto the network is secured by design is driving cybersecurity today. But wait, let's look at some of these challenges, at the bottom of the slide, where, some of these initiatives are hitting the wall. 70% of work from home users are reporting performance issues with business critical application. 150% rise in ransomware in 2020, with the average extortion doubling up. And we all know about it, it's no brainer. The IP routing configuration, disparate management consoles, and highly distributed environment is compounding to the rising cost. But there are a couple of reasons why this is hitting the wall. As I said, there are explosion of multiple edges after the pandemic. The perimeter is disappearing, and so we have the broadest attack surface. We have more number of users than outside the enterprise, than accessing inside. We have more number of unmanaged devices accessing from outside than inside, and we have more and more number of applications outside the enterprise network, that's accessing the systems. But the underlying problem is the fragmented security solutions, which most of the organizations, most of the enterprises have. Pre-pandemic, it is okay, but with the explosion of the expanded attack surface, you cannot have a disparate network policies, operational complexities, and most of the time, these isolated or the endpoint champions or the cloud champions or the network champions of the world do not talk to each other. To that end, Gartner says that by 2025, 3/4 of large organization will be using a vendor consolidation strategy, up from approximately 1/4 today. So we all know that it's the integrated approach, it's the platform approach, it's a collaborative approach that we need to take in the secured digital transformation, which will be covering the broadest attack surface that have evolved recently. Well, I'm going to talk about one of the highest performing platform. We call it as Fortinet Security Fabric, which is broad, integrated, automated, and it provides the enterprise protection and user experience at any edge. It starts with the thought leadership, FortiOS 7.0, right in the center of the sphere, as you see. And this is supported by the three important tenets, the security-driven networking, which combines the security and networking into a single system, and then it can be extended to any edge. Zero trust access is the talk of the town. Every company is embracing the zero trust access in some way or other, and it's all about knowing and controlling anything and everything that is hooked onto the network. And third is adaptive cloud security that provides the native security in a multi-cloud environment like platform as a service, infra as a service, and software as a service. This is underpinned by FortiGuard Threat Intelligence, a research organization which collects feeds and inputs from a variety of sources. And then, this is processed by our threat hunters, researchers, and then shared with the customers in form of threat intelligence, and not just the threat intelligence, actionable threat intelligence. The unified console, the SOC and NOC centers ensures that everything is managed from a single pane of glass across the security fabric that you see here. And it's an open ecosystem. And here we have the APIs and connectors connecting to the third-party solutions in a heterogeneous environment. Let me debunk, or let me decode the previous slide that you just saw and talk about security fabric in form of solution, in form of the products. Contrary to the belief that Fortinet is a firewall, a UTM appliance leader, we are here talking about 50 plus product that is part of the security fabric. And there you see the pillars that I just talked about, security-driven networking, which is the nerve center of whatever we do, fabric management center, adaptive cloud security, zero trust access, and this is powered by one OS, which is FortiOS 7.0, right? So just you can eyeball some of these products that we take it to the market, and this is our elevated pitch with each and every customer, not just in India, but worldwide. Well, if I peel the onion a little bit more and I show it to you in this form. This is not a technical slide, but this is a representation of how the security fabric sits into the different elements, aspects of customers' environment, whether it is data center, LAN, remote office, mobile users, public cloud, multi-cloud environment, and SOC and NOC center, protecting the broadest attack surface that is possible. And, that's the key, that you have a platform approach that protects each and every edge that is evolving today. This is where the rubber meets the road. And if you see the attack surface on the left-hand side, which is security-driven networking, the endpoint, adaptive cloud security, fabric management center. And on the right-hand side, you can see some of the solutions, the key solutions that we take it to the market, where each and every attack surface that you can fathom of is being protected by this platform. Well, this is an award-winning solution, and how can I forget about the one edge solution? which is designed for cloud-first, security-sensitive global enterprise. And this solution, I'm sure all of you know about it. It resonates with the customers so well. The one edge solution that encompasses SD-WAN, network firewalls, advanced routing, zero trust network access, and the visibility and analytics all into a single box or all into a single form. And this is the integrated edge powered by one OS, one management. We call it as the Fortinet One Edge solution. For some of the matured players who have adopted the cloud native journey and have the multi-cloud environment, whether it's the on-premise data center or the branch office, this is industry's first one edge solution for multi-cloud, protecting all, if you see the AWS, the Azure, the Google, and the interconnect, how it happens, and the seamlessly, connecting and protecting each of the cloud on the ramp is the key here. And some of the IT, outcomes that you can expect is seamless network overlay, consistent security posture, single management console, and zero touch automation, right? So it's all automated, self-healing network, that comes into the play. Well, moving on, if I have to give you a simplistic architecture of how the one edge solution works, on the left-hand side, you see the traditional network edge, which has the firewall, the router, the management systems, and different tools for visibility, which makes it a complex, inefficient, and expensive affair. And if you see the one edge powered by one OS, this is simple, agile, and cost effective. And the goodness is, you can have it in any form factor, whether it is the physical or virtual or on the cloud. So we have a consolidated function into one WAN edge powered by one OS. Well, if we talk about the business outcomes, it's phenomenal. It's brilliant. 10x superior user experience and productivity improvement, 99% increased business uptime, and 65% lower TCO that our customers are getting, right? And that's why I said, this resonates with the market, this resonates with the customer really well. Well, this is the Gartner's Magic Quadrant. We have the SD-WAN players or one edge players, but the question that we need to ask is, are they really secured? On the left-hand side, you see the Magic Quadrant for network firewall. And this was released just 3 days back by Gartner, and you can see Fortinet is right there on the top in the leaders quadrant, and this is for the 12th year that we are there in the leaders quadrant. We take utmost pride in that. On the right-hand side is the 2021 Gartner's Magic Quadrant for one edge infrastructure, and there you see Fortinet right on the top. No competition nearby actually, and the ability to execute is the highest. And the powerful story is when you combine both of these together, and I have been saying that this is all one edge, one OS, one management. When you combine the security aspect and the networking aspect, into a single system, this it makes it a very powerful story, that is sounding with the customers in the market today, right? Well, if we talk about the partner journeys and what are the business models, that our partners are embracing today. So we have the 3 models from a go-to-market perspective. We have the integrator model, where the partners are largely focused on selling on-premises. MSSP, as most of the customers are getting onto this. Here, the partners have the substantial part of their revenues coming from managed services. And here, Fortinet offers the consumption-based, commercials. The flexi pricing, offerings are there for the partners. And third is cloud, where the partners, who have been born in the cloud or they have recently embraced cloud, they deliver new consumption models through the cloud. Again, the goodness is the partner can have one or all 3 of them as a business model, if they have the SI business and the managed services business and the cloud business as well. Final thoughts. Fortinet's Secure One Edge solution is the leader in network and security convergence, which works on a platform approach, and is driving secure digital transformation, trusted by 30,000 plus customers worldwide and 100% channels driven, right? So if you have not positioned this yet, it's time to go to the field and talk about the Fortinet One Edge solution to your customers. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out to us, or you can put it in the chat window. I'll be happy to answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your time. And with this presentation, we definitely are gaining more insights about various topics. And that's why we all meet on this platform. Thank you. Thank you once again with that.
But yeah, are there any questions? Any questions from the
I don't
audience?
see any in the chat box right now. And as you have already mentioned, if somebody wants to ask something, maybe you can just message him personally in the chat box. No, nothing as of now.
All right. Thank you, Pragya. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy
Thank
your
you
day.
very much, sir. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to a very interesting segment for today's agenda. We will now have a chat with editor segment, and this will be, I think, on the screen now. We will have the chat with editor with Mr. Anil Sethi, Vice President and General Manager, Channels, Dell Technologies. During his presentation, he already said that he's looking forward to some chat with Sanjay sir, and I think now is the time. We are all looking forward to this session. Let's see what's.
Thank you, Pragya, for nice introduction and bringing in Anil into this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the fireside chat with Mr. Anil Sethi, Vice President and General Manager, Channels India, Dell Technologies. We'll now hear from Anil about his perspective around the channel business and some of the evolving technologies and context to how the industry is moving. Hi Anil, good afternoon and welcome to SME Channel Summit and Awards. I'm really excited to hear from you about your perspective on some of the things that I'm thinking about.
Hi Sanjay, good to see you again, and as always, it's nice talking to you. I hope the session is doing great. Yeah. So talking about, giving you my perspective, I think the channel is become as I always say, is an integral part of our business, and has been one of the biggest contributor to our success in India. This has we had a phenomenal first half. There's been a double-digit growth across the LOBs and our channel business, which was coming on a very high base. So thank you to all the partners. So first of all, and that has been phenomenal. Without them, we wouldn't have been able to do. Talking about what's changing, I think there's a lot changing, Sanjay, over here with us. We are on the verge of launching Epic services, and we already have done it in most part of the world, Americas and US, Canada, and in Australia, China, Japan. But we are on the verge of coming up in India soon. And so that's all about new consumption models. And this is where we are going to be changing this is a conversation changing game from speed and feeds to experience and outcomes. And there are going to be various consumption models. So this is going to be a time where customer can we saw that, Sanjay, that customer couldn't we were not able to solve the problem with the cloud, which has been talked too much about, right? And did that solve the customer problem? But we saw that it wasn't really. So, we still see the capacities lying vacant and people not to know, they continue to pay and do. So we have a new consumption model where to say that, you can, and that's been, by the way, launched in India already. It's called Apex Data Storage Services. So that's the completely a new offering, which talks about customer, whatever X requirement he has, he just needs to commit a 40% of that to us. That's all. And we give him the entire unit. So I'll give you, just to simplify this with a small example in a second. So somebody needs a 1 petabyte of it, and customer needs to commit us 400 terabyte, and we ship him a 1 petabyte box. And if customer, it is a metered system, and the customer can really pay us only on a subscription basis the 40% that he committed. But in case in between his load, he had to increase his capacity sometime to 50, 60, or 70, that accordingly he can be metered and can be given. So we invested, in a way you look at it, we invested 600 terabytes of the storage at his premises. So that's actually letting him know he to use whatever he needs, and he's having more control. So that's kind of a changing model. And though similarly, there are many new models coming up over there from consumption models, which we would be soon launching it in India. So I think that is going to help partners tremendously, and they're going to play a big role in that. We already have spoken to some of our key partners who have shown interest in that, and we are continue to talk to more about this and see that how we can land up soon. So that would be launched in Q1.
All right, Anil, thank you very much for revealing such an important announcement that Dell has made. I have particularly some questions for you, deep dive questions. Before I start, I must congratulate you for winning the channel, most favorite channel leader award in this very event, where I think 2,000 of channel partners whom we asked the question, they said that Mr. Anil Sethi is the befitting person to win this award. So you are winning most charismatic channel leader.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you very much. And thanks to all the partners who voted for me and gave me this opportunity. So thank you very, very much. I have to say this to them, that I really have loved and enjoyed, and I continue to do that, working with each one of you there. You have no idea what I've learned from you, and how much I have learned from you, because you are the real business entrepreneurs. Because people who run payrolls, I feel, are the bigger ones, and they have a huge responsibility. And what they do is not easy. It's not something what we do. So thank you to all of you over there, and really appreciate this, and hope Sanjay settles down for a big party soon, and we all have a drink together.
Definitely. Yes, absolutely. Let's have a party after this. All right, then. I'm hitting my question button for you. I've got 4 questions for you. The first one is, you are looking at this market, data is everywhere. There is a kind of explosion of data, connectivity improvements have happened also. On the customer premise, digital acceleration is happening all across. And obviously, this is very, very important and critical for the organization. How is Dell Technologies solving the challenges for the customers?
So I think this exactly was, maybe I said it in earlier question as well. So it's definitely a data era. It's definitely, which we all hear, and you were hearing, 75% data, they say in 2025 is going to be in data centers or on cloud. So yes, we are super prepared on that, and that's where I just mentioned a while back that Epic services is going to be the game changer. Game changer in 3 important things. First, it's going to be bringing a lot of control to the customer. It's going to help partners to ensure that they can build in the annuity business. It is third, it's going to be entire, it's the heavy capital intensive area is all being load taken by Dell. So you can imagine the entire period of the time when the customer wants to use the infrastructure, whatever period it is there, it is on his consumption model. It is on what he will actually pay that, and in the most transparent way. So I think that's one thing which is definitely there, and that's what you will see will actual consumption of the capacities will happen. So people will not end up spending, customers will not end up spending something which they have in an unplanned manner. So I think that's what it is going to be there. So that's what we are completely ready with our all offerings. Even our current offerings are really our storage offering and our compute offerings are I think if you look at the market shares, we are top in most of the places there, and these are the ones which are helping build all the data centers. So that's where the whole data gets processed, right? So everything is sitting onto this infrastructure at the back end somewhere.
All right, Anil. Anil, I have been monitoring Dell Technologies' growth movement for a long time. I think last 5 to 7 years. Now, this in few quarters, I'm seeing that there has been a phenomenal growth for Dell. There has been key wins for last few quarters. This has been announced in public forum. Your global leaders have also accepted. You also said in your very presentation or keynote on the 10 commandments. So what kind of role are you seeing for the partners in the success journey or the success story of Dell?
So as I mentioned, Sanjay, earlier, that our partners play a key role. I mean, worldwide, by the way, globally. And in India, the story is similar. In fact, our India, we have almost like about 55% of our business that happens through channels, right? And we are not only invested in terms of the just the business, but we have heavy investment in the manpower for the channel. The channel manpower, heavy investment is to serve the channel partners. So our dependence, when you invest, so I have a very simple philosophy. When you invest in people for any particular business, that's the biggest investment, because that's always a constant OpEx. And that's what we have done. I think we have a big investment of people into the channels to see that our partners are well taken care, get a good experience working with us. We may not be perfect. And I tell you, we are, and I actually do not believe it to be perfect, because I always say we are in constant beta state. We are improvising, we are learning, we are changing ourselves, because important is to change it with the time, and the demands of the partners with the times are also changing. But to your question, the partner, I think channels they are super important. They are backbone of our business, and will continue to do so. Even in our new offerings which are there, the channel partners will have a great role to play in selling and servicing. So there would be a lot of servicing and a lot of other options coming up over there. I would say there is all bright spots for the channel.
All right, you said about data, this age of data. Data is something which is changing the entire market scenario. Along with the data, you also agree that cloud is something which is changing the future of the market. So cloud is everywhere. The adoption is humongous, whether it is private cloud or public cloud or the hybrid cloud. So how do you see, or what are the pieces of advice you have for the channel partners to stay them relevant and create growth momentum in this cloud age, particularly for these channel partners?
So I think I mentioned about building skills. So this is very important. This is the time when there are 2 or 3 things I would say. Let me put it in context here. So first, most important thing I think for the partners is that to ensure that the people and are reskilled. They are able to do those conversations with the customer, because it's a changed scenario over there. So I think that's first and most important thing. And we run a lot of training programs to see that partners people are fully trained. So that's one thing which is to let you know. The second most important thing is to see that, they are able to build a lot of some of the partners I know they're doing, not many are doing, but is build services around this and there are services capability. I mean, when I say data migration, it could be it could be application level services. It could be any of these kind of services which are coming up, security services. So it's very important to see that they are able to do that, because these are some of the things which are required. Either it could be on-premise solution or on cloud. And third most important thing is not to forget that, and not to mistake this at any point by any partner, I would say. It's a very dynamic market. So we are seeing repatriation of the workloads. So there is a big demand on the on-premise as well. So not that you just kind of move in one direction. You really need to strike the balance over there and see that, which was your strength area, you continue to build that. Many a times it happens, people just focus on new technologies so much that they kind of go off the track, what they were good at. So that's anyway happening. And that data center building capability is super important, because even you will see hyperscalers doing that, a lot of people doing that. And this has become evident and clear that it's a market of hybrid cloud. So you are not going to see everything up there. There's going to be workloads which are going to be on premise. And specifically in certain verticals, it's so important. I mean, certain verticals are 80% on premise, right? And certain, it depends. I mean, and they are, and like I said, repatriation of workloads are happening, because that's not a really, inexpensive solution, by the way. People found it out. Now that's what customers have seen it over a period of time. Once you kind of engage in that, and that's what has been seen. So good that it is a realization with the customers and everyone. So it's but for the partners, and these 3 things would be very important, as I mentioned, in this changing time. And they really need to stay vigilant and up in the market to see that they are able to service their customers with the changing needs. And I think that's about it.
All right, Anil. Today in this platform, we have got so many partners, very key people in the entire ecosystem. There might be some who would be Dell partner. There will be others who are not doing Dell technologies as part of their business, portfolio. So can you? You must have spoken this many times, but can you reiterate? Can you say again? The key benefits that Dell offers to its partners to stay focused and dedicated to driving Dell business.
So you mean that? I'm sorry, I'm going to understand this question a little bit. So you're saying is that the benefits that being a Dell partner is there? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I'm asking about the key benefits that Dell is offering. Maybe, I mean, obviously Dell partners know it, but there might be newcomers to Dell portfolio or partner program who might have been knowing it, or there might be non-Dell partners who must understand, who must listen to you.
Got it. So I think there are. Let me say these are going to be 3 important things. So I think the first is that we have the we ensure that the partners, when they are signed up with us, they have an opportunity to enhance their status by becoming titanium, platinum, or gold. So that, and by the way, this is a really a changing part, because lots changes with the status, by the way. So that's the first thing. So how do they do that? We skill them, we help them, we give the trainings to our authorized partners also to see that they can graduate to those statuses. So that's the one thing. And the most important thing, I think we ran the best marketing, best partner program in the industry. And it is the most comprehensive program, I would say. Not that because I only I'm here only, so I'm saying it, but it is, and many of the partners will vouch for that. And people who are already participating with us and working with us closely. It's the best program which is by alumni. And it is not just a flat program. It helps you grow from your small base to the bigger base, and as the revenues, as the business grows for each partner. So very progressive program, and really helpful for the partners today. And the third also is that we run a great. I think we are the only people in the industry who do this, and I take pride in saying that we have everybody runs an MDF, but we also we today allow partners in with our MDF to go and invest and go and spend and donate onto the running activities for during this pandemic, and doing CSR activities and helping people. Because one of the biggest motto and the objective of Dell has been always, you would have read, is human progress. So one is that we were doing, so we have also involved partners along with us to see that they can go and also do that activities, and they can use the marketing funds for that. So very extremely unique one. And this is something, I mean, everybody spends on the business in increasing demand and doing anything, right? So this is something completely new thing which we have introduced and do it. So I think these are three things. But apart from that, I think we have a supercharged team into each region, a big presence, and one of the finest sales force in the industry, which work very closely with the partners and help at the customer level to see that together in the partnership we can work together. Like I said, never in a perfect world. It's not that we would be everywhere great, but that's an endeavor. I mean, that's what we work. That's what we do. That's what we fight internally. That's what we live and win and celebrate the success together with them. So that's what we do, Sanjay.
All right, Anil, I think you rightly concluded that we are not in a perfect world. We always endeavor and try to do better and better every time that we attend to do something. So thank you, Anil, for taking time out from your busy schedule and be present on this platform and speak to the entire community of channel partners. Thank you very much and stay safe.
Thanks, Sanjay. You take care too, and thanks for the opportunity. Have a great event. Take care. Bye. And thanks to all the partners over there. Bye.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Anil Chetty, Vice President, General Manager, Channels India, Dell Technologies. Thank you, Anil. Pragya, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. That was one good chat we just heard and witnessed as well. With that, we come to the next presentation on hybrid work and partner opportunities. This will be presented by Mr. Kunal Patel, Director, Sales Team Viewer. Over to you, Kunal.
Thank you, Pragya.
Thank you, sir.
I hope I am audible and
yes, sir.
Okay. So Okay, so thank you everyone for joining in today. Thank you SME channels and Sanjay and Sanjeev to giving me this opportunity. And it's a very, very apt topic at the very right time. Hybrid work and what does it mean for partners. So for those who don't know me, I am Krunal Patel. I head India and South Asia region for Team Weaver. And I'm based out of India. You can see my credentials there. A very, very happy season of festivals. I hope all of you had a very safe and happy season with your family and friends. We are completing 3 years in India now, and thank you all for those who have grown us and has been with us as a partner. And we definitely are in always in a constant lookout to have more and more partners. So we would be very happy to involve you who are still not there. So TeamViewer today has become a massive connectivity platform and has grown in last 15 years to become one of the most horizontally versatile solution offerings company. We are basically working towards creating a world that works better, which basically is for society, for customers, for partners, and for our employees. What we do, we provide remote connectivity platform, basically to access, control, manage, repair, or engage. And that across all the devices, all the operating systems, across different industries and different use cases. So why it is a very, very opportune time for partners to look at this scenarios? I would explain this via some of the global mega trends, and TeamViewer is at the center of this. Future of work. We have been discussing how do we create office which is ready for future ready, which is hybrid, which allows working from anywhere. There are so many smart things, edge devices, which are coming and entering into the network every day. As a partner, you have been tasked on so many projects where we are talking of not common IT endpoints, but also devices which are a part of the automation, operational technologies. Everyone is talking about carbon footprint reduction and sustainability. Automation is the new, I would say the pull forward effect because of the pandemic has accelerated the discussion around automating certain processes. And of course, connecting the unconnected and helping them to do their job better. So TeamViewer offers solutions which actually is catering to this global mega trends. And as a partner, you can look into this one or many or all and take it to your customers. You can, if you are serving a manufacturing company, you can look at smart manufacturing. If you are looking at a healthcare company, you can look at telemedicine. If you are looking at a 3PL logistics company, you would look at how carbon footprint reduction and how warehouse management could take place. And we play a very important role in all these use cases. Today, TeamViewer offer you a solution across your IT support for customers, simple IT tools for IT management, extended connectivity platform for managed devices, for managed connectivity, not only across IT, but also OT, and then operational workflows for augmented reality and Industry 4.0. Why hybrid work is important? I was going through a very recent research report from NASSCOM. And friends, this is one very eye-opener, I would say, for me as well. And this is completely India, where they surveyed, I think, 1,500 plus organizations. And the response is very interesting. 70% of the organizations feel that they will continue doing hybrid work, which means that, there will be a work from home setup as well as a work from office setup. 83% of that 70%, which is basically around 1,000 organizations with 1,000 plus employees, 83% of them said that, that would be the model going forward. When they spoke to employees, 40% of the employees say that they would work 1 to 3 days a week, which means that, there will be balanced 2 days to 3 days work from home. So work from home is here to stay. Work from anywhere is required. And the number one request which each and every employee has for an employer is flexibility. How do we work from anywhere now? So hybrid work in your customers ecosystem or in your customers industry would vary from different ways. There are 20% or 30% of connected workers where we deploy all the IT systems, who has a desk, a laptop, a mobile, who is connected and who is working. And then there is 60 to 70, or in some cases 80% of workers who are deskless, who does not have a computer or a mobile or a desk. Now, friends, both this connected workers as well as deskless or not connected workers are opportunity for you, and which can be taken to your customers. So let's start with the first opportunity, which is connected workers. How are these connected workers behaving in the new normal of hybrid workplaces? What do they need? Basically, organizations need to allow these connected workers to work from home very securely, and to allow them, support them from anywhere on any device. And with TeamViewer solutions, you can very securely create point-to-point connections for allowing remote working in a secure manner with all the checks and balance and reporting. And not only that, with our standard employee remote support solution, you can also support these employees from anywhere. And this is basically what you can talk to your customers. We don't stop here, friends. We also offer a very holistic approach towards IT support management. It is basically offering asset management, monitoring, patch management over the SaaS or internet, website monitoring and performance, endpoint protection, and endpoint backup. And this suite of products in a modular way can also be given to your customers. And this is what all the industries, large, small, medium, are looking at. How can I protect my endpoint, ensure that the endpoint is connected, and ensure that the endpoint is performing at the optimum level? And that's where IT management, IT support, and work from anywhere comes very, very handy. Connected workers also has a very important aspiration to meet, collaborate, and chat. And that's where our omni-channel conference solution becomes very handy. You can now very easily sell this to your customers like a replacement of any meeting solution. And it can allow doing all hands. It can allow doing meetings in breakout sessions or in short formats, large formats for larger audience. And you can very well use this in an independent manner, which means that this is nothing to do with our remote support or remote access or remote control features. This is purely video conferencing, web meeting, and chat solution. So having said that, for connected worker, allow them to productively work, support them when they need the support, let them collaborate like they are in the office, and all this with a very secure GDPR-driven network, end-to-end encrypted with all the checks and balances. And that is the value proposition which you can take to your customers as an opportunity. Collaborate like never before, support like never before, and work like never before. Friends, having understood about the connected worker, now let's move to an even more interesting topic and a bigger opportunity, which is deskless workers or the workers who are on the field. When I say deskless workers, they refer to say in manufacturing, it could be a floor engineer. In after sale support, it could be a support engineer on the field. It could be anywhere who is doing the warehouse management for logistics, and so on and so forth. There are so many job descriptions in so many industries which are impacted and which requires to be given the right amount, right solution to get them connected to the mainstream and main systems. What is the challenge in that area? One, it is fragmented, which means that people are doing digitization, but their focus still remains around protecting, optimizing, and making connected workers productive. What about the disconnected workers or the people who are not on the computer? 80% of that workforce is that, which means that we have a very huge open opportunity which needs to be supported. Friends, this is impacting people, which means employees, service providers, as well as customers. It impacts every process in every industry, whether it is training, whether it is maintenance, whether it is field services and after sales support. So this is an opportunity which opens up a huge discussion with all your customers. We are having customers who want to use our visual AR web services solution into their own application. We can create customized AR applications for remote support. What does that do? It basically does exactly the same what it is expected from the virtual remote support, and which means it does screen sharing for cameras. It will allow you to file transfer, and it will allow you get an expert demand when required. This can be rendered on a smartphone as well as on a smart wearable. The benefit to your customers, it will reduce their cost, improve on their turnaround time, resolution time, and also will add to their reduction in carbon footprint. So friends, remote support on computers, desktop and IT equipments, remote control and monitoring of OT equipments, and then the field support or the visual support for the people who are not connected or people who are doing the real job on the field are the areas which actually come together as a real opportunity in this new hybrid workspace. We would be very happy for you to invite you for our partnership program. Our partnership program is very, very simple. We invite you as a business transaction partner. We don't ask for any upfront commitment. We ensure that you have a fair amount of lead, amount of engagement with us. We support you throughout. We have training programs, and we would be very happy to have all of you as our partners going forward. Why partner with TeamViewer? As I just explained, a market opportunity is huge, and we have solutions which can fit in. One of the most trusted brand. You don't need to invest anything at the beginning. We need you to use this solution as a mix to ensure that you have an upsell opportunity in your existing customer. And you have trainings, you have support from TeamViewer, local office in India. We take care of post sales, and you also have market development fund, which is available on case-to-case basis. Not only that, we have been recognized by a lot of third-party and independent rating agencies, whether it is Trustpilot or G2 or Capterra. And that what gives us the confidence that we are able to produce and give very good solutions to our customers. And so would you be very happy to take to. That is what I want to talk about today. Connected workers, deskless workers, remote support, work from home, collaboration, engagement are some opportunities which, my friends, you should never miss. Every organization across and all the industries have that requirement, and we would be very happy to work with each one of you to support you in this journey. Thank you. Over to you, Pragya. Hello.
You are audible, Kunal.
Yeah, so over to you, Pragya.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We, I think, have somehow managed to be a little on time now, and we would like to thank you for your time. This presentation ends here. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. We now have a 3-minute pitch on compelling reasons of IT Association for the business growth. The speakers for this pitch are Tushar Parekh, Chairman, ASIRT, Jitesh Chauhan, President, ISODA that we call it, Alok Gupta, President, PCAIT, and Viren Bhavishi, if I'm pronouncing it right, President, TAIT. I'd like to remind our speakers that this is a 3-minute pitch, which means 3 minutes. Thank you so much. Let's not waste any more time and quickly get on to the discussion.
Thank you, Pragya.
Thank you.
I hope my screen is visible and audio is clear.
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. So, guys, good afternoon, friends. I'm Tushar Parekh, Chairman Assert and Managing Director, Silicon NetSecure Private Limited. Firstly, it's so good to see so many friends here today. Let me start by thanking SME Channel and Sanjay Bhai for arranging this awesome event. Now I'm going to run you through Assert's incredible journey and highlight how it has impacted both our professional and personal lives. These medley of colors represent us, the diverse spectrum of partners at Assert who are focused on providing IT solution to end customers. With the help of a platform like Assert, all of these business models have melted into a colossal rainbow of interconnected use. This kaleidoscope of use is the most noticeable change brought about by Assert. Today, Assert has partners across 25 plus specializations and business models. To quantify our accomplishments, I'm going to display some large numbers for you to see. We are 9 years young, 209 members, 96 tech days since inception month on month, 6 consortiums and 3,000 plus crore cumulative turnover of all members put together. In today's date, Assert is a force to be reckoned with. Last month itself, we held Assert Synergy Business Conclave, a 2-day in-person event with participation of over 140 plus members, media and sponsors who presented their latest products and solutions. So this is our Assert board of 21-22. The Assert board has a transparent and flat structure, and we have inculcated a culture of electing board members based on their work and time commitment to Assert. This allows us to instill new ideas and thought processes that will propel Assert to new heights. We have the Chairman's Club, wherein we invite industry leaders to come and mentor our members. We have also a consortium which is approximately around 35 members each for them to collaborate and do business within their internal team itself. We have a digital team that takes care of social media marketing for Assert. And of course, we have an alliance team which looks at collaborating with different associations pan-India. And something that really makes a difference to all the members, the grievance team, which takes care of members and OEM issues and looks at amicably resolving all of them. I think consortiums is the biggest success story in IT channels. This is without a doubt one of the greatest success stories in the IT channels. Today, the entire Assert community is cherishing multi-solution orders and projects purely on the strength of this concept, Assert consortiums. We have 6 consortiums, each consisting of 30 plus members under the able mentorship of IT leaders. Nowhere else has collaboration been so successful. Our social media platforms are constantly buzzing with new information, partnership opportunities, and so much more. Women have also become members to the party. Today, Assert has a thriving network of connected spouses who run home-based businesses and more. This is truly the cherry on top. Of course, that being said, we keep on having our Assert Cricket Premier League, which is our annual event, which is scheduled now again in the month of February. And we keep on hosting, we believe that definitely playing together gets us connected more closely. We keep on having our internal parties as well as an annual event. So in the fast changing digital world, Assert is an agile, intelligent and fast moving association. We continue our relentless approach towards empowering our members, fostering business collaboration and evolving to a digital conglomerate of connected members. We at Assert believe in the human connection and it has grown into a family. Thank you so much, friends, and do visit us on our website www.assert.in. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and a special thank you for keeping in mind the time that we had mentioned. That was short, crisp, yet to the point. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would now like to request Mr. Jitesh Chauhan, President ISODA, to kindly take his pitch, and sir, a gentle reminder for the time limit that has to be kept in mind. Are you there, sir? Ms. Chauhan? I think your audio is mute. We can see the screen.
Yeah. Is my screen visible?
Now, yes, sir.
Okay. I'll just share it again. Okay. Is it visible and am I audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thanks SME channel for giving us an opportunity, and thanks Sanjeev and his team for giving us an opportunity to present the ISODA. We are the only pan-India association who is representing it today, and I'm proud that I'm representing it across on behalf of ISODA. My name is Jitesh Chauhan, and I'm the director of Rubik Infotech. We are based out from Ahmedabad. Well, as we put it across, the true value of networking doesn't come when you make people meet, but it comes across when you introduce those people to the other world. So that's a true networking which happens across India. In short, we are 200 plus members spread across India. We have 9 regional chapters. That's again one of the biggest chapters what we have it across, and 20,000 plus employee counts of ISODA members. And in total, we are doing somewhere around 10,000 plus CR of businesses as a community. Well, what does an ISODA stand for? That's something which would always come into mind why you should join ISODA. The basic reason of joining an ISODA is what an ISODA stands for is we try and glue technology between partners. That's something where we have ISV members, we have distributors members, and we have the normal charter members also. We network professionally through our managed organizations, what we do it across. And again, very simple aspect part of it, we use the best of the best collaborative platform. In fact, we don't use any third-party platform. Our ISODA website itself is a collaboration platform across into it. So you don't need to use any third-party tool to collaborate it across into it. When you talk about collaboration, we work with partners like an extended arm. Like for simple example, if I want to do a deployment, could be in Dehradun, I don't have to call up any partner and ask them. They are already a partner in Dehradun, in Jammu, in Northeast also, in small cities like Kochi, where you get an extended arm of partners who are available. This partners knows businesses and trends, so you don't have to explain them on the technologies. We regularly meet as a regional meets. As I showed to you, we have 9 chapters across India, and these chapters have regularly every quarter meetings across India. So physical meetings are there where you can meet the friends from this region across into it. And we always try and make sure that, you get a new opportunity by getting new alliances of our partners across. Well, these are some of our achievements, what we have done it across. Regular connects are through our regional meets. Our tech summit is again one of the very talked about tech summits which happens across every year. And collaboration is something from the day one we have been talking about collaborations across it. Well, for the members who are not an ISODA members, let me give you one achievements what we have been doing it across. If you remember the TDS removal, the TDS deduction option which was there, it was an initiative which was run by ISODA. If you remember it across the Microsoft old price list, which used to come into dollars, the conversion of the price list into an INR, again, it was the background work of an ISODA. So these are some of the very basic works what we have done it across. We have done a lot of plenty works across behind the screen, but these are some of the achievements what we have done it across. And again, voice to be heard. Being ISODA, being a national association, most of the distributors heard a partner's query from ISODA. That's again one differentiator that comes across into it. Very free to any member of the organization, ISODA member can write it across to management, talking to him about his thought process or if he's faced anything challenges across. Another beauty part of it in ISODA is we also have a grievances forum. So if there's some challenges within the partners of ISODA, they can always write it across to the grievances forum. And I'm happy to share that we have been able to solve 2 cases in grievance forum itself. That's something which is very good across it, a big achievement what we put it across. Well, as a benefit of a member of an ISODA, what do you get it across? One is collective forum to meet and discuss business issues, because most of the partners who are there across are from different regions, and you could talk to them on the different challenges which you might face it across. You could get more opportunities because the area is specialized. As you have 200 plus partners, you can get your visibility and branding in the community itself. Plus, ISODA has an acceptance in the industry. So that's again one major aspect part of it. Like even in the budget sessions across into it, along with NASCOM, ISODA has also been a community which has been called by Ministry of Finance for a discussion on the budget. So that's what the power of ISODA is. As I was talking to you on our events, we have regional meets in all 9 regions every quarter. We have our annual AGM, which happens in the month of August, September every year. And this event happens across in India. We have the tech summit, which happens across every year. And this is a summit which we do it across out of India. This was the last tech summit which we did it across, which was called as TS10 or TSX, which we did it in Baku. And if you could see across the sponsors who were lined up for this event, you name it across and they are there in this event across. Again, since last 2 years, we've been doing a Biz Summit, doing the AGM prospective part of it. And this was the last Biz Summit, which we had it across in Kolkata. And again, you could see it across the vendors like TeamViewer, Logmein, Zoho. They were again the sponsors to us across it. Very simple to join an ISODA. Just go to our website, isoda.in, enter your details across over there with 2 references member. Once you register it across into it, once you get an approval, you just need to pay up a membership fee and you get admitted across into part of it. These are the board which is available across the India. You can connect with anyone across into it if you're interested in becoming an ISODA members. I would like to share with you that I would put it across as 200 plus members who are connected today for this event. My indication would be that is almost 100 plus members would be an ISODA members who are getting connected across over. And my friends, Tushar and Alok of PCIT and Tushar from Asset are again a member of ISODA. So no, thank you, friends, for giving me a time. And please join us. And we would be happy to invite you across on ISODA platform. And it would be a great place for collaborating across. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We now will have the next pitch. I would once again like to remind our speakers to please keep in mind the time limitations that we have got. It's a 3 minutes pitch. We can, even though we need to stick by that. I would like to request Mr. Alok Gupta, President, PCIT, to please take it over from here.
Pragya, I cannot open my video. Can you just please do it from the back end?
I will try, sir.
I cannot start my video.
Audible. So is your video on from your PC? Like the video is not stopped?
In the morning it was there. Now I am unable to. Yes, I think now I'm visible. So as Pragya, you said that we should stick to that 3 minutes time. So I have not prepared any PPT for this. I just wanted to talk about PCIT, our association. So first of all, let me thank SME channels, Sanjay and Sanjeev, for giving us the opportunity to talk about PCAT. Now, PCAT is one of the most effective and popular association, a 17-year-old baby with 150 plus members, which includes distributors like Reddington, Supertron, to big SI partners, and then to retailers, sub-distributors, and I'll say OEM partners. When I say OEM partners, many of our members have become OEMs in last 17 years, along with the distribution of multiple products. So if you look at PCAT, our members have 360-degree view from OEMs to the retailer. At every segment, we have the partners. The membership to the PCAT is strictly on invitation. We have 150 plus partners. So when a partner wants to become a member, it comes to our executive board, EC. And once EC approves, it goes to the members. If any of the member have got the objection, we want to clear it out. And if everybody agrees, then only then that particular partner comes on board, or OEMs or SI partner, distributor, sub-distributor can come on board. Now, when we talk about achievements, so in last, say about 5 to 6 years, if I'll say, we have resolved more than 20 crore worth of disputes. Now, these disputes are between OEM and partner, or distributor and partner, between the partners, between the partner and client, even we could manage to resolve. And I must say that we have got 100% success rate when it comes to the dispute resolution. So these kind of money which got stuck of the partner, whether with the distributor or OEM, it has been resolved, and they could manage to use this money for the business. As our slogan is Judo Jodo Aage Badho. So our interconnectivity between the members and business among the members is very high. We don't quantify it ourselves, because you can see that when distributors are there and a retailer, sub-distributor, everybody is there. But we say and we claim that more than 70% of the GST collected in IT in Delhi, information technology in Delhi, is through our members. Now, recently, last year, our executive board has passed a resolution that being in Delhi, our all India partners were coming to us for their disputes, for their issues. So we have decided to go all India, and we are taking the associate membership from different part of the country's partners, and we have already started enrolling those partners as an associate member, and we have many of them on board. Regarding our working, so we constitute PCAT working groups. So we have 8 different groups currently working, which covers up OEM relationship, government and taxation relationship, Make in India and GEM coordination. So if any of our partner wants to get into the Make in India concept, or he wants to manufacture something, so there is a team within the PKAT group who are into the Make in India concept, help them out. Same way is startup and venture capitalist funding. You must have seen that most of our second generation is not interested in coming to the same business, because they say that what this 1%, 2% business you people are doing. So if they come up with some startups, some ideas, so we have a group among the PKAT members itself, where 3 key people are there, veterans are there who are guiding them, and if they find it good, our PKAT members fund them to start that business. Then of course seminars and skill development, which is there with most of the organization, event management group to organize the event which we do on a quarterly basis. So the whole idea is with the PKAT that by judo jodo aage badho, keeping everybody together, how to grow the business smoothly without any disputes, without any hassles. That's all about PKAT. Thank you so much. Thank you, Pragya, once again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for respecting the time limit. We have the last pitch for this session now. I'd like to request Mr. Viren Bhavishi, President TAIT, to please take it over from here.
Thank you, Pragya.
Thank you,
I hope I am audible.
yes, sir.
Hi, everybody. I'm Viren Bhavishi, President of Trade Association of Information Technology, popularly known as TAIT across India. I'm partner in Sapphire Microsystem, having its head office in Mumbai. Thank you, Sanjay and Sanjeev Mahapatra, for giving this opportunity to TAIT. Talking about TAIT or probably presenting TAIT in 3 minutes would be a bit difficult, as everybody is aware TAIT is 25 plus years old organization. We have been doing a lot of things for our members. Probably it includes everything what is being talked by all my friends so far. Unique feature of TAIT is we have our own office of 1,000 plus square feet, having dedicated staff available all the time for all our members. Dispute resolutions or coordinating with OEMs, or maybe development, reskilling and upskilling of members as well as member staff. While talking about staff of our members, we are running a program which we call TAIT Pathshala, wherein we train staff of our members periodically for whatever may be their requirement, including teaching them primary English. As Mr. Triveni Singh during his keynote address said that unfortunately hacking is the most flourishing industry, and so fine. I mean, looking at opportunity out of it, I would say that probably because of such reasons, IT trade is growing like anything. And while somebody is growing, they definitely need hand-holding. We have close to 300 members. And when world is moving from cooperative market to competitiveness, you definitely need some association who can really provide you umbrella. We have been doing yearly gathering for all our families, wherein we invite OEMs and vendors and distributors and all entire spectrum of IT fraternity. TAIT members are consisting of OEMs, even I mean those distributors, system integrators, service providers, and all, I mean, even manufacturers. That is, again, uniqueness of Tate. We don't do much, as I said. We just make life of our members a bit easy by facing their challenges on association platform. I'm sure most of the people who are present here, entire IT fraternity is aware of Tate activity. We have a very, very, very strong grievance team. And that again, talking about success ratio, yes, it is 100%. We have our annual events like cricket, like Holi Milan and Diwali Mela, and various other things. We have been getting good patronage from number of big time OEMs, and that is the reason we are in position to do a lot of activities for all our members. Before I stop, I would give all my good wishes to all the people who are nominated for awards, and congratulations to all the award winners. Thank you. Thank you, SME channel.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. So that brings us to the end of the pitch. We had from 4 different friends of ours from the fraternity. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to you, sir. With that, we have now come to the first panel discussion from today's agenda. We, as I said in the beginning, we have 2 majorly very, very important panel discussions happening on 2 very, very important topics. We will be beginning with the very first panel discussion now. The topic is shifting gear to business growth and alignment with industry trend. This panel discussion will be moderated by Mr. Meenal Bhagat, Director, Ensonic Computech Private Limited. I hope Meenal ji is here, and I would
Yes, I'm there.
Yes, ma'am. Welcome to you, ma'am. The panelist for this discussion will be Mr. Munish Jadhav, founder and CEO, ZNet Technologies, Mr. Puneet Thakkar, CEO and Managing Director, Shivami Cloud Services Private Limited, Mr. Nitin Sharma, Commercial Sales Head, Proactive Data, Mr. Nazmeen Ansari. That's Mr., right, ma'am?
No.
It's Miss. Yeah. Miss Nazmeen Ansari, CEO, Matrix 3D Infocom Private Limited, and Mr. Sachin Wangankar, Vice President and Head Cloud Web Rex India Private Limited. So I'm sorry for the confusion here. I have been given a list with names, and reading in the flow caught me, Mr. But then I realized that that's probably some lady that is joining us today. So a very warm welcome to all the panelists and our moderator. Hopefully our moderator will be introducing you guys in a personalized manner, because she knows you guys better than I know. And thank you so much for your time. I would like to give it over to Meenal ma'am.
Thank you so much, Pragya. Happy evening to all of you.
Happy evening.
It's really, really tea time, coffee time, but okay, chai
But
ke
we
saath
still love the energy
you
you've joined us with.
Seriously. Okay, girls, welcome all of you. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank Sanjay, who gave this chance and opportunity to moderate this event. The topic which we were talking about was business growth post-pandemic. And we have here with us a lot of respected people whom I would love to introduce. So a very quick introduction of everyone. Our first panelist, Mr. Munish Jadhav, founder and CEO ZNet, co-chair at NASSCOM, and a passionate cyclist and a health freak. This I added it personally because I loved it. Munish Jadhav, ZNet, is a veteran in the cloud and hosting industry. He founded ZNet in 2009. And under his leadership, ZNet became one of the top web hosting provider in India, and later transitioned into a leading cloud service provider. Currently, Mr. Munish is also the vice chairman of NASSCOM Rajasthan and is actively involved in IAMCP. Once again, welcome you, Mr. Munish. Welcome to be here. We're really honored to have you here. Next, we have Mr. Munish, Mr. Puneet Thakkar, the CEO and MD of Shivami Cloud. Shivami Cloud Services Private Limited, a Google Cloud Premier Partner, specializing in G Suite's services in India. They provide business, email solutions, and cloud consulting services. Yesterday, I came to know they're also the only, in fact, the top Google partner for a pack also. Welcome here, Mr. Puneet. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Our next panelist is Nitin Sharma, Commercial Sales Head, Proactive Data, a trusted provider of multi-vendor cloud solutions, data center management, wireless solutions, converged network and services. We welcome you, Mr. Nitin.
Hi, Vinil. How are you doing?
I'm fine, absolutely.
And,
so great to see
and good
all
evening
of you.
and good evening to everyone.
Thank you, sir. Our last panelist, which I would like to introduce, is Nazmeen Ansari, CEO, Matrix 3D Infocom Private Limited, which is Microsoft Cloud Technology Evangelist and Infrastructure Security Expert. Speaker, Microsoft Chair of WIT India, Treasurer, IAMCP. Welcome, Nazmeen. Welcome, all of you.
Thank you very much.
We really would love to hear from each one of you. So I would just like to thank you all for come and share insights about the business growth post-pandemic. Coming straight to the point. Now, before we move forward, I would just like to say quickly in a few lines. See, over the course of pandemic, business have largely been affected. And often, we have been already successfully adapting new ways of working. They've also embraced digitization and recognized the supply chain management also. All of this has been necessary, but it is not enough. To prepare for the post-COVID-19 era, leaders need to do more than fine-tune their day-to-day tasks. They need to be ready. They need to be willing to rethink how they operate and even why they exist. I would just like to put it in another way. Leaders need to really step back, take a deep breath, and consider a broader perspective. For this, I would like to have my first question being answered by Mr. Sachin. Mr. Sachin, are you there?
Yeah, I guess Miss Nidal forgot to introduce me. So, hello all, I am Sachin Vangankar. I represent Webworks Data Centers and Vice President and Head of Cloud. And Webworks has 3 data centers in India, Mumbai, Pune, and Delhi. And we provide complete colo, cloud computing, and bare metal services out of our data center. And we are now also JV of Iron Mountain Data Centers.
Thank you. Thank you so much for chipping in for that. And I'm extremely apologize for that. Thank you so much. So Mr. Sachin, my first question is for you. Can you give us some insights into the trends in the IT industry today? Are the businesses going for computerization and automation, especially in the segment of SMB, corporate, things like that?
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Vinal. Thank you, panelists, for the opportunity. During COVID and post-COVID, one of the important factors that has come across is many of the businesses, whether it is SMB, SME, were not really prepared to handle out such a scenario. Maybe some of the IT heads were prepared for the disaster or disaster recovery sites, but they were not prepared for the business continuity. When I say business continuity, it means running a full-fledged organization from some other location, which could be employee residence, or it could be any remote locations. And handling of such a scenario was a challenge for many of the organizations. That's where many solutions had to be brought in. Remote workplace solutions, I would say, remote collaboration solutions had to be brought in, where employees could engage, work faster, and the deployments could happen much more faster. We personally, as Webworks Data Centers, have actually experienced onboarding of many customers during the COVID lockdown phase, because availability of non-IT manpower, that means an electrician to manage your UPS or maybe your air conditioning system, was a challenge. Because IT team can sit across, log into the servers remotely and do the relevant activities. But how do you have arrange of those critical non-IT staff? That's where the value really came out. They need to move across to some providers where they can use the cloud solutions or maybe colo services or bare metal services and start their organization's normal functioning. So yes, well, of course, the remote work solutions were required, collaboration solutions were required, And once all of us figured out that this is going to be a normal or this is going to be norm of our life, that's when further challenges starts cropping in. Where the challenges like cyber security start coming up, compliance start coming up, because that's where people, where I feel customers need to should be made to understood about the kind of services they're aligned for, whether it's IaaS, PaaS, or SaaS, and a sense of responsibility should be shared between customer and us for the compliance or security perspective. And thus, a wider requirement of compliance and security is coming up because of a random adoption of work from solutions or remote collaboration solutions. So I feel yes, down the line, yes, private cloud, public cloud, the cloud platform is going to be there, but then people would be moving towards hybrid cloud platform. That means they would have their services running on the in their offices, in their data centers, plus they would have services running on the cloud platform to handle such kind of remote lockdown scenarios.
Very good. Very rightly said, sir. I mean, you definitely agree to what even Mr. Krunal had said from TeamViewer about the hybrid. And you raised a very important point of shared responsibility between the customers and the IT vendors, which is, I think, a very important part of our future growth. Thank you so much for sharing that wonderful insight. My next question would be to Mr. Puneet. Mr. Puneet, it has generally been seen that IT in general is in the boom today. And especially during and after COVID, we have been seeing a boost in work from home. Can you please tell me in brief what exactly, I mean, how you faced the work from home challenges, and specifically in the last year when there was very strong COVID issues, how you handled it, and the alignment in the IT trends and the business trends and the work from home concept, how it all actually happened. Can you just share your insights?
Sure. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I would like to start with the purpose of Shivami. And the purpose of Shivami is to bring positive change in life of people we connect by offering them solutions and services which brings profit and happiness. Now, if I see last year pandemic, I'm proud that we had started work from home from exactly 17th of March. So even before government took the initiative of doing Janta curfew and then starting the lockdown, we were already working from home. My team was prepared and we were working. So almost 200 people were working from home. Now, how did we do it? And what was the thought process behind it? So exactly, when the pandemic news were coming in the market and we realized that, there is something serious, we don't even know what is it. So we did not want to take the risk of our employees' health. And that was the thing, we enabled everyone to work from home. Since I have been doing cloud mailing solution, cloud collaboration for almost a decade now. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Okay. So I know how it works and how it can be beneficial to our customers also. I have always been a preacher of a thought process that if you want to win the battle of tomorrow, you have to be having the tools of today. So, having latest technology, working with the collaborative approach, changing the culture of the company that, a hierarchy has to be reduced and the, everyone is equal and stuff like that. Those small, minute changes were done in my organization, and we were way ahead of the even lockdown that government announced. Now, if we can do this, we can change, let's say we can work for ourselves, we work from home, then we can definitely enable our customers. And that's exactly we did. We reached out to maximum customers in the pandemic and made sure that they were hand-holded till the last mile. And we have grown our business 100% last year, right? Trust me, the collaborative power of Google Workspace, which is now Google Workspace, earlier it was called G Suite, has helped many customers and many institutions. I know today for sure that in the pandemic, we impacted lives of around 66,000 students. We helped them enable work from home, or teachers teach from home, etc. And unlimited number of SMBs and corporate clients. So I have simple mantra. If you are looking at future, use the technology which is relevant today and prepared for tomorrow. And collaboration is the key for growth. I hope I've answered to your satisfaction.
Yes, absolutely, sir. You're bang on. It is very true. Okay, yes, you see that. But do you see the same trend continuing, sir?
Unfortunately, schools are not adapting so fast, and they've realized that we have to save cut the cost. We have to save money. They have to be online for some more time. I would not want parents to take risk with their kids' lives or health at least. But as far as SMBs and enterprises are concerned, they are continuing to adapt to the cloud and collaborative technologies. Yes. But schools are challenged.
Very true. Rightly said. So again, that upgradation at the school and college level, where talent, they need to really be literate on that subject. So that's again a very big agenda, which we all need to start catering to. Correct,
Absolutely.
sir?
And,
Right,
and
sir.
you are the master on school.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, sir. I do fill in the gaps. Thank you so much for that. Once again, a very, very great insight by Mr. Sachin and Mr. Puneet. Now, moving forward, I would just like to now invite Mr. Nitin, actually, to share his insight into that. Does business drive IT, or it's a vice versa? A very tricky line, which I said, but it holds a lot of meaning, actually. So does business drive IT or vice versa?
Thanks, Mrinal, for it is, I would say, definitely a question which needs a bit of it's like a chicken and egg situation, I would say. And I belong to the organization Proactive Data System, which is Cisco Gold Partner. I think this is the right question which I can answer to, and I'll give my best to answer it. If you look at, and I'd like to answer in the present landscape. Today, if we see hundreds of new and emerging startups which are coming every day across industries, across verticals. The secret success recipe, which I can say, is what is the idea? What is innovative about it? What are the people issues that it's going to address, and how it's going to help the line of business? We all, and in fact, every person in all gets touched by the Uberization phase, which when we are seeing the concept of success companies like Uber, Ola, Swiggy's, Amazon's for the last 2 years, everybody has been talking about Amazon, Zomato's of the world. And these are few of the examples who have tasted success by answering this very valid question which you have put in front of us, all of us. Easy access to technology catalyzes these ideas into definitely these successful models. And I'll just like to extend it a little bit to the extent where we say that whichever industry we talk about, it has got 3 pillars for any organization, which is typically people, process, and technology. And to be successful at whatever anyone does, we need to be clearly identify these 3 factors in their line of business and design strategy around that. If we talk about people, we all have been hearing of disruption for almost 4 or 5 years, but then 2019 came COVID, and we have seen companies and organizations, people working from home and ensuring corporate survivability. It was the technology readiness that we all sailed through, and through the tough times by using collaboration tools like Cisco, Webex, and many others. If I talk about the process, we can consider how many fast food companies, who have standardized processes. I go to McDonald's, be it in Delhi, be it in Gurgaon, be it in Singapore, the experience is almost the same. And this is the strength of setting up processes along with the proper use of IT. Technology, if I touch about, we have seen tremendous use of devices and application. I think we have today more applications on our mobiles, irrespective of whatever, be it entertainment, be it music, be it the OTT world which we are today facing. Technology has become the biggest enabler for each company and human. We can see in our lives today, Without mobile, we can't do anything. Be it telemedicine, work for home, connected factories, connected cars, Internet of Things, automation, IT and OT integration. These are the biggest enabler. And we have to embrace these newer changes and thrive and or cease to exist. Therefore, I will simply say, and we can simply judge that one drives another. While we cannot ensure success of any kind of business without proper IT infrastructure, we also know that innovation in technology is driven with a need within the business line. So I put this question to rest by saying that we must be able to leverage one another better than ever to each other. Thank you, Vinal.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Your 3 Ps mantra is really underlined now. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Thanks a lot.
With this, I would like to now ask Mr. Munish. Nitin sir mentioned these startups also. So now I would just like to add on to that question and take it forward. That what is the role of a CEO in the IT startup, especially post-COVID?
Thank you, Meenal, for this question. Actually, it's a great question. So I will try to collate, and I will like to squeeze this question a little bit. We are also working like startup. So our company has been acquired by Architect, is the Rashi Peripherals 2 years back. So we itself like a startup, because a startup culture is a little bit of different. So we know that because of the innovations and the employee retention. So this is very important right now. So with your question, what is the role of the CEO? Of course, health is wealth. So all the CEOs are focusing on mostly on the health of the employee after COVID especially. And many of the surveys are saying from, let's say, NASSCOM and other organizations that health is the major concern for all the CEOs first, because if we are here, then we can do anything. So health is the priority things the CEOs are focusing as of now. And other part is basically the innovations in the technology. Because without innovation, as a startup, we cannot survive, and we cannot even retain the employees. Because if we want to grow ourselves with our employees, then we have to do the innovation. So this is not a need, it's not a choice. We have to do that. Otherwise, employee will leave. Most of the surveys are saying that there is no problem in the job for the employees. So people are getting the job. There is a problem in the supply as of now, because demand is very huge in all the IT companies. The attrition rate is going high right now. So that is the major problem the IT startups are facing as of now. So they have to do something. So for that, one thing I mentioned, that innovation, they have to do the innovation, they have to grow fast, and they have to give the good experience of the employee. So that is the very important, because people want to stay in the company if the culture and the experience is good. So that is the most important. Apart from the salary, this is the important part. So CEOs are focusing how can we give the right environment, right and right support to our team, to their team. So that is the important point. That is the important thing they are focusing as of now. And of course, the growth part, because retention of the employee is related to the growth also. If we can give the right environment for education, for growth, then they will retain, because team is everything. Without team, there is no startup, there is no CEO. Who is the CEO? So that's why all the CEOs are focusing on retaining the employee, growth of the employee, health of the employee, and how can give the experience, a better experience, flexibility, work from anywhere. Although there are some drawbacks also for the companies, because I heard that many of the employees are working in multiple jobs. So that is the major problem people are facing. There is a drawbacks are there, but of course the flexibility is there. So they are thinking that how we can give the flexibility along with the along with the right performance and the right environment, and these kind of things the CEOs are focusing. And apart from that, the last thing basically the CEOs are thinking is basically the P2P or the collaboration, because only one company cannot do everything. We have to do the collaboration with other companies or other partners. Then we can survive. Otherwise, alone, no company can survive. So they are doing as many collaboration as they can so that they can give the right experience to the customers and the employees and to themselves. So these are the few things I can think that CEOs of the IT startups are thinking as of now. Thank you, Minal.
So much. Being a startup company ourselves, we really relate to what you say. And believe me, at the end, we will definitely take all the points together and we will come up to some conclusions. Thank you so much, Mr. Manish. Moving forward, I have our last speaker, and my fifth question goes to Madam Nazmeen. Actually, Manish sir said one very important point, which was retaining manpower. Attrition is very high, which he very rightly corrected. Post-COVID, we all are facing these challenges. In fact, my company also faced similar challenges where people are coming and without notice period also, the ethics have gone for a toss. A lot of things are happening. We ourselves are facing these challenges. So when I speak about that, I really feel this is a very, very, very driving issue for us to understand and how to handle it. So I really invite Ms. Nazmeen ma'am to really throw a good insight into attrition in IT post-COVID era. Has it increased? If it has, then what can we do about it?
Thank you, Minal, for that. And thank you, SME and Sanjay, for giving me this opportunity to talk with all the esteemed speakers. So, of course, Minal, the answer is yes. Attrition is not new to IT industry, but post-COVID, the impact is very high. In fact, Manish and I are on ESCOM, and half of the time the discussion is only on attrition and what are the challenges that are being faced and how do we retain and those kind of things. Now, let me talk from an SME point of view, SME and SMB point of view. I'm not talking about enterprise and large corporates. Let me focus my thoughts on SMB right now. So, why attrition? What are the impacts, and what an SME or SMB or a CEO of an organization like me should do? So, if I talk about startup culture, Medi is a 30 years old company, and we have been since 30 years we have been startup because every time we are keep on evolving new businesses, new ideas, new trends, and we start working on it. So for us also, it's a challenge because when the business is changing, when the things are changing, how do we retrieve people? Now, we all know that work from home it's basically a practice which was enforced to the people. When we talk about loyalty, when we talk about people who had been working with us for a decent number of time, maybe 10 years, 15 years, 5 years, and then all of a sudden post-COVID, they're leaving us or they're submitting their papers. Or maybe I would say in terms of emotional blackmail, they're submitting their resignation and then they're taking it back. But now why all these things are happening? Because work from home culture, actually, none of us have predicted that it would go so long. Now when the employees move to work from home practice, what happens is the psychological effects came in and they started rethinking about their career. They started rethinking about their lives. There were so many pressures that came in. There were so many good things that happened to them. They were spending time with family. There were a lot of challenges which each of us have faced. Other than health, I'm talking about financial issues, work issues, a lot of things. That has made the person rethink their life. So they said, okay, I'm working with this organization for last 10 years. Even if there is no problem with it, it's fantastic. Let me do something more. Let me try something challenges. Am I being able to take challenge? Am I being able to take some different job? So these are internal things that it has enforced, people and individual to rethink that I need to change my job and I need to look for better opportunity. Now, second part, what happened is in SMB culture, we are very much physically attached to each other. So when I'm coming to office, I'm having a meeting, I'm having a physical connect. If I feel happy about it, I come, I'll call you and I'll say, hey, Binal, you have done a great job. Or if I'm not happy, I'm going to shout and scream. And that physical connect has all of a sudden broken when we started work from home. businesses realized that, but it took a little while. By the time for many businesses, it was too late to understand that the employee engagement, which was a very important part of it, was missed out during pandemic. HR could not communicate with the people. The pressure on things came in where, are you working? How many hours are you working? We need to monitor. CEOs came in that we need to monitor what my team is doing. I need to monitor their laptop activities, their systems activities, and all those things came in. But the projects are running out of time. So there are so many things, where the employee felt little disconnected from the organization. These are the primary factors where the attrition rate increases, where they said, I need to try something new, or I need to look for something else. The second problem, what happens is, I'm not talking about, but this is what personally I have seen with many SMBs, that the appraisal happens based on number of years that you have spent in the organization. We are not serious about our appraisals. That's a very important point. You are not supposed to promote a person just because or increase his salary just because he's working for so many years in your organization. The moment the person does anything out of his way, not even talking about the project, if the person is doing something good for the organization out of his way, which was maybe not part of his duty, it should be appreciated. It should be considered as a part of appreciation, and it should be announced to the whole organization so that the employee feels little happy about it, little good about it, and it'll also keep him motivated. So these kind of connects, makes the people have good connect with the organization, and even if they have to think about leaving or something, it would not be an immediate decision where they would stick to their decision. Even if the thought comes into their mind, they will still think about it, whether I should do it or I should not do it. The last major point I would like to mention here, we are not been able to capitalize our asset, which is humans. We always feel that our assets are our business, our money, our things that are there in office. We do not realize that humans are, our employees are one of the primary and major assets that we need to take care of. Now, whether these assets need to be handled properly, need to be promoted, need to be given advantage of it, what kind of, even for that matter, even if you as a CEO can talk to somebody for a minute and just understand is everything is fine with him, the person would feel happy about it. He would feel connected with the organization. Not every time, suddenly we need to change the hierarchy that only HR will talk to the employee. And anybody else or the heads or somebody would not talk to the employee personally. No, that should not happen. We have to capitalize on our investment, on our assets, which is on human. And we need to start investing on human. Our employees are not just for 8 hours of working. They are not just for, completing our projects or time. And they are not just for making our clients happy or making our business grow. They are playing a very important role in growth of our organization, growth of our business. So we also need to ensure that they grow further because of us. That is what I need to add from my side, Meena. Thank you.
Fantastic. I mean, great insights into discussing things with you. I've understood that you've really pointed out 2-3 main important factors which are human, the discontent amongst them, and what are the challenges and how to handle it. A great insight which is really going to help us for the long term. I'm sure about that. With this, actually, the time is also ticking away and we have to wind up our discussions. But before that, I would just like to ask you, anybody, Mr. Manish, Nitin, Sachin, Puneetji, Nazim, a very common question for all of you, just a little understanding on, do you feel the STEM, which is the current technology which is coming up very powerfully, will be the soul of IT very soon? What do you think? Just a quick note. Yes, Mr. Puneet, what do you say?
I don't think so. Technology will drive the next growth. Is the human qualities, right? Empathy, peace, all those things are going to be driving the next, next growth in the IT industry. We are out of the knowledge era. We are in the already machines know everything we don't know. So they know everything. We have to now behave human so that we can enhance the technology and take the advantage of it. That's what I believe.
Yes. Please, anybody else would like to comment on it quickly?
I think I fully agreed with Puneet and Nazmeen. I think human potential or humanity will drive all the things, and technology is a part of that. That's it. But it's not on the first stage.
Correct, correct. What about you, Mr. Sachin? Do you have to say? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with Puneet and Vish both ways. Yes, the solutions which we come across, the technology that will move ahead towards the human requirement or the human desires. So, example, if we are observing a growth in AI/ML kind of solutions, is because we desire automation, or maybe human lives desire some flexibility in terms of automated workflows, etc. You might, let's say, as a common example, COVID, many industries got affected. Industrial automation would go into the next stages. You might see a higher level of adoption in industrial automation because employers or maybe manufacturers or the organizers or any enterprise would like to have insights about their factories sitting at their home. Let's say in a lockdown phase, they would like to know about their factories, wherever they're moving, in the country, outside, or at home. So these kind of solutions will keep on popping up, but based upon human requirements or the environment they are in. Let's say the environment is in lockdown phase, they're in a growing stage, or in a stage of development. They have different desires, they have different needs, and the technology will move in appropriate directions to address their requirements.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Really, really a wonderful insight into a lot of things. So with this, we come to a few understanding, which I would just like to, collate everything with the kind of insights which each one of you have given. And I will like, after that, add a little bit of my own also, with a little bit of my own experience on that. So whatever little I've understood is that the data which we have all understood through which is also showing the same thing, that there are a number of trends which are coming up, which are going to play a very substantial role in the shaping of the future global economy. In our conversations with all of you, our global leaders and executives, we have found out there are 5 priorities. I have actually, when you all were talking, I was listing down those 5 priorities. Those 5 priorities were like companies will want to adopt these 5 priorities, I think, and take it as if like it's a North Star, that we're going to navigate our way through these trends to mold the future. So with this, I understand the first point, which I've understood it when Mr. Sachin shared his insight into the shared responsibility. He really brought out a very important point, which is called organizing sustainability in business. Because if you really want to sustain in business and get that long-term advantage in this context, it needs to be done as systematically as digitization or as a strategy, like when you're developing a new strategy, because it will be an important source of a long-term competitive advantage. So a very great insight provided by Mr. Sachin on that subject. Fantastic. Another important point which I came across was when I was talking to Mr. Puneet, which I understood, his mantras. When he talked about his mantra, he really said transforming to cloud, and he also brought in about data security, which is a key to scale and innovate its potential, which has been long been recognized, but it is now coming to bring results. Actually, it was recognized, but now it's bringing results actually. And these real results are going to drive the innovation and productivity. Obviously, all companies would like to deploy the cloud for good purpose, but people need to be cloud literate. That was one of the most important points which Mr. Puneet brought up. That is, we have to really be keen to understand the sensibilities of the cloud and its capabilities. So with this, thank you, Mr. Puneet, for such a great insight on that topic also. That is, we need to transform to cloud and data security, no doubt, but that cloud literacy is very, very important. Thank you so much for that insight. Another thing which I think Mr. Nitin really very highly pointed out was the 3 Ps, which he really said, to adapt to the digital future. One was definitely upskilling talent, people, process, and technology. But with that, human element, which he really pointed out very glaringly, is going to really take the first slot. The organization of the future will at least look at that one, that it needs to be more flexible, less hierarchical, and more diverse. That's what I think what Mr. Nitin was trying to point out by bringing out the 3 Ps, which in तीनों का समावेश जिसको हम बोलते हैं, they need to really get together properly to bring in the powerful result for an organization. Thank you, Mr. Nitin. That was a really fantastic insight from your side also. I would also like to now move forward with another important factor, which was pointed out by Madam Nazmeen also. Nazmeen said, I have been a startup since 30 years. This was one thing which it really clicked my ears, I am also a startup, but this clicked my ears very powerfully. What she was trying to say is speed is going to be the next future. Actually, what she was really trying to bring out was the pace of change in speeding. The landscape of business is changing and it's becoming very fluid year on year. So the need of speed is very, very accurately needed. So this needs to be obviously added with sustainability. Businesses can do very remarkable business, but we need to fuel the adrenaline by bringing that sense of urgency, because unless we bring that sense of urgency, this need will be checked. And that's where those who are not going to be up to mark with the speed, they're going to be left behind. So that fluidity is so important. Thank you very much, madam, for bringing that powerful thing. That startup story really clicked me for 30 years startup. That really pushed me to thinking that we need to really change now. We cannot afford to be a startup, we really need to change.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for bringing that powerful insight.
Thank you so much.
I would also now like to really share a very great insight even by Mr. Munish, which was regarding health, retainment of employees, and obviously thinking that how to, and of course, addressing the attrition point of Mr. Nazmeen and Munish both together. I was really looking at what would be that something which would really help us to sustain for the next level. So what I understood was one very important point, which is, I think, one of the most powerful point also, which is we all need to operate with purpose. We really need to operate with purpose. We need to help all the stakeholders of the organization. It could be your management, it could be your employees, it could be anyone in that organization by itself. We really need to recognize that the team wants meaning in their life. Whether we can bring that meaning, whether we can associate them with the organization vision, if we can really do that, then I think outperforming will be just there. We really don't need to think about it, because currently what we are missing out is the passion to get associated with any organization with a sense of purpose, which is, I think, one of the most powerful tool, which may handle the attrition problem also. It may handle, in fact, the sustainability, the growth, the speed, all those points will be catered if this purpose is getting solved. That I need to find that sense of purpose together as a team. I'm sure with these 5 priorities, if we all implement in our business, I think it's just a necessity to believe, that the executives all around the world with whom we have worked will agree that if we master these 5 priorities, we will substantially improve the odds of success. With this, I would like to say thank you to all of you. And I would just like to add one liner for myself also. We are into smart classrooms and virtual classrooms. Believe me, being a startup ourselves of 4.5 years old, we've seen tremendous change into the technology and the adaptation of technology. May it be North India, South India, West India, East India, wherever we have worked, we have seen that people are adapting to changes. Yes, but with that changes, if we adapt all these 5 priorities, which we ourselves also have learned today from you, and we are going to incorporate it. But if we actually adapt all this, we are going to go to the next level. Then we'll not be a startup anymore, like madam said. This is something which really clicked me very hard on that, actually. So we are really, all of us, if we really pool in this together, definitely we can fight the post-pandemic challenges. With this, very big Jai Hind to all of you, and thank you, and a salute to all of you. You all given such wonderful insights into our regular programs. Thank you. Thank you, Sanjay, for organizing this wonderful platform where every one of us could say this insight. And Madam Pragya, I hope I was on time.
Very much on time. And what this was so, the whole conversation was so vibrant and cheerful that any second of it was not even like, you have to listen to it. I think we totally enjoyed it.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Sorry to interfere.
Moderator. So
sorry to interfere.
Lively.
Minal, there is a question.
Yes.
So you are ignoring from Bimesh. I think one of you, maybe Puneet, since he is into cloud, he can answer, or even Sachin, on affordability. Just check the question window.
Yes, Mr. Vimesh, yes. So the panels is also here. So Mr. Vimesh, sorry, I had missed out on that. I'm really sorry. So we need to have affordable cloud and data security for SMB and below to push IT sales more further. So that's a very relevant question, to bring affordability for the cloud and data. So I think we did bring that point of having that, but I think affordability, Mr. Munish or anybody, please, can you answer?
I can answer that question.
Yes, anybody. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, affordability is a relative question. Okay. If your problem, let's say you want to take any of your data onto the cloud and you are looking at just storage, then it's the one of the cheapest solutions. But you are looking at application with security, etc., then you are looking at a lot of investment. Now the question is, what kind of security are you looking at, right? And then you have the investment accordingly. So this is a relative questions, but honestly speaking, cloud is very much like your bank locker story. Our ancestors used to keep, jewelry and cash in house locker, and then we were looking at the investment and the cost from that perspective. Over the period, cloud came and it came like a bank locker story, wherein we today, at very minimal cost, go and put our jewelry and every cash, etc., into the bank locker, and we save money. Cloud is very similar. Now, affordability becomes relative in terms of what exactly you are looking at. But I feel it is very cheap. I don't think so. 1,300 rupees or 1,500 rupees, what we pay for iCloud subscription for 200 GB a year is very high cost.
So today is already at a very cheap cost, like Puneet mentioned, because it's already affordable, and I think in terms of internet bandwidth also, we are the cheapest in across the world. We are one of the cheapest. So I think it's already affordable. So it depends that what is the customer's need is, and accordingly it varies.
And even in terms of security, in terms of security, most of the cloud service providers are, especially post-pandemic, has become very active about it, and they are taking proactive measures to ensure that the client data is safe. But of course, one has to realize what kind of everything cost and functionality, it varies with each other. What kind of security you are looking for, and what kind of budget do you have? Based on that, one has to choose what is going to be right for your business needs. That's how it has to go.
Very rightly said.
Hi, Sachin over here.
Yes, Sachin sir.
Just like to add a couple of points over here. So the cloud adoption is one part wherein you need to first classify your data between a sensitive data, you need to classify critical data, and a public data. Public data, that means anyone wants to access it over website, etc. Now, based upon the compliance, your classification of data and your compliance requirements, you need to then look at the security parameters that you want to invest in. So, example, someone would like to invest in a costly device like hardware security module because he wants to encrypt the data and keeps on because that's what his compliance needs are. Or maybe he wants to go for next layer of security. So yes, rightly mentioned by other panelists, the security cost and the complete variability would depend upon the kind of criticality or the compliance you're driven with. If your compliance says yes, you need to have ABC components in your security parameters, whether it's costly or not, you need to still invest in, because that's what the business requirements are. So yes, you need to go ahead judiciously.
Thank you, Sachin. Vimesh sir, I hope this answer has satisfied you. Yes, he's written thanks. Thank you so much, everyone. Once again, thank you, everyone, for being there. It was really wonderful hosting all of you. Over to you, Pragya. Thank you, everyone, once again.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, and many thanks
Thank you,
to all.
thank you for attending.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am, and many thanks to all our panelists for this segment. I think we had a very interesting, a very vibrant and a very meaningful discussion. Thank you, everybody. That brings us to the next panel discussion, which is the second panel discussion and the last one for today's agenda. And of course, this is the most important topic that we are going to be talking about here. In the very first address, in the very beginning, we actually were warned about the security threats and, all wrong things that are, coming up with the wrong minds taking advantage of the technology. So it was very well explained by Triveni sir, and now we need to discuss about it. That's what we are going to do. The topic is cybersecurity, the next big thing for the partners. This panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, will be moderated by Mr. Tushar Parekh, Managing Director, Silicon Net Secure Private Limited. I am assuming he has already joined. Please, yeah, there he is. So thank you, sir. And panelists for this discussion are Hari Krishna Prabhu, Director, Technobind Solutions, Jiten Mehta, Managing Director, Magnamius Systems Private Limited, Jitendra Google, Director, Channels India, SARG, Fortinet, Krishnakant Mathuria, Director, CyberNX Technologies Private Limited, and Mohan Bhatt, Managing Director and Co-founder, ECOPS Systems Private Limited. Everybody else, I would like you guys to please switch on your videos and unmute your devices so that we can hear you and see you all. And I would like to give it over to Mr. Tushar.
Good evening, friends. I'm Tushar Parekh, Managing Director, Silicon Net Secure Private Limited, and Chairman, Assert. Silicon Net Secure specializes in information, network, cloud security, and business continuity solutions. So let me begin by thanking SME Channels and Sanjay Bhai for putting together this fantastic event and hosting our distinguished panelists. It is interesting, without a doubt, that this is one of the most diverse group of panelists we have today. The fact is that it's a combination of OEM, distributor, and partners, which is really, really interesting, and I'm sure we'll have a better understanding of all their perspectives. Sanjay bhai, can we have all 5 speakers pinned up, please, on the screen? Yeah.
Everybody is there on the screen itself.
Okay. So cybersecurity is the next big thing for partners in the post-pandemic digital transformation era. In 2020, the cybersecurity industry was worth $156 billion. And by 2026, it's predicted to be worth $352 billion. Over the next 5 years, Asia Pacific is predicted to have the highest market for cybersecurity solutions. Businesses are confronting more cyber threats and vulnerabilities in their environments than ever before. Data loss and destruction, intellectual property theft, and other issues currently cost the global economy over USD $600 billion each year, or 0.8% of global GDP. As a result, based on these data, the potential for partners to grow is enormous, and there is a significant gap to be filled. This panel discussion is focused on the growth of business partners, and we hope that partners can benefit from it. I now invite our esteemed panelists to introduce themselves briefly. So over to Mr. Mohan Bhatt, co-founder and MD, ECOPS Systems Private Limited.
Thanks, Tushar. This is Mohan here, myself from ECOPS Systems Private Limited. We are based out of Pune. We are a Make in India company. We have been in this industry for the past 10-15 years. We imagined a concern with respect to access and cybersecurity pretty much 10 to 15 years back, and we could not accept it. So we have been doing research on that, and we have been delivering solutions on it. Being a software company from India, whatever we developed, we wanted it to be rolled out in the market. And we did that for the past 10-15 years. And we are very comfortable to tell you that some of the largest e-commerce companies, largest banks, the defense organizations, manufacturers, Indian government, and many other organizations have been using our solution. And thereby we have been able to prove ourselves that yes, cybersecurity is been a concern, and we have been able to deliver a solution for that. Government is also talking about cyber warfare, right? It is so demanding that the cyber warfare can be used to cripple organizations from whatever they have done. Very simple thing is people using mobiles, people using technologies to that extent is actually making them vulnerable. People have to be internet understanding, because internet is not a bed of roses actually now. So one of the most important things, I'll just give an example, is using your mobile, you can actually shut down your AC, right? So using your mobile, you can actually shut down anything in your house. So just imagine that in case you are going to have everything electronized, then you need to be having cybersecurity also into it. IoT is not going to come for free. Cybersecurity is very important to be adhered with. So that's my say. Over to you, Tushar.
Thank you so much, Mohan. I think that's a very valid point. In fact, what you mentioned about things getting automated, I had done it at my own house around 5 years ago. So, I mean, yes, IoT as a technology is really evolving. But that being said, IoT, there are solutions that can prevent IoT hacks from happening. So, yeah, I mean, that's a very valid point there. So, I move ahead to Mr. Jitendra Google, Director Channels, India and SAARC at Fortinet.
Thanks, Tushar. Firstly, thanks to SME Channels for this opportunity. It's really great to connect with all of you on such a forum after a long time. And we really hope to see you in person as soon as possible. And talking just about myself, I've been into IT industry for more than 25 years, particularly into various areas of IT distributions, working for distributors, and now with Fortinet for more than 11 years. And we'll talk about Fortinet later, but just talking about Fortinet in India, we have been here in India since 2004, and I've been associated with Fortinet right since day one. Although I was with distributor at that point in time, but had been associated with Fortinet for almost 17 years now. So in my current role, as you mentioned, I manage our partner network for India and SAARC region, except for Pakistan. So we cover all the countries, and we have a network of distributors and partners that we work with. We're a 100% channel organization, and I'll be happy to talk about some of the security stuff today. Thank you.
So I thank you so much for the brief introduction, Jitendra ji. I next invite Mr. Hari Krishna Prabhu, Director at Technomind Solutions Private Limited.
Yeah, thanks, thanks Tushar. Thanks Sanjay for inviting me and having me here. As Tushar already introduced, I'm one of the co-founders and the director of Technomind Solutions Private Limited. We don't call ourselves as VAD. We are one of the technology distributors in the country, addressing most of the production solutions around data. And I'm not new to, I think, this particular forum. I have been working very, very closely with most of the partners here. And that actually gives my introduction. So in the interest of the time, I think, let me hand it over back to Tushar and let's move on. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Hari, for a brief introduction. We move next to Mr. Jiten Mehta, Managing Director at Magnanimous Systems Private Limited.
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Tushar. I think before I introduce, I must praise Jitu. Jitu, I've been known for so many years. I've never knew you've been playing such a beautiful flute. Yeah, it was great. I think it was a really hidden skill. Huh? I think the next time we should have one program for that.
Thank you, Jiten.
So thanks for that, Tushar. As rightly said, I'm Jiten Mehta. I've been Managing Director at Magnanimous Systems Private Limited, and we have been in this industry since last 32 years. And we are being a typical dominant IT infra player. We manage all IT data center products, including securities. So that's a brief introduction. Probably over back to you, Tushar.
Thank you so much, Jiten bhai. Really pleasure having you here today. And we move next to welcome Mr. Krishnakant Mathuria, Director at CyberNX Technologies Private Limited.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thanks, Sanjay, for inviting me over, and also I'm very excited to be a part of esteemed panelists. So a little bit about myself and CyberNX. I have more than 12 plus years of experience in ICT domain. Predominantly, I've worked across large organizations, PSUs delivering large scale projects. CyberNX, I co-founded along with Baumek and Kalpesh. CyberNX is a born in the cloud cybersecurity consulting company. We all came together with a common purpose and a vision to address key challenges and pain points around four key areas which customers are facing with the kind of explosion that will happen with the cloud adoption. So we primarily focus around cloud security, managed security services, and the governance, risk, and compliances. We work with some of the large customers across BFSI segment, fintechs, startups, e-com companies, and that is where we specialize in. So that's in a nutshell about CyberNX and myself. Thank you, Tushar.
Thank you so much for your brief introduction, KK. So probably that's a brief introduction for all our esteemed panelists here. Taking it ahead, I would like to post a question across to all of you industry leaders. That what are the key security trends you as leaders are seeing in the current market? So over to you, Mohan. Please kindly elaborate on this and give us your viewpoints on it.
Yeah. What ACOPS has been actually worried about is the trends which is going to be in now and what is there in future. So we have a research unit which is there in Pune, and we have a panel which actually works on the trends now and which is going to be there in the future. We work with multiple eminent people with the industries which has been there. And we have seen that as of now, the market is still having a grave concern with respect to the cybersecurity awareness which is there in the market. Companies were not actually investing on cybersecurity standpoints, and they were saying that nothing has happened till now, and so why should I spend on the cybersecurity? But with the COVID coming in, all those companies which actually had spent on the cybersecurity environments, they were able to scale over because they were already ready with the cybersecurity mitigations. So one of the cybersecurity trends which will require is that the necessity of all innovations is there now, that we are already there in COVID situation. That's why many people are actually into the internet area where cybersecurity has been a concern. So cloud adoption is one thing which people will be looking into. Cloud adoption doesn't mean that everything is secure. Cloud is going to be a platform. So we need to have the mechanism in which cloud can become safe. The second thing is BYOD. Because of work from home and because of the transition in people on the hybrid side, the BYOD trends are very important. What is the concern of using your own devices, or what is the concern of using your own mobiles? That's been a concern. The third thing is the smart engagements. That is, we are already using bots, we are already using robotic systems, IoTs and everything. What are the smart engagements which is there? And the fourth thing, what I would actually try to emphasize again, is the internet isolation. Internet is not a ease of work environment at all. Internet takes more information from you and actually sells it in a market. So internet isolation is something which we need to really work upon. And the threat vectors have increased. So one of the important trends is actually creating a manpower among the partner community and creating a manpower inside a partner community and in the customer community, where a lot of deliberations can happen on the security trends, because trends are not going to stay there for 1 year or 2 years or anything at all. Things are going to move very, very fast. So the best technology in the world is a man. The man is the best technology, and the skill set of a human being has to be cultivated in customers and the partner community. The same with OEMs also. Over to you, Tushar.
Excellent. So I think that internet isolation point, what you mentioned, is really, really valid. Again, cybersecurity awareness is something that needs to get imbibed into customers, with regular, learning or probably educating them over a period of time. But yes, that is a very valid point what you put across, Mohan. Thank you so much for your inputs. Moving ahead to Mr. Jitendra ji, can you please kindly highlight what are your inputs on the same?
Thanks, Tushar. I think, I'm just going to address this in two parts. One is, what are we looking at, when customers think about the security platform or the security posture? And then what are the solutions, that customers are looking at adopting these days? So those are the trends I want to talk about. So when we look at the security platform itself, we have seen that it has been integrating over a period of time. But now we have seen that this same unified security platform has to work not just in the traditional networks, but also it has to natively work on every cloud environment. So there could be hybrid environment, it needs to work there. There could be different form factors. And so it needs to be available across all those factors. And then it should be able to also be deployable and manageable, not just deployment, but also manageable consistently across every edge. And that's what customers are looking at today. And, this is required irrespective of the environment that the customer has got or irrespective of the geography that they are into. So this is a global problem, and the customer has got hybrid networks, and that's what the customers are looking at. The second aspect is that it has to be fully integrated. So you can look at two aspects. One, the product itself needs to be integrated well with the various features, different security threats that it can address to, and they should work together. And when you look at different security technologies, they need to also talk to each other, and we need to ensure that the customers have a security solution which is fully integrated, not just at a product level, but also at a complete network level. And then you will also have a challenge of incorporating the third-party suppliers or third-party vendors, and that also should be possible through tools like APIs. So it's going to be getting more and more complex, and that should deliver performance and not just integration. And the last part of this platform is the automation. Now, with the way the attacks are becoming sophisticated and the speed at which they are coming, the time to respond to these attacks is very limited. And therefore, what customers would have to look at are solutions which are able to support the automation. They are able to detect, investigate, and respond to this advanced threats as fast as possible. Talking about the solutions, I will just briefly touch upon a couple of solutions which are trending. One is the SD-WAN, and it is not just SD-WAN. Customers are looking at secure SD-WAN, and they want to take the advantage of the SD-WAN technologies without compromising on their security. So that's another big area where customers are investing huge. And the last thing is about having a security for the public cloud. Customers are going to cloud, to reduce capex and move more towards the OpEx kind of platform. They want to increase agility. They want to scale up with their business demands, but that is leading to expansion to their attack surface. And they have assumption that these cloud providers are going to take care of the security also, but that's not how it works. Security for services which they are going to use in the cloud is the responsibility of the organization. So this is something which is very important, and today we are seeing that customers are getting more and more aware of this, and they are looking at security not just for the traditional networks, but also for their infrastructure on public cloud. Yeah, Tushar.
Very, very valid points. I think hybrid cloud security and integrated security, that being said, is a very critical role. Plays a very critical role when we talk about security as a whole. I mean, the overall fabric of it. So, really nice inputs on that, Jitendra ji. Thank you so much. And I would invite Mr. Hari Krishna Prabhu to kindly highlight us with his ideas on key security trends.
Yeah, thanks, Tushar. In fact, Mohan and Jitendra Google covered it very well. In fact, it is a very well thoughtful, structured way of putting it across the threat vectors and the solutions. I just want to cover it in a very, very brief horizontal manner. So one of the things that we've always been in today, the recent era is digitization era. Frauds are becoming prevalent. Frauds are becoming very, very dominant. Ransomware is actually hitting us badly. The third important thing that we have been seeing is a lot of phishing effects, phishing campaigns. These are all happening on a daily basis. And this is thanks to not just the digitization, pre-COVID or a post-COVID era of work from home. We must be thinking, right, when people are working from home, it is not that every house, every employee's infrastructure is completely secure, whether it is customer or our own. Lot of legacy, equipments, devices, multiple ways of looking at managing the data. There are complexities increasing day by day. And the other important stuff is like what Mohan and Jitendra said, the cloud adoption is increasing. As much as it is increasing, it's also bringing in the threat factor. The fourth one is very well put by Mohan. It is IoT. Every device is becoming an internet connected, and it's easy to get into it. Even the children can get into it nowadays, and it's becoming more and more dominant. So these are some of the horizontal threat vectors that we are actually facing. And obviously, digitization, cloud, internet, everything is application related. More and more application and more threat that is actually hitting us. So if you compare all these, or if you come with all these, there are few things that comes out very, very clearly. How do we actually protect our data, not just backing up, right? How do I actually secure it in such a way that it is with us, within our organization, wherein I can manage everything, whether it is on cloud, whether it is wherever it is, right? I need to manage it. Can I have the entire authority or the control within ourselves? It could be anything. I'm not touching upon any horizontal solution. The third one is more and more applications being used, more and more applications being thrown up to the people. Application security is becoming a sort of mandate. It is very, very important for any organization to look at. The third one or fourth one, I should say, is so many applications, so many things that we are managing, so many passwords and stuff like that, right? Password management, single sign-on. These are the few things that are coming up. Other one is rightful access or the secure trusted access. These are the things which are actually catching up in the industry, because again, distributed architecture, the cloud is there, the data is moving everywhere. How do I actually protect that? The last and the very important stuff is all these are being monitored by the government. All these are being monitored by authorities, right? Hence, there are two important things. One is compliance driven. Am I complying with the authorities? Am I complying with the data law, whatever? So compliance driven solutions are becoming very, very important. The fourth one is data governance. Data governance could be anywhere, from the start of how do I protect it to how do I discover it to how do I whatever. So governance is becoming very, very, very important. So these are the 7-8 trends that are emerging. Products, solutions, there are multiple ones of those. We know each of us have multiple solutions, but if we follow these threat vectors and if we follow the trends that are there, I think that's where most of us have a biggest potential and the opportunity available for us. I think while threat is there, while we are all aware that there is a fear amongst ourselves because of data security, but as partners, as solution providers, as IT, sales organizations, it's a big, big opportunity in front of us. I think we should leverage and take advantage of it. Over to you.
Perfect. I think that's a couple of points really, really well said out, Hari. I think cloud adoption will definitely bring threats. Funnily, it has happened that people expect cloud to automatically secure data, but actually people really don't put too much an effort to it. That is one major area for partners to really look at and grow out of. Besides that, another few points that you really pointed out was data and application security, which at the end of the day, if you look at it on a broader spectrum of things, the way things are moving in the current space of security, that is one area. Application security per se is getting really ignored. So that is another area which is really very important for partners to look at, because that at the end of the day would be definitely a major vulnerability for any hacker to really look down to. So thanks for bringing that up. And of course, data governance being the most important out of all, you're taking a holistic view of your network as well as your security standpoint, which also becomes a very valid point, and thanks a lot for highlighting it. Thank you so much. So I would now invite Mr. Krishnakant Mathuria to highlight us on his inputs regarding security trends and what he's seeing in the current market. KK, you're mute. Yeah.
Thanks, Tushar. Sorry, I got logged off for some reason, and then it went on auto mute. So yeah. So what I was mentioning was, if you look at the current security trends, with the onset of pandemic, especially it changed a lot of things with how the technology was getting consumed. It put a lot of thrust on how the adoption is happening. It speeded up the adoption. So if you look at the overall, the larger picture, how the trend has been moving. It initially in if you look at a decade ago, it was more of a product centric approach where technologies were being adopted from a product perspective. Now, if you move forward, customers started evolving and they moved towards more of a solution centric approach. But now what we are seeing right now is it's more moving toward again a risk based approach, because now there are no boundaries. We are seeing a lot of customers who are coming to us, and they want to do a risk assessment, they want to do a security posture assessment, they want to see how is their governance, risk and compliance structure, and they are also looking at adopting a process driven approach with ISO 27001 or ISMS implementation internally, which actually helps them define and implement controls which are basically required for a borderless world right now. Then if you look at, again, there is a work from home which is now adopted and has become mainstream. Companies are actually reassessing everything, right from what is required, what are the challenges, and how do we implement everything in a very, very secured manner. So the other key trend that we have seen is, again, the cloud is being adopted in a at a very massive scale. We cannot imagine the kind of cloud adoption that has happened in the past 1.5 years, because companies wanted to be agile, and that is where they were competing against a lot of in their space, and that is what has bringing a lot of I would say opportunities. I don't look at it as a kind of a challenge, but if we as a partner we see there is a lot of opportunity that is got created because of this. Now companies have 2 or 3 options. If you look at cloud, predominantly the big 3 players who are there in the cloud, and cloud security posture management is something very important, and we have been again approached, since we specialize in this area. We have been approached by a lot of customers that how do we manage our cloud. We have adopted it, okay, all right, but then we see a lot of challenges, and with the kind of attacks which are happening, I'm sure all of you hear on a daily basis what is happening, and a lot of large organizations are getting compromised. So that is one key trend that we are seeing, that we need to kind of securely adopt, as touched upon by Hari. Compliance is one very, very big area, and the regulatory framework is getting mature all the day. Even with the government proposing a version of GDPR, IDPR. So there is going to be a lot of thrust in terms of how do we basically secure the PII, which is there, which is floating around. I'm sure all of us have maybe account with each and every top e-com player or a payment gateway player, or everything is digital. So that is again one very important area. The last trend that we are seeing is the emergence of fintech. If you look at the tech driven companies like agrotech, or if you talk about defense, these companies are basically very innovative, and they are innovating at a very large scale. So most of these sectors, if you look at it, cybersecurity maturity, they lack, because the speed at which they are innovating, the cybersecurity is not evolving, and typically it is leading to they being victimized, and there are a lot of large scale attacks and incidents which are happening.
So great there. I think KK, that's been a very valid point. Thank you so much. So we have a query or a question from one of our partners here. So what is the scope of database security audit software? When will Data Protection Act be released? If anyone would want to answer that, please.
So in terms of when it will be released, I think we already have a draft, and it needs to be passed as the pending constitutional approval. But I believe sooner or later it's gonna be there, and then we have seen a lot of preparing for that. A lot of companies, in fact, if you look at the governance teams of large organizations, they are already started to prepare for implementing, especially who are more consumer facing organizations, where they need to handle a lot of people. I hope that answers the questions partly.
Yeah, KK, you're freezing in between. Yeah, but I think broadly what you mentioned is is fairly suffice enough. Guys, if you have any questions, see, this is a very extensive subject. If any of you have any questions during this discussion, kindly put it in the question box and Q&A box, and we will definitely get them answered from our panelists here. So thank you, KK. I think that's fairly brief enough, and what you really mentioned is very valid. When we talk about GRC, I think that is one area that probably members or partners really need to look at, because that is one area that is opening up post pandemic. When people are really looking at their compliance perspective being put rightly. Besides that, of course, GDPR and IDPR already, GDPR is already in place. IDPR is already, due to come out sometime soon. And borderless working, what you mentioned was really a very valid point. Work from anywhere or post pandemic, people are looking at working flexibly, whether from home or office or anywhere else. And managed cloud services is a very valid and a hot area to really look at, because that is one area which will give you recurring revenue year on year, quarter on quarter. So thank you so much for your valid inputs, KK. I now move ahead to the next question. What are the latest technologies in cybersecurity which are easily adaptable for partners? So I would invite Mr. Jiten Mehta to kindly highlight us on this question.
Yeah, hi Tushar. Yeah, I think so. There were a lot of trends, probably our panelists have said, and few of them are definitely need to look upon it, and that shows what kind of a technology will address those key trends, probably, which is there in a cyber. So as an infra partner, basically, if you have gone through the whole webinar since morning, probably since afternoon, is see, one of the key technologies definitely is zero trust. Like everybody is probably talking of that. Other one more extra word is ZTNA, like probably zero trust network access, because everything is going to be hybrid. whom to trust, whom not to trust is going to be a big question mark. And probably that is the technology, and probably every OEM is, giving that probably. So that is the one key technology, I think so. Probably people like us should adopt that. The next could be a SaaS one, like probably secure access with secured edge. That's going to be the key trend as well as the key technology, which will really give you a boost probably to all the partners in a like infrastructure space. Basically, this is going to be the technology. The way we were talking of cloud in 2013-14, it's going to be now SaaS and ZTNA. And finally, I suggest one more, as you rightly said, is managed services. Probably either can be on cloud, can be on security itself, which is a big term, we call it a SOC. I do not know how do you define that. It's just not a three simple words, three simple letters probably. It's a whole gamut of world into that. So I suggest probably these 2-3 technologies would definitely boost your revenues within the organization.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Jiten bhai. I think very, very valid. Again, zero trust being the highest buzz, the buzzword in today's date, or ZTNA for that matter. That is one area which people are now really focusing on, because since now it's borderless working, people are really more looking at working from anywhere. Of course, security being the highest focus area, people do not want to lose out on their own security of their network and data within the when people are connected from their home or anywhere. So that is a very valid point, and thank you so much, Jiten bhai, for the highlight. I would now invite Mr. Jitendra Guggal to kindly highlight, kindly share his ideas on this point. Besides that, I would also request Jitendra ji, could you kindly speak up? I think there has been a slight voice issue at your end.
So let me just try and change my microphone then.
Yeah.
I will back up. Better?
Yes.
Right? Yeah. So high availability is very important when it comes to security. So, right. So just talking about the latest technologies and easily adaptable. I don't think these go hand in hand, because it's not going to be easy. Definitely, partners will have to work hard to understand technology, because when you look at security itself is a very complex issue, right? And to address that, you have range of solutions, a lot of technologies coming. So anything that is going to come in, whether it is old or latest, it requires a lot of effort in terms of understanding of that. That's first. And talking about what could be more easier to adapt, I would say, public cloud security, because, it's just about managing the same customer infrastructure and just taking it from one platform to another platform. And the interface would remain more or less the same. And it would require a little bit of understanding of how cloud works, how security on cloud works. But basically, if you look at Fortinet products, the solution that we offer, whether it is for on-cloud customer or a customer who is on premises, the solution would remain more or less the same. The interface, the GUI remains the same. So it's going to be much more easier for the partners to adapt that. And secondly, which I want to talk about is again zero trust access. So zero trust network access is actually an element of zero trust access, which talks more about controlling the access to applications. And if you look at ZTNA, we are talking about verifying users and devices, and that's becoming very, very critical now, because with the work from home culture, growing so fast, organizations require that the users are verified, the devices are verified before they are granted access to the applications. And it has to be done for every single session of the application. And not only that, this also needs to meet the security policy requirements of the organization. So all put together, this is something which is not just a trend, but it's going to be easier for partners to to adapt to, because there are a few technologies that they will have to learn, and I'm sure this can be something. This is something that they can do if they have a little bit of experience on cybersecurity.
Great. Thank you so much, Jitendra ji, for your inputs. I think very valid again when we talk about device security per se. So next, I would like to invite, just a second, 1 second, sorry. Yeah, I think very valid points. I would like to invite Mr. Mohan Bhatt to kindly highlight us on his inputs regarding your current cybersecurity, which are your technologies which are easily adaptable for partners.
Thank you, Tushar. One of the most important and the easily adaptable for the partners is having a great manpower, right? See, anything else is taken over by Google, bots, RPAs, and everything. A great manpower is something which is very much needed for all the partners to actually have a cybersecurity environment, because things are changing very badly faster. So people are looking at consulting, and people are looking at VAPT, and people are looking at research work on the customer environment. So manpower is one thing which I request and all the partners to have, put a great team forward, because there's nothing replacing the great team. That's one. The next thing is authentication. Identity management becomes very, very important. Now we are talking about ZTNA, we are talking about borderless, we are talking about secure access. That's all what is going to be there as of now. But if going into the future, right, identity management becomes very critical. For example, someone has logged in and someone else has taken over the connection, right? So how do you ensure that the same person who has logged in is going to continue the entire transaction, right? Now in work from home, it could be, instead of you, it could be your son working, and when your son is working, it could become a child labor law, and all those concerns can happen. So identity management is a technology which will be needed in the future, and that is going to create trust among work from home and other technologies coming inside. And the third thing is analytics. If you are actually going to look at work from home, analytics are very much needed. Did a person work for 8 hours? Did a person really work for 12 hours? Okay, he worked for 8 hours, but what did he work on? How does the HR come to know that work from home is really happening? In the COVID situation, yes, people were forced to work from home. There was a fear of losing jobs. But if work from home has to continue, right, these analytics has to be presented to the management that work from home really happens. So my take, the technology is a great manpower, nothing less than that. Second thing is authentication, that is identity management. And the third thing is data analytics, which a partner can actually provide to the customer. Now, looking at technologies which has to be there, we need to now look at technologies which are holistic in nature. Now, for example, cloud is a good technology. But if you don't control cloud, cloud will end up giving you a bill which is going to be phenomenally very high, right? So at the same time, anything should be holistic in nature. Second thing is that anything should be agnostic in nature. Reason is that something which works on a Windows platform has to work on a Mac platform also. Something has to work on Android also. It should work anywhere. So we are not into technologies anymore where it has been ruled by one technology. So holistic, being agnostic is needed. Third thing is governance. People are having a lot of trust in application, a lot of trust in many things. Benefit of doubt has been given. We cannot have any trust anymore. It's zero trust. So third thing is governance. We need to have complete control and a skill set to govern it. The fourth thing is innovation. There is no rule that this is the nth limit of the product. There can be always a great person who can come on the table and do innovation, which can disrupt the entire technology. So that is a fourth thing. The fifth thing, what I want to tell about cybersecurity is that please ensure fail safe, because anything which is there will have an expiry date. Anything which will be there can be compromised. So if it is compromised, how do you fail safe? Fail safe is a concept where attack has happened, but you are still secured. And the last thing, what I always believe is do a localization of your skill sets. When you do a localization of skill sets, you will have control over what you're giving it to the customer. You don't have to depend upon technologies which is not going to be in your localized environment. So that's the last thing. So these are few things which we also tell our partners that we need to actually get into all those discussions. Thank you, Tushar.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, Mohan. I think a couple of points what you pointed out were really valid. Manpower most important. Because skilled manpower is something that has been a pain point post pandemic, to retain good staff. So in fact, even on the earlier panel discussion, what Ms. Meenal was highlighting across, that we really need to get our team motivated so that, as what I rightly say, even to a lot of people, there is food for your stomach, there's food for your brains. Most important, because otherwise it really gets difficult retaining good talent. So people work for both. It's not just money that you can buy them out with.
Yeah. So I'll just give you a small case study. We had one of the customers actually who implemented work from home, and we asked him what is the benefit, what you're getting. He told that his attrition ratio reduced drastically by 70%. So earlier, an employee was sitting inside the city and going to the office. He used to meet his friends. Going to an office, he used to see other companies nearby. So he always had an option of moving from one company to another company. Now, these technically sound people, instead of they being in cities, if they are working from their villages and they are very technically sound and good manpower, and if these guys are given a good amount of work and staying in a village where they don't have access to good companies to switch over, and they're very content staying in a village with their mom's food, everything is there. So attrition ratio comes down. So one of the interesting thing is work from home from villages actually reduce attrition ratio for many of the technically sound people. So that was a flip side of it. Thanks, Tushar.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mohan. Very insightful, and all your points what you put across regarding IAM, analytics, platform agnostic. Again, most important being platform agnostic. I would yet feel that there are a lot of softwares that we are currently working with are yet not platform agnostic. I mean, some finance softwares, for instance, without naming anyone, they are yet they're yet conservatively stuck on Windows forever. So
I'll just give an example. There was a DLP solution. Okay, there is a DLP solution which was working on Windows platform. What the customer did not know is that it doesn't work on a Mac platform. So anyone who wanted to download a data, a software developer wanted to download a data, what he used to do is he used to log in from the Mac platform, he used to reduce it down, right? So as partners, we have to be foolproof to the customer. So that's where the agnostic thing comes in.
Absolutely. Very true. So thank you so much, Mohan. I would like to invite, for the next question, what partners need to add to their portfolio from a security standpoint. So I would like to invite Mr. Hari Krishna Prabhu to kindly shed some light on this question, please.
Yeah, thanks, Tushar. Again, very valid. I think Jiten Bhai and Mohan, covered it very well. They have in fact given us some brief about what products or the solutions to be adopted, right? Like Mohan said, information is important, and IAM is becoming a need of the hour today. Privileged access is becoming the need of the hour because we should know who's accessing what. The secured access is very important, and that's becoming a sort of mandated in every organization. And I think as solution providers, I think we should start looking at it. I've already spoken about the application security. That's becoming a sort of very well sought after, or again in demand kind of thing. Every organization is looking at the application security is the other one. And like Mohan said, right, one is easily adoptable. The second one is instead of saying agnostic, let me use the word called as industry standard, wherein it becomes a sort of horizontal. It need not be a pointed solution, or it need not be locked to one particular technology, wherein a customer can actually not just afford it, it should be easily adoptable. While Jiten Google said security is not easy to adopt, I completely agree. But Can we simplify it and help customer adopt and solve his problems or the needs that are there in the industry? The third important thing, like KK said, compliance and the governance. We have to today get ready to address the compliance driven opportunities. It could be, the last panelist spoke about hardware security modules. There could be RBI guidelines, there could be IRDA guidelines, there could be HIPAA guidelines, it could be anything for that matter. We should be able to understand what exactly is the compliance requirement today and be ready with some of the solutions that can actually address. It could be anything. It could be addressing the segments like pharma has HIPAA, or your BFSI has IRDA and RBI driven, or UIDI or the GST norms are talking about having every invoice of yours needs to be digitally signed, stored in an encrypted format in a hardware security module, decrypted as and when it is required. Am I ready with that particular solution? Do I have a solution which actually addresses all the kind of problem areas and easily adoptable and in a very affordable manner? Do we have that? We should look at that. Then the third one, important stuff always is, for us, the guys who are actually selling this, is it one, ease of selling, ease of adoption? The third one is it creating a sort of predictable revenue for me year on year, and a sort of I should say, will it create stickiness within the customers for us? Stickiness which results into the revenue, results into drag creation for more and more solutions and stuff like that. So it's always good to take an approach to the customer in terms of two things. One is, can I understand his pain area? Can I understand his need? One, I spoke about compliance. The second one, I'm talking about the need today. Do I know that? And go and talk about giving him a solution which is not a pointed solution. We should always be able to take a stack approach with the use case that is addressed. A stack approach that can actually address all these pain areas. It could be anything. I'm saying 4 pain areas. Let's say endpoint governance. Do I know endpoint has been used very well? So can I back it up? Can I encrypt the data? Can I have the safer access? It could be anything. So when I go and present to a customer saying, I will help you govern your endpoint usage, right? So that should be the approach. In such a way, what happens when I go with that stack approach, when I go with a complete drag approach, one, I'm giving a very holistic or a complete solution to the customer. The second one, I'm creating more and more opportunities. He may not go and buy 4, 5, 6 products together, which addresses it, but he knows somebody from an organization and come and spoken to me about a couple of more, which might help me resolve my problem or address my problem area. He may not buy it today, but it's there in his mind. So he will call us whenever there is a need, or it is there in his top of the mind recall. So I'm always talking about not taking a pointed approach. It's always better to take a holistic approach, take a stack approach, try and address it in such a way that I have created more opportunities and I become a sort of trusted advisor to the customer. I think that's where it matters. All the technologies, every product does one or the other thing good, one or the other thing bad. So nothing against any product or nothing against good and bad, right? We should know when to pitch in what product which addresses my customer pain point, and possibly as solution providers, ease of management and profitable. That's where it is.
So much, Hari. I mean, and that's quite insightful. For the brevity of time, kindly request all speakers to stick to your timelines. KK, I would like to invite you to speak on this on a very brief manner. What partners need to add to their portfolio from a security standpoint?
Sure. Thanks, Tushar. So one very important thing touched upon by Hari was, the word trust. That is something which we as a partner should always think to cultivate with our customers as well as with our employees. From a security standpoint, if you look at the the current opportunities that partners have, I will speak from my experience in terms of how we approach customers. We always think very holistically rather than being going to customer with the point solution. Second is having a very specific outcome driven approach in terms of what is in it for the customer, rather than I just want to sell a technology to a customer. If we look at that approach, there are a lot of new age technology solutions which are available right now. If you think about things like CASB, which is kind of getting adopted in a very wide way, SOC services. We are talking about web application firewall. We are looking at automation of VAPD. Customers are looking at different models of adoption, like a SaaS model, rightly mentioned by Jitin Bhai. So though all these stack is very complex to be implemented, but then partner can look at selectively in terms of how they can, in a planned approach, develop those appropriate skills and adopt those technologies. So I will say, for me, being a specialist is more important than being a generalist, where I go and say that मैं सब बेचता हूँ, आपको क्या चाहिए. It doesn't work anymore. And each of the areas, if you look at, there are a huge amount of opportunities right now available. If you pick up anything, just to mention, like a database access management, we're talking about DAM, or Hari was talking about HSM. These are all very complex technologies to adopt and implement. Things like TDE, transparent data encryption. There are so many things and areas where there are ample opportunities for partners. The only thing is that they need to kind of align their priorities, and I'm sure there is a huge amount of potential in anything you would want to do. And then again, having a holistic approach and a customer centric approach. That is what I would like to say.
Yeah. I think, thank you so much, KK. That's a very valid point, and thank you for being so brief and quick. The next question I would like to ask you again is, what service and certification capability partners need to imbibe? What are your inputs or ideas on that? I think because on CyberDNX, you guys are really looking at those lines. On certification, quite a bit. So if you could kindly highlight on that.
Sure. Thanks, Tushar. Sorry, I think I have a very erratic connection, so excuse me if there are some jitters in my speech. So in terms of certification, there is nothing very specific when we talk about it all depends on what is the vision, what is the focus for a partner. So if you think about it, it's a mindset. And that mindset has to change from being a generalist to a specialist, and then aligning the company's company goal in that direction. So there are a lot of potential and vast opportunities which are there, but if you look at it, there are a huge amount of skills gap which are prevalent. There is a big issue. That is a big issue. Mohan touched upon that point there, that the most important thing is the human capital. You got to focus on the developing the human capital, and that is the most important thing which we as partners should really think about, because those are the guys who are gonna bring success to the organization, profitability to the organization. They are gonna be the brand ambassadors for us, and we also got to step into customer shoes, and we got to see it from their view, rather than say that, okay, I want to be a partner with a certain product or an OEM, rather than it has to be inside out approach, thinking more from a point of view that, okay, what is in it for my customer. Why I touched upon that point. If we again, if you look at the traditional way how security was being implemented, that is changing very rapidly right now. World is moving to the cloud very quickly. Cybersecurity solutions are kind of evolving very quickly, and a lot of traditional vendors, you are mentioning about few of them, their business strategy has gone for a toss, and they're struggling big time. So the key aspect I would like to touch upon is to have an immediate focus on a long-term goals and changes, and accordingly alignment of the services and the product that suits the market changes or the market dynamics. So to conclude, I would not say there is any specific certification that a partner should imbibe, but based on what areas they want to specialize and kind of grow, that is something they should focus on. And there are a lot of other complementing technologies, certifications, parallel technologies. There are generic certifications like to get a CISO perspective. You can think about certification like CIS, CISA. If you want to really get deep into a kind of security testing, you can train your team with certification like CEH, OSCP, and there are so many plethora of technologies or solution certifications which are available right now.
So thank you so much, KK. I think that's very, very valid what you put across. And again, your standpoint as a partner really makes a difference. Again, what Hari mentioned was his standpoint as a distributor. So that being said, yes, there are different perspectives to this, but yeah, I mean, it's really good to see or hear all three sides of the story, with the OEM, with a distributor and a partner in place. Thank you so much, KK. So I would like to again invite Mr. Jitendra Google to shed some light on what service and certification capability partners need to imbibe.
Yeah, thanks, Tushar. I think, first and foremost, partners need to see that, that team is fully capable to deliver the solutions that they're looking at for their customers. So for that, first and foremost, they need to see whether they have got clarity on the fundamentals, whether the fundamentals of the problem, the solution, is that clear and how they can get that knowledge. I'll not get into details of how they can get it, but that's very important. When you're going to talk about security and if you don't know basics of firewall, it's not going to work. Secondly, to make sure that your sales team, partner sales team is fully capable. They have the in-depth product knowledge and they have also got the solution knowledge. They should be capable to understand the customer's problem and then arrive at the solution. They should be in a position to tell the customer what kind of solution they should look at. Because this is going to be not a generic solution to everyone. One size fits all approach doesn't work here. And secondly, when you look at the technical team also, they need to have a solution approach again, and they need to be totally hands-on. They need to have those vendor certifications for the products or solutions that they want to sell. And they also need to have enough tools available in terms of demo software or demo appliances to make sure that they are comfortable, they are confident when they approach the customer. So that should be the approach. And when I talk about solution approach, let me just give an example about zero trust network access that we are talking about. Now we are not talking about just a token or authentication or net solution, right? We are talking about a solution. So the person needs to understand, the organization needs to understand how these various technologies have to integrate together. And for Fortinet partners, the good news is that they get access to free training via partner portal, on our network security expert program, where they can get access to all of this that I talked about. And for our customers as well as partners who are not part of our program, they can also access a lot of training through training.fortinet.com, which is available publicly.
Great. So I think that's really, really insightful. Thank you so much, Jitendra ji. The next question is how cybersecurity can fuel their bottom line or partners' bottom line. So I would like to invite Mr. Jiten Mehta to kindly highlight us on what his inputs are or what are his ideas about the same.
Yeah, Tushar, hi. I think so. The question has got answered itself. Yes, it is fueling definitely a bottom line. So keep adding security portfolio into your service division and probably it will fill up. See, one of the technology I forgot to mention is probably a OT security, like everybody is talking of internet or IoT or something like that, but nobody is talking on OT. Now, which is going to be the next in thing. So probably if you can add that portfolio within your service team, and trust me, as KK said, is have some certifications in place approach different customer, could be enterprise. जैसे आज सुबह त्रिवेदी जी बोल रहे थे, that corporate has to understand that invest in security first and then do the business. So if that's going to be the true this thing, I think so. Any services on security is going to fuel your bottom line. There is no limit to it. So it's a time everybody has to add that portfolio within the service team and get the hang on whichever product you prefer, or the other on your own service, or can be attached to any. So many OEMs are available. You can get attached to any OEMs, and it will definitely fill up your bottom line.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Jiten bhai. I would like to invite Mr. Mohan Bhatt to answer the same question: how cybersecurity can fuel partners' bottom line?
Yeah. So I have a different take altogether on this. What we try to do is we consider security as a business enabler for the customer, right? So instead of giving security to just safeguard their data or security to safeguard their IT, if you can fuel security as a business enabler. For example, vendor access was not there. If you can have awesome security which can ensure the SAP access given to a vendor, then your businesses can become faster. So security as a business enabler will ensure good amount of business happening to the customer, and the customer is going to ensure that good amount of business will happen to the partner, right? Because here the security is not for only safeguarding his assets or anything at all. It is fueling the entire business, right? Now, if you look at ICICI Bank now, how did they compete with SBI? Because they innovated the entire ATM part of it, and they did internet banking transaction. They took the security on a hold that they will be able to provide access. So security as a business enabler is something which we need to do. Security as only taking care of the IT requirements and all is only done when you actually have an hack, right? Normally what happens, people don't look into security because there is no ROI for security. People say, why should I spend on that and all that? But there is a compromise which is there, then they look into the security part of it. But if you can sell security as a business enabler, right, all partners will actually have month on month, business on business bottom lines coming in. So we have good amount of customers. We have pharma customers who were provided awesome security to their research centers, to their CNF agents and everyone, because of which the business grew, and our partners, the partners were really benefited with that. The next thing is many of the call centers which was there inside the four walls, when the pandemic struck, security was able to ensure call center activities were able to move home. So business again became very conservatively successful there. And many companies, BPOs and KPO companies who had data analytics as a very critical part, and they invested on security, they were able to prove that though in the COVID time, working from home, the data analytics security was ensured by ensuring that there's no leakage of that. Software developers were not given access to their source code which was there. Using security, the software developers were given access. So businesses flew phenomenally. Many businesses from US got down to India because security was a business enabler, right? So that is one. And the last thing is, yes, trust is something which is very important to be created. Work from home will never stay unless trust is being created. You partners can actually have a panel which can actually generate trust by ensuring biometrics, data analytics, and other things. And the last thing what I would prefer is we talk to customers, we find out their pain areas, we understand them, and we give them a solution. So let's work in a different angle. Let's understand what does a partner need, what does a partner can have to increase his business. So his business is XYZ. By introducing security, can we make the business far more interesting, far more expanded? So that will fuel a wow factor with respect to a customer. So satisfying a customer is one part, but in case we can brainstorm about how can a customer business grow because of security, then we can get a wow factor into it. And that's going to fuel paychecks even without any other efforts put in.
Quite valid. Thank you so much, Mohan. I think security as a business enabler, very valid, and I think it's a very good point what you put across. definitely that is one area what partners really need to focus on. And that brings us to our last question. What is your final message of developing teams and creating relationships with the customers and OEM? So I would like to first invite Mr. Hari Krishna Prabhu, to please give his inputs on the same, and then we can take that ahead.
I think so. Hari is logged off, looks like. I'm
Yeah.
not seeing him. He's not there.
He has a flight, maybe he's left. So yeah, okay. I would like to ask Mr. Mohan Bhatt to give his final message of developing teams and creating relationships with customers and OEM.
Yeah. So one of the important thing is in balance of technological equilibrium. See, just because a product is good, you cannot actually push it to a customer. Just because the product is going to give a good bottom line, it's very hard to push it to a customer, because end of the day, there is a balance for the technological equilibrium which is needed, or technological balance which is needed. So for what I always believe is that every company has different stages and different needs which has been there. So technological equilibrium is very much needed. And the next thing what I always believe is cybersecurity touches everyone and it touches everything. So covering up all the factors of cybersecurity is something which is needed. You should not have something secured and something not secured. People have to be internet literate. And the final message is that the man behind the gun is more important than the gun itself, right? So whatever technology you use or whatever engagements you do, the man behind that entire thing is going to be very, very important, right? So people believe in the man. So you build people who can actually support the customers, then everything is yours.
Thank you so much. I think that's been really wonderful, Mohan. I would like to invite Jiten Bhai to kindly give his inputs and ideas about your final message from his end regarding developing teams and creating relationships with customers and OEM.
So, Tushar, security portfolio itself creates a bonding with the customer. As Mohan rightly said, is the man behind the scene is more important probably than the gun itself, So if you have a good team, if you can develop a good team or retain a people, probably, that will definitely create a bonding, a deep bonding with the customer, because security is their heart. As security is the enabler, probably Mohan said that also. A security is the enabler. Without enablement, the business is not going to run. So if you can touch that pain point along with your team, I think so you are with the customer, and probably your revenue is not going anywhere. It's yours. So keep that relationship. Make sure the customer does not get affected on or does not get compromised on security, and it's all yours. You don't have to really go anywhere else.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Jiten Bhai. Very valid again. Really, a couple of these points is something that would always help all our partners to grow to the next level. I would like to ask Krishnakant Mathuria to kindly shed some light on this.
Thanks, Tushar. So, if I were to give a message, I would probably say, I will actually, I'm not being biased, but I would talk more from a partner perspective, because there are a lot of partners around, and I would like to share my point of view. One of the most important thing that I think about is typically, if you look at customer engagements, they are looking at long-term engagements, long-term partnership with whatever vendors they are engaging in, and partner is a bridge which basically connects the technology and the solutions for the customer. So typically we should be that bridge when it comes to having the right balance between an OEM engagement as well as the customer, and also not overselling a technology to a customer, but being more customer centric and outcome driven. Now most of the IT is a enabler of business, as rightly said by one of the panelists. I don't remember the name, but IT is an enabler of business. They play a very healthy role in terms of contributing to the profitability of the organization, because everything is digital. You cannot afford any downtime. Any downtime is directly affects the bottom line of the organizations. So from a partner point of view, alignment with the customer goal is more important. Building that trust is very important. And we talk about long-term partnership. Partners are going to benefit a lot. And I think Hari touched upon a few very important things, which was, basically providing a technology which is very robust, which will actually, help partners build a kind of a consistent revenue pipelines and a revenue model where, once you work hard and provide the right solution, it will work for years. And as the customer grow, we grow with the customer. And the last but not the least is basically the skill development. Although it is very time consuming, that is going to be the name of the game going forward. If you look at, the overall business strategy alignment, we need to look at a multi-pronged strategy where we strike a right balance between hiring fresh talent and also training them along with the trained manpower we have, and building a team. So for me, it's going to be customer right balance with the OEM and skills of the team.
Sure. Thank you so much, KK. I think very valid again. Upskilling our manpower is the most important as of now. That is one area which would help all our partners as well, and it would portray the right approach to the customers as well when you have certified staff or skilled manpower for that matter. So yeah, thank you so much, KK. And of course, from an OEM perspective, I would like Mr. Jitendra Google to give his inputs on this.
Thank you, Tushar. Yeah, I agree with all of them. I think the message that is consistent across all panelists is that partners need to have a team, which is skilled, and I would say not just skilled but also committed. Their commitment to the customers in terms of solving their problems. The team should be able to understand and speak the language of the customers and also of the OEMs. They should be able to understand what the vendor's strategy is about addressing a particular customer problem. So, they should be on the same page. And secondly, what I mentioned earlier, they need to look at the solution oriented approach, because if you are looking at developing a relationship with a customer, you got to understand their problem and arrive at a solution. And if you're just going to have a point product approach, that's not going to work. So I think, it's very important that have a long-term relationship with the customer where you are able to understand their requirements, not just from security point of view, but understand overall business problems and how security is going to be an enabler for them.
Sure. Thank you so much, Jitendra. Really appreciate that. So friends, this brings us to the end of our panel discussion. I would request any member or any partner who has any questions kindly post it across in the Q&A section so we can probably answer it right now. So I guess there is not much of a question that people are having. I think all our panel discussion was quite in depth and keeping the perspectives of our OEM, distributor and partners into account. Couple of points which I really found worthwhile is cybersecurity and cloud security, which is a high focus area. IoT, multi-factor authentication, zero trust, identity and access management, managed services, having a holistic approach towards solutions, what we put across, and of course, most importantly, platform agnostic solutions. That has been one of the key focus areas what people need to really look at, not only one particular platform, but it should be a cross platform. So having platform agnostic solutions and being a solution enabler for a customer rather than going and pitching across one product. You enable a customer with a solution, having a neutral approach towards a technology. Rather be a technology driver rather than being a product salesman. I think this is one very important factor. And of course, this would add recurring revenue to your bottom line. So friends, thank you so much for your time. And I think there's a lot of take back from this panel discussion, which at least I had with all these esteemed panelists that we've had here today. Thank you so much for your time. And thank you, Sanjay Bhai, for having all of us on this platform. It's been wonderful chatting with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjay. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, everyone.
It's really an honor to get in touch with all of you.
Jitendra ji, thanks KK, thanks Jiten Bhai, and over to Pragya. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This was perhaps the longest session, but also the most important and the most insightful, I believe. We have spoken about a lot of important things throughout the day today. And I think at the end, obviously, we have talked about, possibilities, scope, security, and everything else. But towards the end of the agenda, while we only have some awards to be given now, what we have learned today and what we, I think, have focused the most on today is about appreciating the efforts of our team members, the manpower, as we call it, and skilled manpower to be precise, and manifesting and investing in the same direction. That, I think, has been the highlight of the discussion. And we definitely are looking forward to be doing the same. Before we actually present the awards, I know you all are waiting for the awards. We also have a quick musical break just to refreshen up your minds before we start announcing the awards. We have almost 100 awards to be given. We have a very quick 2-minute presentation. I'd like to request Sanjay sir to please take it over and talk about the CIO 1000.
Thank you, Pragya. I know that this is a tough time, between the entertainment, the awards. But I thought that this is worthwhile that I should mention that which I mentioned at the beginning note on my welcome note. I'll check only 2 minutes that in 2019, some of you partners had participated in CIO 500, which were done physically in New Delhi, bringing in 500 CIOs, IT decision makers, plus other guests from channel and OEM, making it a 700 people gathering there. But this time we are expanding our horizon. We are going a little bit more from this geo to another geo. So from India, we are bringing in 500 CIOs or decision maker this time. This is going to happen from 2nd to 4th of December. And the rest 500 we have invited, and we are seeing a lot of traction from other countries, including Asia Pacific and Chinese countries also. So Taipei, Taiwan, China, Hong Kong, Singapore, Australia, Malaysia, you name any country, we have got representation or CIOs there. I'll just quickly run through the agenda and the speakers. Of course, the speakers, placement hasn't completed yet because I was busy in executing this event. These are the names, those who have already appeared here. We'll be posting other photographs of the speakers very quickly. So it's a 3 days agenda. The first one is starting from 2nd December. It's a long again from 11 a.m. till 7:30 p.m. And second day, we have similar kind of event. We have big names coming in as speakers as well. The last day is nothing but some virtual data center visit and some lucky draws. So that was what I wanted to pay message to the esteemed audience here. I can see that we have more than 250 channel partners joined from India and some other regions from Middle East and Singapore as well. I thought this is worthwhile that I should reiterate our efforts. The last one that we will be doing for this year, probably after this, we will be meeting physically on physical environment in hotels from 2022. So with this program, over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. We will have a quick entertainment break, musical break, and let's listen to some soothing flute sound and then prepare ourselves for the last segment, which is the awards.
This is again from Mr. Jitendra Google. So his musical flute rendition.
Thank you, sir. I think apart from the discussions that we have had, Jitendra sir has also participated as a panelist. But the most amazing thing about the thing is that we have such talented people in our own fraternity, in our own family, and who have done such great flute sessions for us. Thank you for that. Let's get started with the awards now. We'll be displaying the names on the screen, and I'll also be announcing simultaneously. I would appreciate if you guys can all send your wishes for the winners. We will be starting with the SME Channel Partner Summit Awards 2021 now. And the first category is Channel Survey Award. Let's get started. So the award goes to Mr. Anil Sethi, Vice President and General Manager for Dell Technologies. This is the certificate. Moving on, the next award in the same category goes to Mr. Sunil Sharma, Managing Director, Sales, India and SAR from Sophos. Congratulations to you, sir. This award is to congratulate Dell Technologies for the most channel-friendly OEM brand for storage. This is to congratulate Dell Technologies for most channel-friendly OEM brand for computing. And to congratulate the most channel-friendly OEM brand for computing, we also have Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. Microsoft Azure, most channel-friendly brand for cloud computing. Force for cybersecurity. Beam for backup. They are the most channel-friendly brand for backup. Ingram Micro India, VAT into cents. Ingram Micro India, most ethical distribution company. ICT Circle for most innovative B2B platform for IT and channels. Next category is Channel Marketeer Awards. Winners, please congratulate with me, Mr. Kumar, Varun Verma, APJ Lead, Backup, Exec, GTM, and Enablement. Ms. Asha Gupta, Partner Relationship and Marketing Manager, Proactive Data Systems Private Limited. That's the certificate. Value Added Distributor Awards category starts now. Photon Electronics Private Limited for Value Added Distributor. Now, this Value Added Distributor, we have JNR Management Associate Private Limited, Icons Infocom Private Limited, Tricom Multimedia Private Limited, Ravi Associate, Technologic Consultants India Private Limited, PD Software Distribution Private Limited, iValue, Photon Electronics Private Limited, Value Added Distributor. These are our Value Added Distributors. Technobind, Eddington, Smart Solutions, Crayon. Next category is ISB Awards. TG Switch Infotech Private Limited, TDP India Private Limited, also Business Solutions LLC, Hive Software Services Private Limited, Didactics IT Solutions, Dave Information Technology Limited, RTL Private Limited, Data Software Private Limited, and IERT. The next category is Innovative OEM Awards, most weighted one that has started. Info Concept Consulting, ATCS, Phonic Wall, Classified Technology. These are all innovative OEM in the cybersecurity category. Taps and Taps Technology Private Limited, Dennis Tech Private Limited, CloudPoint, Computing, Progression Internet Private Limited, Yaton Power Quality Private Limited, DMAQ Software Private Limited, Soft CyberNX Technology Private Limited, and now Infotech, Ambishore Technologies, AVSN Consulting, Synoptic Info Solutions, DM Systems, Meridian Infotech, Pro Network Solutions, Macau Infotech, IT Solutions, WIPS Infosol Private Limited, ACPL Systems, Know All Edge Network Private Limited, TechGyan, NJ IT Solutions, Caltech Digital, Full Ventures, IT Solutions, Investigation, Technologies, Graftronics, Raksha Technologies, Silicon Net Secure, ABC Systems, Advantage IT Consulting, Tentacle IT Solutions, ITCG Solutions, One Network Consulting Private Limited, Excel Host Cloud Services, Power Solutions, 4th Dimension Technologies, Computers Network and Telecom, FutureNet Technologies, CNET Technology, Questa Software Systems, Computer, Creative Infotech Solutions, Synapse, Vision Software, Matrix 3D Platform, Vintage Systems, Insys Infotech Services, Park Technologies, PMG Informatics, Universe Power Systems, PK Technologies, and Game Systems Private Limited, VHawk Tech Solutions, Connectivity IT Solutions, Magnamius Systems Private Limited, Integrated Tech9 Labs, MR Sun Infotech, Suntronics, Comnet Vision, ABHI Technology, Futuresoft Solutions, Infotech Computers, Central Data Systems, Taurus Computer Systems, Networks, Fortune Missiles Private Limited, AeroPC Network Private Limited, K Plus Infotech Private Limited, Superwave, Digital Track Solutions Private Limited, Microworld Infotech Private Limited, Aura Bits Private Limited, Instructing Micro Specialty Private Limited, Dhar Internet Private Limited, Proactive Data Systems, Orient Technologies Private Limited, Advantage IT Consulting Services, Power Techniques Solutions, Colonet Systems Private Limited, Aspire Next Private Limited, Fusion Software and Systems Private Limited, Integration Specialist Award, Own Corporate Cache Infotech Private Limited, Inside Business Solutions, State Enterprise, Technosphere Solutions, Avir 6000. It has been a great day. The agenda is complete and we have come a long way throughout the day. We have gathered some really valuable informations and we have also learned a lot today. So ladies and gentlemen, before we close it, it's time for the vote of thanks. I would like to request Mr. Sanjeev Mohapatra, publisher, SME Channels, to please give the closing remarks.
Thank you, Pragya. Thanks to our chief guest, Sri Triveni Singh, IPS, SP, Cybercrime, all panelists, speakers, and most importantly, the audience for attending this event. All our sponsors, thanks for sponsoring this event. Dell Technology as presenting partner, ICT Circle, Sophos, Fortinet, Waveworks, and partnering associations, Asteroid, ISODA, PCAT, and TATE. Let me congratulate all the award winners for qualifying this award out of 5,000 contestants. So a big round of applause for the winners. Being a media house, we are dedicated to make channel community connected throughout the year. So we try to conduct more and more quality events and webinars, etc. I'm happy to convey my sincere thanks to entire channel community for supporting us throughout the year. Now I'm sure everyone is positive and optimistic towards entering back to previous business models such as physical meetings and events, etc. Today, all association speech was very different and innovative. Hope all association will be benefited by this. There was a lot of facts and information which was given by these associations is really very helpful for many of us. Now I am happy to announce that the most awaited historic CIO event, where we will be connecting 1,000 CIOs on a single virtual platform from India and abroad. All tech companies in India would be highly benefited by showcasing their products and solutions to the entire CIO community. There will be many stalls will be open for the startups and showcase their products and solutions. Well, I end up with this, and I wish all people present today would be part of this CIO 1000 event, and all the information are there available at our website enterpriseitworld.com. Hope to see you soon, and thank you so much for attending this event. Have a nice day.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for giving us all this opportunity to interact with each other. We have built a family slowly, and I think this family is going a long way together. Very soon, as Sanjay sir said, that we'll be off the online mode, and we'll be not doing the virtual ones, but we'll be meeting physically with each other and doing what we do the best. Until then, you guys keep your data safe and be safe for yourselves as well. Stay healthy, stay happy. Thank you so much. Have a good day, everyone.
लिए सपने निगाहों में चला हूँ तेरी राहों में, लिए सपने निगाहों में चला हूँ तेरी राहों में, जिंदगी आ रहा हूँ मैं, जिंदगी आ रहा हूँ मैं। कई यादों के चेहरे हैं, कई किस्से पुराने हैं, तेरी सौदा सताने हैं, तेरे कितने फसाने हैं। कई यादों के चेहरे हैं, कई किस्से पुराने हैं, तेरी सौदा सताने हैं, तेरे कितने फसाने हैं। मगर एक वो कहानी है जो अब मुझको सुनानी है, मगर एक वो कहानी है जो अब मुझको सुनानी है। जिंदगी आ रहा हूँ मैं, जिंदगी आ रहा हूँ मैं। मेरे हाथों की गर्मी से पिघल जाएंगी जंजीरें, मेरे कदमों की आहट से बदल जाएंगी तकदीरें। मेरे हाथों की गर्मी से पिघल जाएंगी जंजीरें, मेरे कदमों की आहट से बदल जाएंगी तकदीरें। उम्मीदों के दिए लेकर ये सब तेरे लिए लेकर, उम्मीदों के दिए लेकर ये सब तेरे लिए लेकर। जिंदगी आ रहा हूँ मैं, जिंदगी आ रहा हूँ मैं। कभी तुझको गिला मुझसे, कभी मुझको शिकायत है, मगर फिर भी तुझे मेरी, मुझे तेरी जरूरत है। कभी तुझको गिला मुझसे, कभी मुझको शिकायत है, मगर फिर भी तुझे मेरी, मुझे तेरी जरूरत है। मैं ये इकरार करता हूँ, मैं तुझसे प्यार करता हूँ, मैं ये इकरार करता हूँ, मैं तुझसे प्यार करता हूँ। जिंदगी आ रहा हूँ मैं, जिंदगी आ रहा हूँ मैं। ला 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 la 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 la